At the majestic entrance to the temple, which emerges from the fog, the scene unfolds. A young man who looks like he has had a hard life stands at the foot of the stairs, staring into the distance. A voice is heard from the shadows. "Do you know who that was?" The voice sounds quiet but piercing, as if it were coming from the very depths of the temple. The scene shifts to stone steps, where hemorrhages leave a red trail. An unknown figure is seen dragging a corpse down the stairs. Blood drips onto the stone, creating an eerie landscape. The voice sounds again, but this time with a sense of indignation. "A little nameless nothingness, how dare it?" The camera pans back to the young man's face. His eyes show a mixture of anger and bewilderment. He reflects on the situation, focusing his gaze on the entrance to the temple. Not only did he humiliate the soldiers of the great blood serpent, but he did it in front of everyone. How could he be so bold? The scene shows a man expressing anger and indignation. He is speaking to himself or to someone nearby. How dare he provoke Choi Gien, the leader of the sect? His face reflects a mixture of admiration and fear at the brazenness and boldness of this figure. I look at the guy who is climbing the stairs, holding the corpse of a humiliated warrior. His steps are confident, and his eyes show no pity. This scene emphasizes the ruthlessness and desperation of this figure's actions. Now the guy is standing right at the top of the stairs, shoulders back. He looks confident and ready for any consequences of his actions. His gaze is directed into the distance, as if he were challenging fate itself to a duel. The scene opens with an image of an old man with a visible scar on his face, looking sternly at a young man. His gaze radiates authority and dissatisfaction, as if he is used to an order that has suddenly been disrupted. Without hesitation, the guy decisively throws the corpse at the feet of the cultists. This act reflects his contempt for the sect and its rules. The crowd of sectarians is watching the situation vigilantly, expressing their indignation and dissatisfaction. Shock and anger can be seen on their faces. An old man with a scar on his face recognizes the villain, his face a mixture of recognition and surprise. The old man addresses the young man, his words piercing and full of contempt. "So you want to be killed?" The warrior stands steadfast without a single sign of doubt or fear, and he has come with serious intent. A smile appears on his face, symbolizing his sinful intentions and unshakable self-confidence. The young warrior stands with his shoulders back, addressing the old man with a sarcastic tone. "Are you the leader of this little bloodsnake sect?" His face expresses defiance and contempt. The old man grits his teeth at these words. His eyes are full of uncontrollable anger, and his face turns red with anger at this insolent man. The old man's eyes light up with fire. He raises his hand toward the young man and prophesies in anger, "I will tear you to pieces." His gestures express a threat and a desperate desire for revenge. The sect leader's anger only gets worse. He issues a threat full of cruelty, "I will feed you to the wild dogs." His voice sounds low and dangerous, expressing his intention to carry out his words. The head of the sect, with an expression of determination, rushes to attack the young warrior. Energy sparks from his fingers, creating the effect of a mystical glow. The young warrior stands still, full of determination and confidence. He waits, knowing what he is doing, his face expressing the calm before the storm. The old man's eyes burn with mad rage. As he attacks, he lets out a scream, "The blood-devouring claw!" His appearance and demeanor demonstrate unrestrained aggression. The old man moves towards the young man, his hands tense and his fingertips glowing with energy, emphasizing his magical power. He tries to grab the young man, but he skillfully dodges, slipping out of his arms. The old man remains amazed at the young warrior's agility and skill. His eyes reflect surprise and unexpected recognition. The young man quickly outruns the old man, seizing the initiative. His movements are quick and precise. Now he is behind the sect leader, demonstrating his superiority. His face expresses confidence in his victory. The old man with the scar on his face suddenly gasped. He was confused by the unpredictable course of events that did not meet his expectations. With anger in his voice, he calls the young man a scoundrel because of his ability, which the old man could not handle. His face shows irritation and hatred. The old man attacks again, hoping to overcome the younger opponent. His movements become faster and more determined. However, he again fails to capture the agile opponent. His attempts are in vain, which only increases his frustration. The young man skillfully dodges the old man's blows, demonstrating lightning-fast reaction and skill. A smile appears on the guy's face, symbolizing his complete confidence and calmness. For him, this fight is like a game. The old man attacks the young man again and again, each time with more fury. His movements become more aggressive and desperate. The head of the sect activates all his abilities, but even with this power, he cannot resist the speed of the young warrior. His attempts to change the course of the battle seem to be fruitless. The young man's evasions irritate the old man, and he shouts with rage, "You damned rascal! You're mocking me with your lousy tricks!" His face is contorted with anger. One of the old man's blows only touches the young man's hair, showing how close he was to hitting him. The next blow hits the young soldier's face, leaving a small mark on it. The old man smiles, realizing that the young man is not so unattainable after all. His smile expresses the satisfaction of a small victory. Leaping off the ground with great force, he jumps on the young man, shouting, "Even if you are mocking your opponent, you must watch out for him." The old man strikes the young man with a strong punch, showing his strength and determination. The old man's punch was so powerful that the young man flew upwards 10 meters, demonstrating the incredible strength of the blow. The guy crashes into the wall, splitting it. The scene is striking in its power and energy, emphasizing the difference in strength between the opponents. After the young man has left a dent in the wall with his body, the old man considers him a simpleton. His eyes are full of disdain and complacency. The old man thinks that perhaps the boy had some skills, because his tricks were quite good. His eyes are full of analytical studies. But when the old man sees the young man's condition after the blow, he loses all doubt about his true capabilities. The old man thinks that even if the young man has never heard of the Blood Serpent sect, his life of cheap tricks will end here. The old man, as the leader of the sect, decides to personally kill the young man. He believes that the boy should be grateful to him for this. The old man swings for the final blow, intending to take the young warrior's life. His face expresses determination and cruelty. Suddenly, the warrior catches the old man's hand and stops his blow. His movements are quick and precise, demonstrating impressive agility and strength. The old man is shocked by this unexpected turn. His face shows surprise and disbelief at what is happening. The old man's fingers are bent and broken by the warrior. This reflects the moment of victory of the young man, who was able to turn the tide of the battle. The old man lets out a cry of pain and surprise at the unexpected turn of events in the battle. His face is distorted with pain and disappointment. The young warrior laughs, satisfied with his next trick. His face expresses cunning and confidence. The old cultist grinds his teeth in panic. His face is full of anxiety and fear of the unexpected turn of events. The warrior pushes the old man away with a strong punch. His movements express strength and determination. The cultist's face changes to panic. He realizes that the situation is getting out of hand. The boy is shocked by the technique the old man used. His gaze shows surprise and respect. The warrior thinks about the technique the old man used, noting that it disappeared 20 years ago. His face expresses surprise and intrigue. The cultist with the broken fingers shouts in despair, addressing the young man, "How do you know this technique?" The warrior turns to the old man with a response full of confidence. "You see before you the last master of this fighting technique." He continues, "He was killed 20 years ago." His face shows the seriousness and importance of this information. This news seriously scares the old man. His eyes show fear and anxiety. The old man shouts at the young man with panic in his voice, "Who are you?" He wants to know who this adventurer is and why he has come. "Answer me quickly," the old man insists, his tone indicating desperation and impatience. The young man's eyes are filled with hatred. The new chapter begins with words that echo among the people. Mushin, the god of war. This statement has deep meaning and authority. The old man is overcome with fear, because the words god of war sound terrifying to him. His face is distorted with fear and anxiety. However, this did not scare the old man. He thought the boy was joking and laughed out loud at Mushin's words. His laughter expresses disdain and distrust. The old man activates his equipment and furiously attacks the boy again. His face is distorted with tension and anger. Mushin reacts quickly to the old man's attack. His movements show readiness and concentration. He deftly dodges attacks. His movements are smooth and precise, showing a high level of skill. This series of shots shows the old man trying to regain control of the situation, despite Mushin's revealed identity. But Mushin demonstrates his superiority by deftly dodging the attacks. The cultist misses, hitting the wall, which emits a lightning strike. This reflects the strength of his attack and his desperation. The old man shouts, "If he is Mushin, then I am Shinseon." Shinseon means immortal, and he emphasizes his power. He answers the guy, "I don't know how you know about Mushin," expressing his surprise and suspicion. "But I can't stand listening to this nonsense anymore," the old man says, his face expressing irritation and dislike. When he attacks Mushin again, he misses every time, but each time he strikes again, it is stronger than the last. His attacks become more determined and aggressive. "Hide, brag about your tricks. I'll catch you anyway. Run away while you can," the old man shouts, his words full of threats and confidence in his victory. This series of shots demonstrates the growing intensity of the fight and the competition between two strong characters, each of whom is confident in his invincibility. The god of war takes the blow on himself, blocking it with his hands. His face expresses concentration and strength. The guy is knocked back 10 meters, but his legs remain motionless. This demonstrates his strength and resilience. The old man thinks to himself, "What kind of a guy is Mushin? He's just a loser." His face shows disdain and skepticism. "Mushin died 20 years ago," he continues his thoughts, "and now he is just a skeleton. But if he came back, he would not have been like you," the old man replies to the words of the impudent amateur. His face expresses certainty and confidence in his words. This series of shots demonstrates the competition between the old man and the young warrior, where the old man does not believe the boy's claim of identity and uses his experience to humiliate him. The old man continues to attack with his equipment, breaking the boy's resistance more and more, trying to prove to him that he is a liar. "You're just a snotty little brat who only knows how to lie," the sect leader replies furiously, his face expressing anger and contempt. The old man's blows become more frequent and stronger, crippling the young man more and more. His movements express confidence and aggression. The old man does not know about the boy's real goals. His face shows indifference and disinterest. Only one thing is important to him: to take the life of this insolent man. His eyes are full of determination and hostility. The old man continues to beat the young man mercilessly, trying to prove him wrong. His actions express his confidence in his rightness and his unwillingness to back down. The boy flies from side to side from the old man's strong blows, demonstrating helplessness in the face of his strength and aggression. Mushin is already lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. His condition looks extremely serious and hopeless. The old man is sure that this scoundrel will not win against him, and that it is only a matter of time before his life is taken. His face is full of smugness and confidence. The old man wonders who this guy could have been serving, his eyes full of suspicion and reflection. He plans to send out the strongest members of the blood serpent cult. It doesn't matter if it's a man, a woman, or a newborn. He will find and kill everyone who knows this Mushin. The old man is determined to restore the reputation of the great blood serpent by destroying everyone associated with Mushin. His face expresses determination and ruthlessness. The sect boss swings his weapon, intending to finish off his unworthy opponent. His face expresses determination and intent to deliver the final blow. But something goes wrong, and after the blow he suddenly freezes. A look of surprise and incomprehension appears on his face. His jacket is torn to pieces on his arm. The scene shows the unexpected destruction of his clothes. The old man stands bewildered, not understanding what is happening. His eyes are full of confusion and disbelief. The old man's arm flew off along with his shirt. Blood gushed out of the wound, creating a shocking sight. The young man appears to have redirected the blow to the cultist, using his incredible fighting skills. His face expresses cold calculation and agility. The old man is shocked. He cannot understand how this scoundrel managed to do this. He has an expression of absolute incomprehension and bewilderment on his face. "What was that?" he thinks, as the guy gets off his knees and approaches him. The young man's face shows determination and confidence. The cultist cannot understand how this snotty could do this. His face expresses confusion and disbelief. "It was unreal, I can't believe it," he thinks, trying to comprehend the situation. All he knew and understood at that moment was that the so-called Mushin had died 20 years ago. His gaze loses confidence. But the guy didn't care. He doesn't make the old man believe it. His face expresses calmness and self-confidence. "It won't save you from death," the young warrior coldly replies to the old sect. His face expresses unwavering confidence. "You'll be the first to know about it," he says, approaching the old man. His eyes are full of determination. The sectarian does not intend to give up easy prey. There is always an end that leads to the beginning. His eyes show desperate courage. Activating all his energy, the old man strikes back, determined to send the young man to the afterlife first. "I will end your wanderings, Mushin," he shouts. But the response to his attack is an unexpected kick to the face from the young man. The old man is surprised and bewildered by the unexpectedness of the attack. The kick is so powerful and unexpected that the young man's foot breaks through the old man's skull. This demonstrates the incredible strength and determination of the young warrior. Mushin, the true god of war, stands unwaveringly, demonstrating his power and strength. His face shows the confidence that he will not tolerate doubts about his greatness. The broken old sectarian flies away from the strong blow like a doll. The scene emphasizes the enormous force of Mushin's punch. The old man slides on the ground like a stone bouncing off water. His movements are helpless and chaotic. The old man's bloody body lies 10 meters away from Mushin, a testament to his relentless strength. This image emphasizes the decisive moment of the battle. The old man's head is smashed, and there is a lot of blood on the ground around him. The scene is striking in its cruelty and finality. There is no longer any doubt. Mushin is who he says he is. He stands over a defeated enemy, the embodiment of true strength and power. "I came down from the dungeon to bring an end," Mushin says, looking at the defeated old man. His eyes are full of determination and confidence. The cultist's followers watch the battle from afar. Mushin addresses them. "If you disagree, step forward." His voice is full of authority. Coldness creeps through the bodies of the audience. They do not have the courage to resist or express their dissatisfaction. The guy looks at the crowd with contempt, assessing their timidity and indecision. There is a silent, wild pause on the battlefield. The atmosphere is tense and expectant. Then he turns and walks back, moving away from the battlefield. "I did what I had to do," he thinks to himself, his steps confident and decisive. Mushin heads back to the gate from which he came, leaving behind the battlefield and the bewildered looks of the cultists' followers. Sects and cults, for many years they existed without serious conflicts, the film says in a shot showing various sects and cults peacefully coexisting. The swordmaster Seon Wall leads the righteous sects. He is depicted as a noble and strong warrior standing in front of his followers. The demon cultivator Dan Gak leads wayward cults. His image expresses power and mystical strength, and he is surrounded by his subjects. The world between them is maintained by Mushin Muso Wool, who always takes a neutral position. He is depicted as a detached and wise warrior, balancing between the two forces. But one day comes the change of plot. Dan Gak's son, Dan Meng-woo. The shot leaves the intrigue, showing a young and ambitious character ready to change the existing order. A tragic scene shows Dan Meng-woo being burned alive and his body decapitated. This gruesome act emphasizes the cruelty and ruthlessness of the enemies. The cults that existed up to that point were suppressed by this act of violence. The footage shows confusion and fear among the cult's followers. Their coalition leader, Dan Gak, is depicted in a state of shock and anger. His face shows a desire for revenge. Cults are using all their resources and capabilities to find Dan Meng-woo's killer. The footage shows cult warriors and magicians looking for clues and answers. Unexpectedly, it turns out that the culprit is Baek Seo-moon, the leader of the sect. This discovery shocks everyone, bringing new intrigue and conflict to the plot. Everyone decided to write it off as an accident, depicts the reactions of different characters to the incident who are trying to justify the situation. Baek Seo-moon expresses his dissatisfaction at being mentioned in connection with this incident. He remains silent, not denying his guilt, which adds to the mystery of his image. This behavior of Baek Seo-moon's only increases Dan Hak's anger. His face shows growing rage and indignation. This eventually led to a tragedy, the footage hints, predicting further developments. Thus the balance was upset throughout the country, and a great war between sects and cults began. The footage shows preparations for war, weapons, and soldiers preparing for battles. In contrast to the previous events, the shot shows a beautiful sunny day, as if symbolizing the calm before the storm. The guy reflects. This year marks exactly 20 years since the beginning of the war between sects and cults. His words express his thoughts on the duration of the conflict. Mushin, walking beside him, responds, "How quickly time flies." His face expresses thoughtfulness and nostalgia. "It seems to me that I just closed my eyes, and 20 years have passed," Mushin continues, recalling the past. As he walks toward him, the guy thinks about Mushin's words, deepening his own thoughts about time and change. The hero notices the guy's thoughtful look and asks, "Why are you looking like that?" The guy replies in embarrassment, "Nothing, just thinking." But if you think about it, The guy continues his reflections, thinking that the future can bring changes at any time. The sects and factions of cults were equal in strength in the Great War, depicting both sides ready for battle, with a sense of tension and equality of power. Fierce fighting is taking place in all parts of the country. The battle scenes illustrate the heavy casualties on both sides, emphasizing the brutality and scale of the conflict. In the battle between Songwall and Dan Gok, the former's sword pierces the latter's heart. This moment emphasizes Songwall's decisive victory and Dan Gok's defeat. The overwhelming power of the coalition of sects rises almost immediately after that, depicting the moment of triumph of sects over cults. After Dan Gok's death, the coalition of cults loses its power and suffers a series of defeats. The film shows confusion and despair in the ranks of the cults. As a result, the cult faction is unable to withstand the pressure of the sects and flees to the ridge of 1,000 great mountains. The figures are depicted running among the mountainous landscape, hidden from their enemies. Thus, the Great War has almost ended with the victory of the sects. The shot shows peaceful scenes of the sects celebrating their triumph. Thanks to this, the Murim coalition gained control over 70% of the country's land. The image shows a map of the country with the territories controlled by the sects marked. This is the end of the summary of everything the guy knows about the Great War. He could tell you more, but the shot shows the guy thinking, as if he is hiding something important. There are a lot of gaps in this story, and because of that, I don't want to add strange and questionable details, the guy says, his face expressing concern and doubt. Mushin asks in surprise, "What kind of gaps are we talking about?" His curiosity and bewilderment are clearly visible on his face. To be honest, there were many unexplained moments in the Great War from the very beginning, he continues, hinting at deeper secrets that remain unrevealed. Murim's leader, Baek Seo-moon, disappeared shortly after the outbreak of the Great War, and then suddenly reappeared after it ended. The guy lays out the facts, his face showing surprise. Also, 2 Magway defenders disappeared around the same time, he continues, where Magway is a higher martial arts sect. And the biggest hole in the whole story, the guy musters up the courage to reveal the main secret. It's the disappearance of Mushin Mu-so-wool, he says, hinting at a key unsolved mystery. People came up with different reasons for Mu-so-wool Nim's disappearance. Some say he got tired of everything and just disappeared, but there are also those who believe that he became Shinsei, he continues, expressing his doubts. The hero laughs. "Shinseon, can you imagine?" His laughter expresses skepticism and irony, but it makes sense, the guy insists, continuing to talk about Mushin. He disappeared from the world of martial arts without a trace. His face reflects a deep understanding of the mystery. And all this for 20 years, he adds, expressing his boundless curiosity about history. The boy asks the hero a question. Why did Mushin, the god of war, disappear and then reappear? His eyes are full of intrigue and desire to find answers. The hero, recognizing the young man, addresses him by name. "It's Yun Hyun, isn't it?" His face expresses recognition and surprise. "You realized I was no ordinary person when you saw me for the first time, even though I didn't tell you who I was," the hero continues, demonstrating his wisdom and ability to see the true essence of things. "You were able to figure it out for yourself." He recognizes Eun Hyun's intelligence and insight. "I've already heard about you from Sunwol Nim," the guy says, indicating that he is familiar with Mushin's reputation through the sect leader's stories. "I watched you easily deal with the Blood Serpent cult. You went into the sect eliminating everyone single-handedly, so it seems obvious," he continues, reflecting on Mushin's impressive abilities. Mushin understands where the boy's sanity comes from. His face shows recognition of the boy's intelligence. "But wouldn't you be more interested in knowing how I realized who I am, not where I've been all this time?" the hero says, teasing the guy. The guy realizes that the hero is joking with him. "Do you think you can find out what only Mushin knows?" the hero replies, questioning the boy's ability to find out the whole truth. The hero only sees the boy as a rising star, Jongseong-pa, a fictional branch of a sect often used in martial arts. His face shows support and recognition of the boy's potential. Mushin turns to the guy and offers a deal. "If you can withstand at least one of my combat attacks, I will answer your question. What do you say?" His face is a challenge. "I've heard about this threat from Sunwol Nim so many times that I've stopped being afraid of her. I'm not like Seong-wol," he replies with a sense of self-confidence. Mushin thinks to himself, "It looks like Sungwoo never told this guy about what I'm capable of. Did he?" His face reads slyly. Seeing the hero's look, the guy suddenly got scared and suggested speeding up the journey, because they thought they were almost there. Mushin looks at the boy with interest, appreciating his determination and bravery. The sky was clear that day, and the guy was happy about the good weather that accompanied their trip, because if it had been foggy as usual, we might have missed this incredible view. The guy's enthusiasm shines through on his face. He appreciates the purity of the moment. Mushin is looking at the landscape seriously. His gaze is full of reflection and deep thought about his place in the world. "This is a settlement of the Murim coalition," the guy points out, emphasizing the importance of the place where they have arrived. The shot shows a majestic and peaceful settlement. The guy can't help but ask the hero about his future plans. "What are you going to do? Do you want to go there?" His face expresses curiosity and excitement. A clean forest wind blows around the hero's shoulders, carrying away leaves and memories. His face shows calmness and concentration. The hero is faced with endless possibilities. He stands at a crossroads, contemplating his next step in the big world of martial arts. The need for a system that gathers and educates star warriors to protect the Murim sect from enemies led the Murim coalition to establish the Cheonseodan Academy. The image of the academy, which symbolizes a new stage in warrior training, is described in the frame. "Anyone can become a part of this academy, mister, if you know what I mean," says one of the characters, hinting at the academy's openness to new talent. "The entrance exam can be difficult, of course, but you have the strength and talent, so don't worry," he adds, encouraging him. "I'm telling you all this because I want you to become a member of Cheonseodan. I think it's better to gather information first before revealing my identity," explains the character, revealing his intentions. "This will be useful given the importance of your task," he adds, emphasizing the importance of the hero's plans. "It's not an important task, it's just revenge," the hero replies, revealing his true motives and goals, which are not as noble as they seem. Mushin reflects, "I do not rule out the possibility that the world will consider me its enemy." His face shows a readiness to confront the whole world. "But I forgot that my partner would also fall into this category along with me," he reflects, realizing that his actions could have consequences for others. His partner always said he would be with Mushin to the end. The shot shows the solidarity and loyalty of his partner. "Maybe it's because he studied with Sungwoo," Mushin says, reflecting on the master's influence on his partner's character. "People often say that I look like Sungwoo Nim," he replies, revealing his thoughts and feelings. His face expresses pride and recognition. There is nothing wrong with taking an example from Sungwoo, but his heart and character were too soft, Mushin reflects, assessing his partner's qualities. "It would be nice if you didn't tell Mushin about it," the guy says, emphasizing his desire to remain unrecognized. "I don't want to be recognized, so from now on call me Muen," he says, adopting a new name to hide his true identity. "And now I'm your friend," says the newly named Muen, expressing his friendship to the boy. The guy is surprised by this information and did not expect the god of war to call him a friend. His face shows surprise and joy. Night gives way to day, symbolizing a new beginning and new opportunities for our heroes. Our heroes head to the Martial Arts Union, ready for new adventures and challenges. They walk side by side, demonstrating their new friendship and common goals. A large crowd of people has gathered at the gate of the Cheonseodan Academy. The scene shows noise and movement, signs of a great event. The guy looks at the crowd in embarrassment and cannot understand why there are so many people today. His face shows surprise and uncertainty. Mushin asks a question. "All these people want to become members of Cheonseodan?" His face expresses curiosity and slight surprise. Many of these people are here to receive invitations to the Murim coalition, which exists within Cheonseodan, not because of the goals of its founding, the guy answers, revealing the true motive for the crowd's presence. The guy accidentally calls Mushin by his first name, even though he knows he should call him Muen. His face shows confusion at his own mistake. "Less than 1% of those enrolled make it to the final test," he adds, emphasizing the high competition and difficulty of the entrance exams. "Something like that," the guy replies sadly after Muyen's words, feeling embarrassed and slightly embarrassed. Mushin thinks about it. Is he trying to reveal my disguise, or does he always communicate with his friends in such a clumsy way? His face shows slight suspicion and curiosity. This was very unusual for the guy, and he feels insecure. "I promise to improve," he says, feeling the pressure of the situation. The boy's friend recognizes him in the crowd and exclaims, "Look over there, Eun-hyun." His face expresses joy at the sight. An acquaintance comes up to the boys and comments, "There are a lot of people here today, right? And I see some people from last year." His face expresses interest and friendliness. It turns out to be Sung-bae Yang, who looks like a homeless man. His casually eccentric appearance attracts attention and makes him stand out from the rest. Sung-bae Yang, looking curious, asks, "Who is that guy standing next to you?" His face expresses intrigue and curiosity. "This is an old friend of mine who decided to join Cheon-so-dan this year. His name is Mu-yeon," the guy replies, introducing Mu-yeon. His face expresses pride and joy at the meeting. The guy, who looks like a hobo, realizes the situation and politely asks, "Do you mind if I ask what sect you're from?" His face expresses politeness and interest. This question made Mu-en anxious, and he replied, "I'm an independent practitioner who has no ties to any sects yet, so you don't know me." His face expresses anxiety and uncertainty. The homeless man understood everything. He smiles and says, "Nice to meet you. I heard that this year's exam is going to be harder than usual, so I wish you good luck." His face expresses friendliness. "See you in Murim's coalition," replies Mu-en, saying goodbye to his interesting new acquaintance. His face expresses gratitude for the advice and readiness for the challenges ahead. "Before we begin the exam, those who do not meet the standards will be weeded out," the master continues. The crowd is shocked and anxious at this news. The guy named Mushin that way because he thought it was better to keep it in the shadows. However, the hero didn't like it, because the point is not to say nonsense, but to confidently hide the truth. The gate suddenly opened. It was a sign of the beginning of a new stage. The shot shows a huge open gate symbolizing new opportunities. The crowd turns their attention to the opening of the gates, as they have been waiting impatiently for this moment. Their faces are full of excitement and anticipation. Guys come out of the gate with a cart on which something is covered. A master walks in front of them. This scene creates intrigue and guesswork among the audience. The guys wonder what could be undercover on the trolley. Their faces express curiosity and bewilderment. Mushin's gaze is striking in its indifference. He calmly observes the events, showing complete self-confidence. The gate closes and the mysterious object is placed in front of the crowd. A voice announces, "Gentlemen, please give us your attention." The shot shows the focus of attention on the stage. "Before we begin the exam, those who do not meet the standards will be weeded out," the master continues. The crowd is shocked and anxious at this news. People are filled with surprise and anxiety. There was no such selection last year. The exam has changed. Nothing like this has ever happened before. They whisper to each other. The master orders to remove the cover from the mysterious object. The shot shows the tense anticipation as the crowd focuses on the object. The maid removes the bedspread, and under it is something that no one could have even imagined. The shot shows the surprise and intrigue in the eyes of the audience. At first glance, it is an ordinary black cubic stone. Its simplicity and mystery arouse the curiosity of the crowd. Mushin is surprised by this presentation. He recognizes the object and understands its meaning. This is a stone of opposition. The words about the stone surprise the boy. He carefully examines the stone, trying to understand its secret. The master continues his speech. "It seems to be an ordinary iron stone, but this stone is filled with spiritual energy that strengthens its strength. Ordinary blows will not leave even a scratch on it. Please hit this stone, use your fighting skills, and try to leave at least a dent in it," the master calls out, challenging the participants. "But the dent must be at least an inch deep," the master emphasizes, setting a high bar for the participants. "If one blow leaves at least 1 inch, you will be qualified to take the exam. But if you can't, you won't move on," the master continues, setting out the rules of the test. "Although it is offensive, you will have to go back the way you came," he adds, emphasizing the seriousness of the test. One big guy with a sword in his hand shouts out from the crowd, "It's just an ordinary pebble." His face expresses confidence and challenge. Confidently entering the exam, he declares, "You will have to find a new stone soon, because I will cut it in half like butter with one stroke of my sword." His energy and confidence overwhelm him. The master smiles and looks forward to making it happen. His face expresses interest and anticipation of the participants' actions. The warrior is preparing to strike, taking careful aim. His face shows concentration and determination. He confidently takes a fighting stance, ready to hit the stone with all his might. The shot shows his tension and anticipation. The warrior swings and lets out a powerful cry before striking, gathering all his energy. You can feel the dynamics of his movement and emotional outburst in the shot. The warrior's punch is strong and confident, with sparks flying in all directions. You can feel the force of the blow and the tension of the moment. However, the sparks came from the warrior's split sword, not from the stone. The image shows the surprise and disappointment on the warrior's face, while the stone remains intact. The great warrior is in a state of shock and panic. His face expresses disbelief and despair at his failure. It can't be. How could such a powerful blow not leave even an inch in the stone, he thinks, looking at the stone without a single scratch. His embarrassment and confusion are evident in the footage. The warrior looks with tears in his eyes at his favorite sword, which is now broken. The master laughs at the situation. "Oh dear, what to do with this sword now?" His face expresses mockery and amusement. Mushin liked this gimmick that was prepared for the new soldiers. It looks like the Muram Academy is working to raise its standards, he thinks as he observes the situation. His face shows satisfaction and irony. The master gives a speech. "You have all worked hard to come here and take the exam at Cheonseodan, but—" His face expresses the seriousness and importance of the moment. The exam at the Academy of the Union of Martial Arts continues. The footage shows a tense atmosphere among the participants waiting for their turn. The sword of the arrogant warrior splits into pieces and flies between the master's legs. The footage shows the surprise and concern of the examinees. "Yes, it was quite dangerous, but it was all right," thinks the master, observing the situation. His face shows relief. The master can see from afar that the warrior has failed. "Next, please." His voice expresses confidence and determination. The brazen ninja approaches the task, thinking, "What's so hard about this? Why is everyone panicking over this?" His face shows self-confidence and levity. The ninja strikes his sword at the black cubic stone, trying to split it. His face shows determination and hope for success. The blow does not even leave a scratch on the stone. The master shouts, "Next!" His face shows dissatisfaction and impatience. The next warrior, armed with a more serious and heavier weapon than a sword, is preparing to strike. His face shows concentration and hope. The impact is strong, and the weapon is massive with iron spikes at the end. You can feel the power of the blow and the weight of the weapon. However, even this blow leaves no mark on the stone. The faces of those present show bewilderment and frustration, as no one can understand why no blow leaves a mark on the stone. This series of shots demonstrates the failures of the test participants as they try to split the solid stone, emphasizing its unusual property and the challenge it poses to every warrior. The master stands and watches the exam, not understanding why no one else has been able to complete this task. His face shows surprise and reflection. The boy and his friend Mushin are watching the exam. "The countermeasure stone is very insidious, and no one will be able to overcome it at this rate," says the boy, expressing his opinion. His face shows interest and analytical skills. "Well, next, come to the task," the master shouts, calling the next participant. His face is impatient. The master comments on the new warrior who approached the stone. He has a sharp eye. He watches the warrior, feeling intrigued. The warrior looks confidently at the opposition stone, seemingly ready for the test. His face shows confidence and determination. The warrior makes a powerful swing, preparing to strike. His face shows concentration and strength. With confidence, he attacks the stone of opposition with his sword. This stroke is different from the previous ones. It is precise and deliberate. You can feel that it is not just physical strength, but something more. The whole crowd was holding its breath, waiting for the result. The blow was of a high level. Even the sound of the sword sounded different. The tension in the shot is palpable with every moment. Mushin evaluates the guy's punch. It was a punch without anything extra, a successful attack, he thinks, observing the situation. His face expresses respect and recognition of the warrior's skill. As soon as the dust settles after the impact, everyone sees that the participant has left a cut in the stone. Surprise and amazement grips the crowd. This moment becomes crucial for everyone present. The master rejoices over the first participant to pass the test. His punch reached more than 3 inches in depth. "That's enough," he says with satisfaction. His face shows joy and satisfaction at the participant's success. The gates of the academy are opening for this guy. He was well prepared. Finally, someone got through, he thinks as he enters the academy. The atmosphere of victory and achievement is palpable in the shot. Mushin asks a question, "Who is this?" The guy answers, "I wonder who it is too, but I don't know." His face shows curiosity and uncertainty. The hero thinks, he must know a lot, but it turns out that there are things that even he doesn't know. His face shows thoughtfulness and reflection. "I'm not a biographical dictionary, how would I know that?" The guy preemptively responds to Mushin's expectations. His face expresses light sarcasm and self-irony. This series of shots emphasizes the importance of the first victory in the challenge with the opposition stone, and the mystery of the unknown participant who managed to overcome the challenge, bringing intrigue and uncertainty to the plot. Among the crowd of participants, the guy notices someone familiar. His face shows surprise and recognition. "Who is this, a friend of yours?" asks Mushin. "Yes, this is Baek Gong, the grandson of the former sect leader Baek Seo Moon," the boy replies. His tone betrays curiosity and a bit of uncertainty. The boy is thinking, why did he decide to join Cheon Sodan? There must be some reason. His face shows thoughtfulness and curiosity. After Baek Seo Moon left office, his son Baek Chu Yang became the leader of the sect. Since they announced their withdrawal from the Marim Alliance, nothing has changed, the boy reflects. The depth of his reflections is felt in the footage. Baek Gong approaches the counterstone, preparing to strike. His face shows determination and confidence. His shot is successful, meaning he passes the test. The faces of the examinees show surprise and recognition of his success. The next person to approach the countermeasure stone is a girl. Her face shows confidence and determination, a willingness to accept the challenge. She is holding a thread, which at first glance does not look like a weapon capable of causing harm. The footage shows the surprise and curiosity of the crowd at this unusual choice of weapon. It is a silver thread that shimmers and glitters in the sunlight. The shot shows its subtlety and elegance. The girl is preparing to strike with this particular thread. Her face shows concentration and a sense of the moment. The impact of the thread is so powerful that she becomes the first person to break off a piece of stone. The footage shows the crowd's surprise and amazement at the unexpected success. The master is impressed by the girl's technique. How unusual that the thread did more damage than the sword, he thinks as he watches the result. His face shows surprise and admiration. "Very good. You are moving on," the master announces. His voice expresses recognition of the girl's talent. The boy realizes that was Baek Ha-on and Baek Ah-yon, which means that all of Baek Seo Moon's grandchildren are joining Cheon Sodan. This is a clear sign that Baek Chu Yang wants to reunite with the coalition. His face shows surprise and realization. Mushin reflects. It's a very obvious goal. He wouldn't have sent 3 of his children to Cheon Seodan just to restore relations. His face shows suspicion and thought. There must be another reason. Why does he want to restore relations with the coalition? Mushin thinks, trying to understand Baek Chu Yang's deeper motives. His face is analytical and curious. The next participant, also a woman with a thread, is preparing to strike the stone. Her expression shows concentration and confidence. She skillfully strikes with the thread, leaving 1.5 inches of depth on the counterstone. The shot shows the confidence of her movements and the accuracy of her stroke. "As expected, you passed. Please come in," the master announces, congratulating her on her success. His face shows recognition of her abilities. Lin likes the girl. She gives him a look that makes him a little shy. His face shows slight embarrassment and interest. "Regardless of the reasons, it doesn't matter to us," Linu thinks as he watches the other participants. His face is reflective and calm. The master's mood improves, and he sees the rising stars begin to rise. "Then please, next," he calls out enthusiastically. His face shows his satisfaction with the progress of the exam. Mushin notices that his time has probably come. His face shows concentration and readiness for action. The guy, realizing this, decides to stop him, saying, "Wait a second." His face shows concern and uncertainty. The master is hesitant about the new examinee. His face shows uncertainty and suspicion. What is this guy from the Wanderer faction going to do without a weapon? What's wrong with him? The master thinks, watching him. His gaze expresses intrigue and thoughtfulness. The artist is interested in the uncertainty of this participant. He is in rags, but his gaze is deep and penetrating. The master's face shows interest and appreciation. A strong, unusual aura is felt around Mushin, evoking the impression of mystery and unknowability. His face expresses calmness and inner strength. Mushin, the god of war, confidently approaches the stone and rolls up his sleeves. His facial expression and demeanor demonstrate confidence and determination. The master notices that Mushin has no weapons, only his fists, and doubts his serious intentions. His face expresses doubt and distrust. "Please stand back in line and come up when you're ready," the master tells the hero, not believing in his ability to pass the test. His face is slightly skeptical. The crowd laughs at Mushin, thinking his intentions are ridiculous, because he is going to break through the stone with his bare hands, when others could not even leave a scratch with an iron sword. "His hands will fall off," they joke. Amusement and disbelief can be seen on the faces of the audience. The guy thinks for a moment, sharing the doubts of the crowd, but then he remembers who is standing in front of him. His face is one of realization and respect. He realizes, this hero is stronger than the one made of iron. He is stronger than a sword. He has a power that surpasses others. His face shows admiration and respect for Mushin. He is the one who stands at the top of the martial arts world. He is Mushin, the guy thinks, watching the hero. His face is full of admiration. Mushin's kick is precise and strong, hitting the center of the stone using only his bare hands. You can feel the strength and precision of his movement in the shot. The blow is so powerful that the stone itself is blown forward, sending pieces flying everywhere. The crowd is amazed and shocked by this demonstration of power. The faces of the audience are full of wonder and admiration. The master stands there in disbelief, not expecting this guy to be able to hit the stone. His face expresses surprise and shock at what he has seen. Full of confidence, Mushin has no doubts about his actions. For him, this performance was just a game. His face shows calmness and self-confidence. The guy thinks about it. Even after 20 years, his face expresses respect and admiration as he thinks about the past and the present. He remains a hero, a god of war, the guy thinks, watching Mushin. His face expresses admiration and pride as he sees the hero's unwavering power and skill. This series of shots emphasizes the majesty and invincibility of Mushin, who has easily and confidently confirmed his status as a legendary warrior, inspiring admiration and respect from all present. The test is over, and the boys have successfully passed the exam. The footage shows the satisfaction and relief on the faces of Mushin and the boy. Those who had passed the exam gathered at the site, forming a group of successful candidates. The footage shows mutual respect and solidarity among them. They look at Mushin with a certain amount of caution and distrust. Their gazes express mixed feelings about the new hero. Tension can be read on the faces of the audience. The guy notices these cold stares directed at them. His face expresses concern and caution about potential contradictions in the group. He thinks that Mushin may have attracted too much attention, even though he claimed he didn't mean to. His face shows a reflection on the difficulties and challenges that could arise from this increased attention. The guy looks at Mushin and says, "If you had used a sword instead of your bare hands, you would probably never have stood out." You can read the thought of strategy and tactics on his face. "Or if that happened, you would stand out even worse," he adds. His face shows slight sarcasm and understanding of the complexity of the situation. The hero notices that someone is looking at him suspiciously. His face shows attentiveness and vigilance. It's a girl in pink staring at him. The shot shows her curiosity and concentration. She keeps her eyes fixed on Mushin, staring at him. Her face shows interest, perhaps with a touch of challenge. Mushin does not like this expression. His face shows dissatisfaction and a certain wariness of the unknown girl. The suspicious girl looks away when she notices that she has been spotted. Her face shows anxiety and indecision. Mushin thinks about this suspicious situation as he watches the girl. His face shows caution and vigilance. The boy notices his friend Un-hyun from Cheonseongpa. He looks at Mushin with admiration, discussing his success in passing the exam with his bare hands. The faces of the audience are full of interest and discussion. The other examinees begin to discuss the two boys, speculating about their abilities. "This is the guy who passed the exam using only his fists," says one of the girls. The intrigue and discussion is evident on the faces of the participants. One participant expresses doubt about Mushin's abilities. He probably doesn't have proper training if he only uses his fists. His face shows distrust and skepticism. The guy watches the other participants and thinks, There are some decent guys among them. I wonder who is the strongest. His face shows intrigue and analytical skills. Unless someone is hiding their powers, he adds, thinking about the potential hidden abilities of the participants. His face shows suspicion and interest. A guy with a sword stands off to the side, attracting the girl's attention. The girl can be seen watching him with interest. The girl, as usual, is paying attention to the wrong guy, the guy thinks, watching their interaction. His face shows slight surprise and irony. The guy suddenly feels someone standing behind him and turns around. His face shows surprise and readiness for the unexpected. However, it turns out to be his sister. His face shows relief and joy at the unexpected meeting. At first, he doesn't hear any sounds and thinks someone is behind him. His face shows tension and suspicion. However, it turns out that it is his sister who is just watching and listening to what is happening around her. Her face shows attentiveness and concentration. She pauses, remembering how she ended up here. Her face shows reflection and introspection. The situation in the coalition is growing every day, but the Sunshine State is going the other way, she thinks. Her face shows anxiety about the future. That's why we need to re-establish relations with the coalition to strengthen their growth, she reflects. Her face shows determination and responsibility. Ah-yeon decides to follow Gong and Ha-on and enroll in Cheonseodan. Her face shows determination and readiness for new challenges. Mushin is thinking about how he can become a bridge between the coalition and the Unification Church. His face shows seriousness and reflection on the importance of this role. A guy notices a beautiful girl. His face shows interest and admiration. He does not take his eyes off her, watching her. His face is fascinated and concentrated. It turns out to be Miss Ah-yeon, who attracts the guy's attention. The shot shows how focused she is, and at the same time radiates confidence and grace. Mushin notices that the boy's thoughts have wandered away from the task and focused on An. His face shows slight dissatisfaction and awareness of the boy's distraction. The master, seeing everyone gathered, begins his speech. "Well, you have all been waiting for this for so long." His face shows solemnity and authority. "The Sodan entrance exam is about to begin, so follow me to the courtyard," he continues. The footage shows the participants reacting with excitement and anticipation. The guy turns to Mu-yen. "It's about to start." Mu-yen replies with confidence, "We'll see how I do on the exam." His face shows calmness and confidence. The guy believes in Mu-yen and tells him that he has a promise that he better keep. "If you fail, I will leave you alone," he says. His face shows faith and support. Mu-yen realizes with a calm expression that the guy is finally acting like his friend. His face shows his pleasure at this change in the relationship. After entering the courtyard with the master, the participants meet the new teacher. The footage shows the group carefully observing the newcomer. This is the head of the academy, known as the Iron Law, Lee Hansik. His face shows severity and authority, while his eyes show confidence and wisdom. The crowd is shocked to see the head of the academy himself, Lee Hansik, come out to address them. The faces of the participants show delight and surprise. Legend has it that Hansik once slaughtered an infinite number of cultivator demons with one sword. The video shows how his figure impresses and inspires the participants. Hansik continues his speech by saying that the test they are about to take will be more difficult than the previous one. In other words, the level of difficulty is even higher, he says. His face shows seriousness and challenge. Lee Hansik addresses the participants. "If you've been practicing your martial arts with diligence, you'll definitely make it to the final exam." His face shows confidence and expectation. "I'm fully expecting this exam to reveal the worthy," he continues. His eyes express intrigue and hope for finding talented soldiers. "This is a test of the 5 senses," he announces. The footage shows how these words arouse curiosity and puzzlement among the participants. The participants wonder what he means by testing the 5 senses. Their faces show confusion and curiosity. "How are we going to pass this exam? And what does it mean that we're going to take it right now?" they think. The participants' faces show uncertainty and increased attention to the following instructions. A smoke bomb suddenly flies into the crowd of participants. The faces of the participants show surprise and anxiety. The checker explodes with a loud sound. The footage shows it exploding, causing confusion among the participants. The entire area is quickly filled with thick smoke. Confusion and uncertainty can be seen on the faces of the participants as they try to navigate the situation. The participants do not understand what is happening and where the new smoke bombs are coming from. The footage shows them trying to dodge the flying objects. The bombs create a chaotic situation among the participants, who lose their bearings and do not understand what task they are facing. The faces of the participants are full of confusion and bewilderment. This series of shots shows the sudden and unexpected introduction of a test that dramatically changes the exam scenario and presents participants with a new challenge. The confusion and chaos created by the smoke bombs adds intrigue and unpredictability to the exam. Mushin thought for a moment that it might be poison, but quickly realized that it was just a smokescreen. His face showed calmness and quick analytical thinking. Silhouettes of people with wooden sticks burst into the thick smoke. The footage shows how the participants react to the unexpected appearance of these figures. Our hero quickly focuses on them. His face shows readiness and attentiveness. It turns out to be the ninjas of the academy who are part of the test. The ninjas are wearing masks that add to their mystery. Mushin was not expecting to see them, but he quickly realized what he had to do. His face shows determination and readiness for action. One of the participants exclaims, "Damn, what are they testing on us? No one can see anything because of the smoke." His face shows irritation and bewilderment. Another participant notices the silhouette of a ninja in the smoke and asks a question, "What do they want us to do?" His face shows confusion and uncertainty. At this moment, a ninja stick hits him on the head. The shot shows a quick and unexpected blow that caught the participant off guard. It was obvious, and those who didn't understand it will go home, thinks one of the participants, observing the situation. His face shows the realization and implementation of the strict rules of the exam. The ninja's blow is so strong that the guy falls to the ground. His face shows pain and shock, and there is a stick mark on his forehead. Everything indicates that he has failed the exam. Chapter 7 begins with the entire courtyard of the academy covered in thick smoke. The shot shows the smoke enveloping everything around, creating a tense atmosphere. The participants, puzzled, ask themselves, "What is happening now?" Their faces show surprise and confusion. Suddenly they are attacked. The footage shows the participants reacting in surprise to the sudden threat, trying to defend themselves. Those who do not understand the essence of the task are quickly knocked out. The footage shows some of the participants falling to the ground, struck by unexpected blows. The Academy's warriors demonstrate incredible maneuverability as they move through the smoke. The footage shows their quick and precise movements, which allow them to effectively attack the participants. With each passing minute, fewer and fewer people remain in the smoke. The footage shows the participants retreating or falling, trying to survive in difficult conditions. The participants' weapons are useless against the treacherous ninjas, who hide in the smoke and ruthlessly knock out the players. The footage shows the ninjas unexpectedly attacking the participants. One of the participants, realizing the situation, tells his sister about it. His face shows concern and seriousness. He tells her, "If I understand this mission correctly, it tests how long we can survive in the smoke among the killers." His face shows determination and readiness for the challenge. The girl asks, "Where are they, these killers? They could be anywhere." Her face shows anxiety and vigilance, and she looks around, trying to detect an invisible threat. Suddenly the participant senses danger. His face shows tension and instinctive readiness for action. The killer sneaks up behind him, but the guy quickly reacts to his attack. The footage shows the participant's decisive and agile maneuver. The participant, armed with a sword, uses it to cut the killer's stick. The shot shows the moment the sword makes contact with the stick, demonstrating the participant's confidence and fighting skills. This is how he responds to the ninja's attack, showing his ability to defend himself. His face shows concentration and determination. The killer is forced to hide in the smoke again. The footage shows him retreating, and the participant stands victorious, ready for the next challenge. The killer, assessing Samagon's abilities, says that he is a beauty. His face shows recognition of Samagon's skills. The girl, not surprised by her brother's wit, thinks, "Moonshine always knows how to solve a situation." Her face shows pride and confidence in his abilities. This attack was not easy for Samagon, as the ninja was very agile. His face shows concentration and tension, reflecting the effort required to block the attack. Samagon notices that it is not just a wooden sword, but that chi energy is emanating from it. His face shows surprise and the realization that he is facing a skilled enemy. Even with a wooden sword he can be dangerous, Samagon thinks. If we let our guard down for even a second, we will fail the exam. His face shows determination and readiness for further challenges. On the battlefield, covered in smoke, lie the bodies of participants who have lost their vigilance. The shot shows exhausted figures scattered among the smoke, emphasizing the cruelty of the ordeal. Mushin watches this performance from the sidelines. His face reflects calmness and detachment from the events taking place around him. He is indifferent to this exam, confident in his unsurpassed strength. His face shows confidence and self-sufficiency. A girl in the smoke notices the silhouette of our hero. Her face shows concentration and determination. Without delay, she decides to attack him. The footage shows how she decisively rushes into the attack, demonstrating her fighting skills and courage. The girl decisively swings the weapon, aiming it directly at the guy's back. The shot shows the moment when she makes the decisive move with all her strength. She is confused, not understanding what exactly happened. Her face shows surprise and incomprehension of the situation. Instead of striking the silhouette she had chosen, she accidentally cuts the stick of the killer who was trying to attack Mushin. The shot shows her weapon hitting the stick. The killer is shocked by this change in circumstances. His face shows surprise and confusion. He retreats back into the white fog, trying to regain control of the situation. He is seen disappearing into the thick smoke. The girl hides her weapon and turns her back on our hero. The shot shows her cautiously but decisively taking a position next to Mushin. She gives Mushin a cold, studying look. Her face shows determination and interest in the hero. Mushin returns her gaze, trying to understand her intentions. His face expresses curiosity and vigilance. Seeing him, the girl realizes the true essence of her goal in this exam. Her face shows discovery and realization. She recalls the moment when she asked the sage about the answer she was looking for. The shot shows her face lighting up with realization and deep thoughts. The girl recalls how the wise man, unfortunately, could not answer her question. Her face shows disappointment and hope. However, the wise man knows someone who can help her and knows the answer. Her eyes light up with hope and interest. She recalls how she went to the Murim coalition in the company of Unhyun. She is shown recalling her decision to join the journey. Interested in an answer, she asks him his name. Moon Young, she learns. Her face shows surprise and curiosity, and now he, Moon Young, is standing in front of her. Her face shows a mixture of feelings, from expectation to surprise. This series of shots shows a girl looking for answers to her questions and meeting Moon Young, who can help her with that. Her emotional journey from frustration through hope to surprise adds depth to her character and intrigue to the story as it unfolds. The girl looks at Mushin but does not see him as someone who could answer her questions. Her face shows disappointment and doubt. She turns to him. How can you be so absent-minded and become a target just because you relaxed? After these words, she walks away from him in displeasure. Her face shows dissatisfaction and determination. Mushin does not understand this girl at all. His face shows surprise and misunderstanding of her reaction. At this point, he instinctively stops the killer's bare-handed blow. The footage shows him skillfully blocking the attack, demonstrating his warrior skills. He catches the killer in the middle of an attack, stopping him in his tracks. His face shows concentration and control of the situation. How unexpected, the hero says with sarcasm as he watches the events unfold. His face shows irony and readiness for action. Mushin easily crushed the stick of one of the ninjas with his bare hand. The shot shows his confidence and skill, and his power and precision in movement. With that, he sends another ninja off the battlefield. The footage shows the ninja retreating, overcome by Mushin's strength. The ninja disappears in white smoke, not understanding how his wooden sword could be broken with his bare hand. His face shows surprise and incomprehension. For Mushin, these ninjas were nothing more than toys. His face shows calmness and self-confidence. The exam continues. The footage shows the tense atmosphere on the battlefield, where each participant is fighting hard for his or her place. Some of the participants who remained alert continue to fight the ninjas. The footage shows their determination and courage in the battles. The ninjas turn out to be the real attackers. The footage shows their aggression and intransigence in the fight. One of the participants deflects a ninja's blow. The shot shows his agility and fighting skills necessary to defend himself in such a situation. Having avoided the killer's sword, the participant looks around and realizes the situation. His face shows determination and readiness to continue the fight. This series of shots shows the intensity and difficulty of the exam, where participants have to use all their skills and agility to cope with their opponents. Fighting ninjas becomes a real test of their abilities and character. The ninja, although he bounced off the guy's punch, is still injured. The shot shows the speed and force of the guy's punch. The guy wounds the ninja until he bleeds. The shot shows the guy's concentration and skill in combat. He stabbed the ninja in the shoulder using a reverse sword grip. The shot shows the guy's experience and combat cunning. It was a worthy opponent who was also taking the exam. The ninja's face showed respect for the guy's abilities. One of the representatives reports on the situation at the exam. Only those who escaped the smoke and left the courtyard are left among the participants. 30% have already lost and have been marked with the death sign. His face shows seriousness. The head of the academy, hearing this, orders 50% of the exam participants to be expelled. His face shows determination and demandingness. Carrying around a sword that will break is just a burden, says the head of the academy. The metaphor of the sword that breaks indicates the need to weed out the 50% of losers. His face shows severity and a demand for efficiency. The scene opens with a voice coming from a window. "Do one, you headless bastard," the voice shouts. The shot shows the silhouette of a person standing at the window in the darkness of night. "I decided to come in after I heard what Sang-soo said," says another figure entering the room. His face shows determination and curiosity. "You secretly interfered with the exam and impersonated a murderer during the first exam. Sang-soo, you talkative bastard," this person continues indignantly. The footage shows the tense atmosphere of the conversation. "I heard that there were real geniuses among those who were selected, and I was curious," says an old man in a red jacket. He looks interested, but at the same time calm. The head denies that he said he was not going to monitor the exam. It turns out to be the opposite, one of them states as the conversation continues in another place in the dark night. The footage shows them discussing the events in a different setting, emphasizing the mystery of the situation. The head of the academy and Do-won start a friendly conversation while pouring sake. As the head of the academy pours the first glass, he asks, "Do you have any impressions after the first test?" The footage shows them preparing for the conversation in a relaxed atmosphere. After they have their first drink, Do-won says, "Despite what I heard, many of them didn't live up to expectations." The head replies, "Yes, indeed." Their faces show seriousness and reflection. Do-won shares that he has seen many of the participants who have aroused his interest. The head is surprised. "Really?" His face shows surprise and curiosity. "This is simply unbelievable, that someone could get my attention. The great sword Do-won, one of the Murim Coalition's blade lords," Do-won exclaims. His face shows surprise and pride. "They didn't just attract attention, they impressed me." Do-won continues, "There's more shocking information for Sang-soo." His face shows intrigue and anticipation. Each of them is at different levels, although I can't pinpoint the exact level because of the chaotic nature of the situation, Do-won says. His face shows seriousness and reflection as he analyzes the participants' abilities. "They are among the most encouraging participants to ever enter the academy," he continues. His confidence in the potential of the new generation is evident in the footage. The head of the academy is happy to hear good news among all these events. His face shows satisfaction and hope. "The Murim Coalition hopes to create a new Dan using this exam," he explains. Because of this, Sang-soo was worried that there wouldn't be enough qualified candidates, but now he can rest easy. His face shows relief. Do-won is surprised by this information. "New Dan, really? You think so?" he exclaims. His face shows intrigue and surprise. This series of shots shows a conversation about the potential and future of the new members of the academy who can play a key role in creating a new Dan. The optimism of the head of the academy and the surprise of Do-won add depth and variety of emotions to the dialogue. "Yes, that's right, Yoon Cheon-dan, which we have always wanted to create," confirms the head of the academy, emphasizing his vision. His face shows determination and dreaminess. This information sounds very unusual for Do-won. His face shows surprise and slight misunderstanding. A night at the academy. The guys who passed the preliminary test are talking to each other. The footage shows them exchanging ideas in a relaxed manner. "Oh, come on. After you made us run around in that smoke until we were exhausted, the food was terrible. And what kind of housing is this?" complains one of the participants. His face shows dissatisfaction and fatigue. The girl sits on a humble bed and complains to her brother about everything around her. How could the global coalition of Murim provide such poor hospitality? My brother? She says. Her face shows disappointment and annoyance. The girl's brother sits and listens patiently to her complaints. He reminds her that they are not here as guests. His face shows calmness and understanding of the reality of their situation. Despite his explanation, she continues to express her dissatisfaction. The brother turns his attention to their neighbor. The footage shows him trying to redirect the girl's attention. Their neighbor's other sister approaches Mr. Mu and speaks to him in gratitude. Her face shows sincerity and gratitude. She sincerely thanks Mushin. "If it wasn't for your fight alongside us, I wouldn't have been able to pass," she says. The footage shows her gratitude and relief. Mushin responds to her gratitude. "Miss Peck, you could have done it without my help." His face expresses humility and confidence in her abilities. When Mushin says this, she replies that he overestimates her. "I couldn't do it on my own," she says. Her brother is watching this conversation closely. The footage shows him looking intently at their dialogue. Her sister appears around the corner and says, "And I was the one who told her not to lower the bar first. What a jerk." Her words are both reproachful and encouraging. Watching this scene, the guy feels that something is wrong. He asks this brave girl what happened. His face shows curiosity and concern. "It happened when you disappeared in white smoke while fighting," she replies. The footage shows her reenacting this moment, trying to explain the situation. She recalls how she was alone, lengthened her thread and began to wrap it around herself. She directed all her attention to blocking attacks from many enemies. Her face shows concentration and determination. This series of shots demonstrates emotional and dynamic moments between the characters, reflecting their relationships, fears, and courage. The story gathers momentum, showing the depth of the characters and their internal conflicts. One of the murderers is quite agile, catching the girl's thread, leaving her defenseless. Her face shows surprise and fear. At this moment, the killers are approaching her, and she is sure that she will fail the exam. Her face shows despair and panic. But then Mr. Mu appears and eliminates both attackers. His face is calm and confident. He acts quickly and efficiently. After eliminating the killers, Mushin makes a comment to the girl. "You need to be quicker and more graceful with the thread. When you make it longer, you need to be more careful, but it seems you are in a difficult position after your impractical and impulsive attack." His face is serious and focused. At this point, her sister appears and says that she will take care of one side while she looks after the other. Her face shows determination and commitment. "Maybe you think it's beneath you to join forces with her, but she relied on you," Mushin says, addressing the girl. His face is serious, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. Mushin explains to the girls that the men they see are just decoys. The real enemies who are preparing to attack are hiding in the smoke, he warns. He points to the enemy strategy. "Choose one enemy at a time. I'll get rid of the rest," he instructs. His face shows confidence and readiness for action. His sister's account of him was impressive. He was strong, smart, and experienced. He seemed to see through the smoke, she says. Her face shows admiration and respect. Her brother asks her the name of this mysterious warrior. "His name is Mu-En," she replies. The shot shows the curiosity and intrigue that surrounds this figure. People discuss Mu-En as an independent practitioner. Their faces show curiosity and distrust of this mysterious character. This raises many questions about this character that have not yet been answered. The footage shows people thinking, trying to understand who he is. "The only reason we passed the test was because of you, sir, because of your excellent sword technique," one of the brothers says, addressing Mu Yen in appreciation, his face full of admiration and gratitude. The two brothers decide to meet the gentleman who helped them. "Our acquaintance is a little late. On the left is Jiang Haik, and on the right is Jiang Gluk," they introduce themselves. Their faces show friendliness and openness. "Because of recent events, I haven't had a chance to think about it, but now I see that you are twins," says the guy in red. "Yes, we really are twins," the brothers answer. Their faces show light laughter and sincerity. "Well, anyway, it's nice to meet you," Mu-En replies, expressing his politeness and openness to new acquaintances. His face shows sincerity and friendliness. The lights have already been turned off in the Academy's houses, emphasizing the late afternoon. Darkness envelops the buildings, creating a calm and mysterious atmosphere. Somewhere in the darkness, a door creaked, adding to the mystery and uncertainty of this moment. The shot shows only the outline of the opening door. Muen leaves the camp, walking into the forest. The shot shows him walking away from the academy, separated from the others. He climbs on a large rock and looks up at the night sky, shining with stars. The image shows Mu Yen contemplating outer space, deep in thought and reflection. Mu En, sitting on a stone, reflects on his desire for peace, realizing that complete silence and tranquility are unattainable for him. His face shows thoughtfulness and slight melancholy. He notices that a persistent girl is watching him. "Are you here to mock me again?" he says, turning to her. His face is ironic and slightly reproachful. Mu En thinks that perhaps it is here, in this place, that he will be able to find at least a little relaxation. His face shows hope for rest. The girl realizes that Mu En has noticed her. She looks surprised and a little embarrassed by his sharp eyes. She jumps on a rock next to Mu Yen and says, "I hope you didn't think I was following you." Her face shows an attempt to look careless and casual in this situation. Han Seojin explains that she came to him because her feet led her here, and she hid when she noticed someone nearby. Her face expresses slight embarrassment. Mu Yon wonders how he knew she was there. His face expresses curiosity and inquisitiveness. Mu En answers her question. "Let's just say I threw a stone and a frog jumped on it." This means that he just guessed when he asked, and she responded to his provocation. A sly smile appears on his face. Han Seojin is offended that he compared her to a frog. "Does it matter what you compare me to, as long as my essence is unchanged, Mu Yan?" she says. Her face shows indignation and disappointment. She turns to him and says, "Once again, my name is Han Seojin." Her face shows confidence and dignity. She asks him his name. Her face shows curiosity and expectation. "Examinees, your attention, please. The second test is about to begin, so please gather in the training room before it starts," the organizer announces. Excitement and tension fill the air as the participants begin to gather. People are starting to get ready for the exam. "Ugh, I'm already tired. I must not have slept well," complains one of the participants. The training center is large and noisy, filled with participants discussing the upcoming test. The examiner will arrive soon, so please take your seats and wait quietly. Perhaps you know something about the test. One of the organizers addresses the group of participants. People's faces show curiosity and uncertainty. "Did you manage to get some sleep, Mr. Mu?" Mu En is asked by a girl in the waiting room. He is surprised to see her there. "Oh, Miss Beck," he replies, a little surprised by her presence. There is tension and curiosity between them. Everyone hopes that it will be a simple test, but no one knows what awaits them. The faces of the participants show hope mixed with anxiety. This series of shots captures the atmosphere of tense anticipation before the second test. The contestants are gathered in the training room, discussing the challenges ahead and their assumptions about what is to come. Mu Yon and Han Seojin continue their interactions, adding intrigue to the unfolding events. One participant reflects, "Could they weed out half of us again? Of course they can. But why? They already did it yesterday." He looks thoughtful and worried. The examiner of the second test, Juge Yong, arrives and congratulates everyone on the successful completion of the 5 senses test. His face expresses satisfaction and self-confidence. Juge Yun looks a bit suspicious, but at the same time he has an authoritative look. His gaze is serious and piercing. The participants are already experiencing a headache, not knowing what the comprehension exam is. Their faces show mixed expressions of confusion and dissatisfaction. The examiner looks at the participants and notices that everyone looks tired. "No one kept you up all night. You were given enough time to rest," he says. His tone is sympathetic but also stern. The examiner observes the participants and comments, "But judging by your tired appearance, it seems that yesterday's test was quite exhausting." His face shows sympathy and surprise. The twins agree with the examiner's words. "Absolutely right. Even in a real battle it wouldn't have been so hard. It was as if we were balancing between life and death." Their expressions are tense and tired. The professor laughs. "Really, to that extent?" The teacher expresses his concern. "I cannot allow you to participate in the test in such a miserable condition." His face shows concern and responsibility. The examiner orders to bring prepared lunches. Beautiful girls enter the room carrying what looks like tea. The atmosphere changes to a more relaxed and comfortable one. This drink is called Longjin. Longjin is a kind of green tea, the teacher announces. The participants' faces show curiosity and relief. The examiner explains the benefits of Longjin. This tea cleanses your body, strengthens your blood vessels, and its taste, aroma, and color make it a first-class tea drink. His expression shows pride and satisfaction with this tea. Even on the battlefield, everyone has the right and opportunity to properly restore energy before a fight. The examiner continues. He stands with a cup of tea in his hands, demonstrating its importance. Using my authority as an examiner, I'm going to give you some time, so please relax and enjoy, he says, inviting the participants to relax. His face is gentle and friendly. One of the test participants exclaims with gratitude, "What a divine drink!" His expression is one of delight and pleasure. The twins drink the tea in one gulp, first one cup, then the other. Their faces express relief and gratitude. This series of shots shows a moment of relaxation and renewed energy for the participants before the second test. The atmosphere of the hall turns from tense to more relaxed and pleasant, allowing the participants to recuperate and get ready to continue the competition. The family team is also savoring this nectar. Their expressions show approval. This is really good. Suddenly, Mushin intervenes, stopping Longjin. His face is serious. Please listen. Just put the cup to your lips, but don't drink, he insists. His eyes are full of warning and concern. He thinks something has been put in the tea, and he recommends that they not drink it. His eyes reflect suspicion and concern. Longjin is shocked by this information. Her face expresses surprise and anxiety. This series of shots shows Mushin warning about the potential dangers associated with Longjin tea. Longjin holds a cup of tea, her hands shaking. She listened to Mushin's warning. Her face is a mixture of fear and thought. The teacher turns to the group. Well, did everyone enjoy it? The participants feel their fatigue disappear, and the taste and aroma of the tea is really first class. They look impressed and grateful. The examiner notices the effect of the tea and suggests that the exam begin. His face expresses satisfaction and anticipation. Various types of mixed herbs are laid out in front of the participants, including rare and expensive species. They look interested and focused. The examiner announces the task. Your task is very simple. You can use all of these herbs. He looks confident and expectant. This series of shots sets the stage for the next phase of the exam, showing the participants re-energized by the tea and preparing for the new challenge. R+. The examiner states, "It will be great if you can prepare the antidote you need." His face expresses seriousness and challenge. The participants are shocked. The tea was poisoned. Their faces reflect stupor and panic. They realize that everyone who drank the tea has now been poisoned. The effects of the poison are taking effect. One of the participants begins to cough up blood, his face crossed with fear. The guy is terrified to see blood coming out of his mouth. His hands are shaking and his eyes are wide with fear. Many participants cough up blood, some even faint. This brutal test was undoubtedly planned. The faces of the participants reflect horror and despair. This series of shots reflects the shocking revelation about the poisoned tea and its consequences for the participants. An atmosphere of tension and danger is created, adding intrigue and emotion to the story. It was a curse. It was a poison that could kill them, thinks one of the participants, whose face reflects fear and understanding of the danger. The effect of the poison quickly manifests itself, and everyone who drank the tea begins to cough up blood. The faces of the participants are full of pain and shock. The examiner, with a cold expression on his face, explains, "I couldn't start the test without poisoning you. This is an important lesson. In the future, you will often encounter poisonous substances." The participants are shocked to realize that they have all drunk poisoned tea. They look confused and frightened. The teacher warns, "Soon the effect of the poison will only increase and cloud your mind." His face expresses seriousness and unwaveringness. This series of shots shows the tension building among the examinees as they realize they are in a dangerous situation. The examiner said, "In about half an hour you will lose consciousness." He has a look of determination and coldness on his face. "This is the end of your test. You need to determine what poison you have been poisoned with and make an antidote." The students look puzzled and anxious, and they quickly think of possible solutions. "If it seems too difficult for you, you can leave whenever you want. The master will cure you with the antidote he already has. The examiner continues. His expression is one of relentlessness. The teacher leaves the room saying, "Well, I wish you good luck," and closes the door behind him. His face expresses calmness. He leaves a scented candle by the door. "When it burns, you will lose consciousness. By then you need to come up with an antidote." Coughing up blood, the students search for a solution, racing against time and their own weakened state. This series of shots emphasizes the desperation and urgency of the situation, where the students need to act quickly to save their own lives. Their struggle against the poison and time adds drama and suspense to the story. The students, screaming in pain and despair, their faces bleeding, exclaim, "My God, what a cruel exam! I want to give up. To hell with this test." The pain and fear of death can be seen in their eyes. Longjin turns to Mushin. "How did you know that the tea was poisoned?" Her face is a mixture of curiosity and concern. "You could have kept quiet, but for some reason you told me about it." The girl continues, looking at Mushin with suspicion and gratitude. Mushin replies, "I helped her only because she can save everyone else." His face shows confidence and calmness. "Didn't she say it herself?" Mushin asks, noting Longjin's abilities. His gaze reflects concentration and analysis. This series of shots emphasizes the high stakes of the exam, where the students are fighting against a deadly threat, and reveals the depth of Mushin's character, who shows intuition and wisdom. Longjin, shocked by the unexpected turn of events, acknowledges her words. "If you ever need any help, please let me know." A look of gratitude and awareness of her importance appears on her face. Mushin responds, "I will not refuse your offer." His expression reflects gratitude and recognition of its importance. Mushin asked Longjin about her specializations, other than working with thread. His inquisitive face indicates his interest in her abilities. "Our paths may yet diverge," Mushin reflects, convinced that her ability is poison. This means he helped her because she can heal everyone around her. His expression reflects prudence and calculation. "Although there are many types of poisons, only 5 are used as a basis," Longjin continues, concentrating on the possibilities of creating an antidote. Her eyes show determination and concentration. This series of shots reveals a deeper understanding between Mushin and Longjin, emphasizing their mutual support and importance in the current situation. The poisoned examinees were lying on the floor. Longjin speaks in concentration, "Wait a minute," and began to investigate the situation. She examines one of the participants and notices that the body is cold and blood is flowing from the nose. "This poison only works when consumed orally," she concludes, analyzing the symptoms in concentration. Longjin reflects on the color and flavor of the tea, drawing a conclusion. The poison had a color and a smell disguised by the tea. Mushin appears next to her, sharing her thoughts. "The basis of this poison must be, maybe it's blood dispersion poison or snake venom," shares Mushin with Longjin. Their eyes show concentration and a shared desire to solve the mystery. Han Seojin, who agrees with Mushin, thinks aloud about the symptoms of poisoning. "We have similar symptoms but different antidotes. This makes it difficult to diagnose." She looks thoughtful but confident in her knowledge. She explains the difference in poisons. It all depends on the reaction of the dantian, the center of the vital energy qi. Her face reflects intellectual curiosity and a deep understanding of the topic. Mushin calmly replies, "This poison did not cause any reaction in my dantian." His facial expression is still and controlled. Han Seojin is shocked to see that Mushin has been drinking poison tea, but is unharmed. She looks at him with confusion and curiosity. She watches as everyone around her coughs up blood, and Mushin remains unimpressed. Her eyes reflect embarrassment and admiration for his strength. Han Seojin thinks, "That's incredible. He must be completely immune to poisons." Her face shows surprise and a great desire to learn more about Mu Yan. She wonders, who is he really like? Chapter 10. On one of those incredibly beautiful days filled with green hues, the academy is immersed in silence, like a preserved moment of peace. Sang-Soo stood on top of a mountain with a majestic panoramic view of the academy. The breeze played casually in his hair, and his eyes stared into infinity, pondering a variety of thoughts. All sorts of thoughts were raging in his head like an invisible river, carrying with it great ideas and unknown possibilities. But one thought tried to come to the fore and did not let him rest. It was the thought of Yaga, the mysterious and charming girl who had revealed herself to him during their last meeting. Her image stood before him as an integral part of his soul, giving life a new dimension. That evening, when he and the head of the academy were drinking sake, Sang-soo frankly told him that Changseongdan was a repository of priceless knowledge that had been passed down from generation to generation, and pointed out that this place hid a huge amount of experience and skill in mastering supernatural powers. All that was missing was more soldiers to make the organization a real force, but if their group were to be joined by the very outstanding individuals he had spotted, people with extraordinary abilities, the strength of their organization would blossom in all colors. The head of the academy emphasized that Yongcheongdan is nothing but the answer to all their problems, and this moment has long since come when the door to a new ethical order should have been opened. The words of the head of the academy did not subside in his mind, prompting him to constantly be in a tense state of reflection. He stood there, lost in thought, when the master approached him. He looked at his thoughtful face with a strange expression in his eyes and said, "It seems that you are impatient to know the results of the examination." It was the teacher of the second test, Mr. Zhug, whom even familiarity made an impression. Some time passed, and the antidote that Miss Peck had skillfully administered took effect. Thanks to her expert knowledge of poisons, everyone in the room taking the exam was saved from danger. Everyone was extremely grateful to her and could not praise her enough, because if it were not for her, they would have faced an incredibly serious threat to their lives and failed the exam. Her ungrateful sister didn't understand why everyone around her kept praising her for what she thought was a normal use of the antidote. After these words, her brother could not contain his emotions and said, "Hold your tongue, okay? How can you say such a thing?" After she took the antidote, his sister was shocked that her brother was expressing his disagreement and was on the other side. People continued to admire Miss Peck's actions, who managed to save everyone at such a dangerous moment. However, she was upset and said, "Why do you put so much emphasis on my weaknesses?" And the answer was refuted, "We don't think you are weak at all." Mushin was pleased with all this action, and he had an expressive smile on his face. The girl watched him with the certainty that it was all due to his merit. Two experienced craftsmen were discussing the details of the moment when they discovered that they had been spiked with snake venom. Few people have the knowledge of how to distribute blood and remove venom from a snake bite. They really wondered how they managed to solve this mystery. After the test was over, the master came back with the antidote in his hands. However, when he entered the examination hall, he met the surprised and delighted gaze of those he had saved. The master felt that his words and actions had caused an unexpected reaction, as if he had been hit on the head. It looks like Lee Jiam will not only become stronger, but also gain more self-confidence. The mister asks, "What do you think about this?" He is trying to find out your opinion and perspective on the events by asking you questions so that you reveal your own thoughts and feelings. Have you heard anything about Lee Jem, or do you mean this new band? I think we have made a decision, but I still doubt that it is the right one. Well, when we assess the current state of the coalition, I am increasingly inclined to think that the creation of the Yuncheongdan is our necessity. After all, it seems to me that you are also planning to support this new group. I just think that we need to think carefully about all aspects of this matter. Don't you think that Yuncheongdan's influence could be much greater than that of Jongseodan? Of course it is true. If Cheonseodan is a shield, then Yuncheondan can be considered a sword that is vulnerable to both enemies and those who hold it. And this sword impresses with the agility and strength of both sides. It can defend and attack with equal confidence. Master claims that the best way to fight infection is sometimes to cut it out at the root. He seems convinced that this radical approach can be the most effective. Meanwhile, the master reflects that the whole process may be painful and bloody, but he believes that it is much better than ignoring the problem and putting lives at risk. At this very moment, a young man interrupts the conversation and tells Mr. Zhuge that the preparations for the new test are complete. Soon they will be ready for the new test. Based on this, the master turned to Lee Guillaume and expressed his desire for Do Won to become the head of Yuncheondan. He believes that the only one who truly deserves this position is Do Won. This was done to avoid other words from your doctor losing their weight and importance. Suza looked at this situation with a cold, thoughtful gaze. Do Wong's name was ingrained in his mind. At the end of the exam, people were too interested in whether there would be a continuation. Regarding the upcoming test, The people were still in a state of shock after the previous exam and suspected that someone may have tried to poison them. They were not sure if they had already recovered from the poison in time to take the next test. They were curious to know what kind of test awaited them this time, because no one had even a rough idea of what the academy was preparing for them in the future. They approached the impressive glass temple and began to enter it one by one. The examiner was already waiting there, so he greeted them and encouraged them all to enter. After entering, they looked around and noticed that it was completely dark inside. In addition, their eyes caught sight of steep steps. They were warned to be very careful not to slip. As they opened up to this incredible underground city, they looked around in awe. The military believed that this labyrinth had been built with great care and that the curious stones had really worked hard to make this place extremely impressive. Master Chow appeared from the dark corridor and told the soldiers that they had started the test too early. A labyrinth of underground training catacombs, as well as many other mysterious rooms, opened up before them. The training rooms were designed to improve skills and cultivate with special techniques. Some places resembled a maze where warriors had to develop their abilities. Among the newcomers were those who had just started their journey and could not turn back. This part of the test was about understanding the maze, and they had to get out of it within half an hour. According to the teacher, this was the second part of the test, and they had to try to get out of this complex maze. But if they fail to do so within the allotted time, they will have to be subject to a death warrant. The master believed that no one would be left behind in these underworlds. His speech was very impressive, and he knew exactly how to get his students interested. Everyone was surprised when they were placed in a city where they could just go around and around. Everyone had a lot of questions about the true motive of this task, as there was always a secret meaning behind each test. The confident guy started a conversation about how he filled in all the footprints they had followed through the maze. He promised that this time they would all be able to pass the test without any difficulties. The guy assured everyone around him. The people who got into this maze had amazing abilities. Moshin hesitated for a long time, but if this guy was so confident, he was ready to take responsibility and lead the group. He promised everyone that when they all got out safely, he would buy them something to eat. "Brother, we need to keep up with him quickly because time is limited," my sister emphasized. The sister told the boy that her biggest fear was that they might get lost traveling this way. A strange guy our hero passed by said he could feel a slight vibration and a constant sound coming from the wall. This wordlessly meant that the underground training catacombs were a continuous moving machine. From the moment they went down, everything around them began to vibrate. Everyone in the group was amazed at how quickly this strange guy perceived the situation. They couldn't help but ask him how he managed to notice all this. And here was the answer. He belonged to the Barter sect, and this machine was designed by their creatures. Everyone burst out with questions and wondered how such equipment had fallen into the hands of this sect. Mushin, with the support of other soldiers, also agreed with this information, because everyone could see that this guy was telling the truth. However, this was not the only secret that this machine hid. For the first time, Mushin felt that the smell he had smelled before had become so intense that he could not help but pay attention to it. After a while, the girl next to me stopped and started thinking, "Where does this unusual smell come from, and why is it getting stronger?" The two blundering brothers, who also smelled this sweet aroma, could not take their noses off it. They were extremely surprised by this phenomenon. What could it mean? A lute lit up in Mushin's heart. The idea that the underground catacombs could be filled with poison was very disturbing. He couldn't help but share his concern with others and look for answers. It was easy to form a common opinion. The cave they entered really contained poison. It is not known who released this poison and for what purpose, but the fact remained the fact, and it created an extremely threatening situation. The main purpose of the trial was to find a way out of the dungeon. This meant that they were not allowed to use a deadly poison that could endanger the lives of all participants. So they knew that the solution to this mystery must be somewhere bigger and safer. The strange thing was that people continued to breathe even after they felt the presence of the poison in the air. This meant that the poison had some special properties, or the poisonous action had not yet manifested itself in full. The twins, who were standing next to the girl, said that they were already experiencing the first symptoms of poisoning, such as dizziness and nausea. However, the girl has not yet shared her feelings and symptoms, which may indicate that she was in a special state or was storing important information. One of the guys expressed indignation and anxiety. "The longer we linger here, the harder it will be for all of us to get out." He added uncertainty to the situation, emphasizing the need to act quickly and find a way out of this deadly trap. Mushin approached the young man from the underground sect, who introduced himself as Sobyanin. He was curious why this guy was here, and if he could help find a way out. Asking about the possibility of finding a way out was the next step in their search. Sobyanin pondered over this and felt that he still did not fully understand how the mechanism of these catacombs worked. The darkness around them was so deep that it was difficult to make out signs or routes. He assumed that this task required a lot of time, and they might not have time to solve it even in an hour. Sobyanin answered thoughtfully. The darkness of the catacombs was so deep and thick that even knowing the general direction, it was difficult to make out where exactly to go. He also noted that it would take time for them to learn the mechanics of movement in these mazes, and he doubted they would be able to do it in 1 hour. However, Sobyanin expressed the opinion that if everyone unites and helps each other, the work on finding a way out will go faster. He emphasized the importance of teamwork and joint definition of patterns that they can follow. Everyone in the catacombs was united in their desire to save themselves and find a way out. They believed in success, and this unity motivated them to make all possible efforts to achieve a common goal: getting out of the trap of the catacombs. Everyone agreed to unite and follow Sobyanin, who seemed to have information about the way out. One of the men told Sobyanin that everyone was ready and they would bear him. As they began to move forward, Sobyanin instructed them to actively look for any cracks or crevices in the walls, ceiling, and floor of the catacombs. He assured them that even minor details could be useful in finding a way out. One of the men noticed that Han Seojin, who had just been nearby, suddenly disappeared. He began to worry and look for her among the other participants. Miss Peck saw that Sir Mu was going in the wrong direction, and she warned him about it. He turned to her and replied that she could continue without him, as he would catch up with them quickly. Sir Mu's words surprised Miss Peck, but she decided not to argue and agreed to continue the journey with the other participants. She hoped that Sir Mu could really catch up and join them quickly. Paranoia and hopelessness, even reinforced by the voices of comrades who refused to look for a way out, besieged the group members. Many began to feel despair because they were locked in underground labyrinths and did not have any concrete plans to get out of this situation. Mushin, putting his hand on the shoulder of one of his comrades, tried to bring some sanity to this tense situation. He emphasized that the smell they smelled was that of snake jaws. It is a notoriously poisonous smell that is a warning of danger, but can also indicate a way out, as snakes often surface when they need to get out of the dungeon. It is known that practitioners from the northern regions used a special preparation for the treatment of wounds. They knew how to use it well, but they did it in large quantities. However, they indicated that the drug should be used very carefully, because it was very strong. Northern regions used a special preparation for the treatment of wounds. They knew how to use it well, but they did it in large quantities. However, they indicated that the drug should be used very carefully, because it was very strong. The catchy name Snake Jaw confused the participants even more. They began to think about how this was related to their situation, and why this smell in their environment became even more noticeable. The poison had a rich, sweet scent that lingered in the air, highlighting their desperate situation. "In the end, you will end up in the snake's mouth," Mushin said with bitterness in his voice, realizing that their choice of risk and the unknown had led them to this poisonous situation. "This is a curse," replied Mushin, feeling how the poison began to act on his body. He tried to reduce the frequency of breathing as much as possible, delaying the symptoms of poisoning. He was convinced that lowering his breathing rate would help him in this situation, and he fought the effects of the poison, hoping that he could keep his mind clear and in control. But the poison began to act quickly, and Mushin understood that time was against him. He was already beginning to feel the first symptoms, and it reminded him of the constant pressure of time in these poisonous catacombs. The protagonist's legs seemed to him immersed in a sea of blood, his own blood. With each passing second, this red liquid rose higher and higher, giving him the feeling of a continuous ascent. The level of this red liquid almost reached the protagonist's neck, seeming merciless. Immediately he was completely immersed in this red liquid, and there was no turning back. He was in the power of this poisonous environment. Master said earlier that fears and pain can reveal the depths of your soul and completely consume your mind. The main character personally felt the effect of this poison, which was already leading him to an unknown world. For some time his thoughts took him to another world that revealed his own memories. He found himself in his own memories, standing on a levitating stone filled with the blood that united them to their brother. At the top of the mountain stood one of the most powerful members of the sect, his voice echoing around as he called out, "We are enriched by the powers we draw from the blood of our enemies." His supporters surrounded him, dreaming of rising to even higher heights and becoming gods, thanks to the flow of blood from Mushin. This man was in fantastic physical shape, and this was just the beginning of their quest to become the strongest. He prophesied that none of them would live to see the dawn. First, they demanded the heart of God, which they called Mushin. They needed his blood, and, unable to overcome their thirst, they attacked Mushin, trying to take away his life elixir. However, the god of war was not as easy an opponent as they might imagine. He was ready to do anything to protect himself and his blood. The god of war's power was limitless, and his one powerful blow knocked back the cultists who tried to attack him. They flew in the air, as if lying under his feet. Using his own skill and technique, he was an undeniable force. His movements were precise and fast, and he was able to easily open up his enemies' attacks. Mushin's powerful blows tore apart his enemies, not even allowing them to approach him. They felt his strength and carelessness in every movement. Mushin's eyes burned with a bright yellow flame of power, and his appearance was filled with determination and power. He regarded his enemies as corpses lying before him. The ground beneath him shook with his mighty blow, and stones flew apart, hurling at his enemies like projectiles. He was invincible in this fight, and his strength was extremely impressive. No one could even come close to his strength. No one could come close to him. He was unsurpassed. His main target was the head of this blood cult. The main character broke away from the ground and rose up, flying high above his enemies. He rose so high that he was confidently above his target, the bloody head. His desperation and determination helped him drive the target. His words were filled with fury, and he was getting closer to his goal with each passing moment. Nothing could stop him on his way to revenge. The head of this menacing cult was burning with anticipation to face him, but she now felt fear of the protagonist's ruthlessness and power. The main character had no equal at this moment. His eyes burned with red fire, as if he himself had become a demon, thirsting for battle and blood. Suddenly he woke up on his knees in the dungeons, surprised by what had happened. All this time the sensations of reality mixed with his impressions of the poison, and he did not quite understand what was happening. Among the many memories in his head, the poison chose the one when he felt the most physical pain. He could feel hell coursing through his body, but the memory helped him focus on what was at stake. The poison indicated the place where the main character felt the most suffering. It was a place where his physical and spiritual strength were at the limit, and this event became a key event in his life. The protagonist felt that the fate of everyone in the cave depended on him, including Han Seo-jin and even this child. This internal challenge became an even greater incentive for him. Mushin understood that time was running out and that he had to complete this task as soon as possible in order to find Han Seo-jin and save her from the poison. From that moment on, he no longer postponed this task for later and was determined to find her, regardless of all the difficulties and dangers that awaited him ahead. The poison had already managed to affect the girl, and she began to perceive the world around her in a completely different way. Her consciousness was covered in fog, and reality melted away like smoke in her hands. In the middle of this, the delusional girl noticed a rope twisted into a knot. She became a symbol of complex relationships surrounding her life. Against the background of this werewolf, the girl saw the image of a woman tied in the knot of death, who was dying, powerless from pain and hopelessness. This image deepened her horror and desperation. The girl was delving into her past memories when her mother made a decision that changed their entire lives. She felt like a little child who didn't understand why this happened. Questions about her future and her relationship with her new mother began to brew in the girl's mind as the poison continued to affect her consciousness. As the poison engulfed her body and mind, the girl descended into madness and rage. She felt a desire to take revenge for all the suffering she had to go through, and delved back into her delusions and painful memories. The image shows three people standing side by side, focused on their actions. They seem to be immersed in a serious conversation, each with their own unique facial expressions. The center of attention is the sensei, whose figure radiates an aura of thoughtfulness and prudence. His gaze is turned into the distance, and he seems to be deep in thought about an important question in the air. The words, "How long is left, RDJ? There's only a little bit left. Just a little bit more," echo, reflecting the intensity of the moment. These words, spoken with a hint of anticipation, seem to highlight the importance of the next step in their journey. There is a comment about the addition of the little-known flavored snake jaws, causing unforeseen difficulties. It's a detail that hints at the exotic and dangerous aspect of their mission, adding intrigue and mystery to the story. If it ends up like this, Do-won and Lee Kyung will be very disappointed. Reveals the expectations and hopes that rest on the shoulders of these characters. It hints at the high stakes of their task and the possible consequences for the protagonists, increasing the weight of the moment. The assistant, waving his hand energetically, addresses Yu Gyun Nim with an important message. His voice is full of excitement and tension as he delivers news that could change the course of events. The first participants have already left. These words sounded like a sign of a great victory. The participants had obviously coped with the difficult task that had been set before them, causing relief and joy. In the allotted time, they passed this exam. The phrase emphasizes the success of the participants who not only managed to cope with the task, but also did so in a limited time. Emotional exclamation. "We made it! We did a great job! We did it!" Their relief and satisfaction with their achievement fills the atmosphere with optimism and hope. Sensei, pleased with the result, watches the events with a look of pride and recognition on his face. His reaction shows the high standards and requirements he set for the participants and their successful completion of these challenges. The team receives an instruction from a supervisor who seems deeply concerned about their well-being. They're probably really thirsty, so take them somewhere else to get something to drink. The response, "Yes, sir," emphasizes willingness and respect for the order. "We've prepared a place nearby, so please walk a little further." These words indicate a well-thought-out organization and care for the participants, emphasizing the importance of their comfort after the test. A girl looking thoughtfully toward the exit may be experiencing a moment of reflection and inner turmoil. Her gaze directed toward the exit may symbolize a desire to escape from her current situation or thoughts about the future. She turns to Sir-mu, perhaps seeking support or answers to her questions. Her interaction with this persona may be key to understanding her character and motives. Sir expresses harsh criticism of her. "How dare you care for someone else when you cannot even cope with the effects of the poison yourself, being only a burden to us?" This dialogue reveals the deep internal conflicts and mistrust that exist between the characters and can play a significant role in the development of further events. A woman who plays an important role in the scenario gives the girl a stern instruction. "If you want to prove that you can do something on your own, then take care of yourself first. Stop being so insignificant in other people's eyes." These words sound like a challenge for the girl, an incentive to improve herself and change the way others view her. She was deep in thought after these words. She is obviously rethinking her place in the situation and her abilities, reflecting on the importance of independence and self-respect. The sir, listening to this conversation, makes a laconic comment. His reaction may indicate skepticism, reflection, or even disapproval of the statements that have been made. Continues his reflections. "Now that I think about it, this man is not among them." The sir expresses his surprise and disappointment at the absence of a key character whom he considered important. The aura he radiated was so unusual, I thought he would come out first. Shares his observations and impressions, emphasizing the uniqueness and significance of this missing person. There is tension in the air as time is running out for a key character. His situation seems critical, but he doesn't lose confidence. Despite the limited time, he still has something he is keeping. It could be a plan, a hope, or unfinished business that keeps him on his toes and motivates him to act. "He's not going to give up his expectations yet," is a statement of his determination and steadfastness. He is not ready to give up his dreams and goals regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly, he jumps down into the basement. This decisive and unexpected step may symbolize his willingness to face the unknown or to enter a darker and more dangerous part of his journey. Landing softly on his feet, which demonstrates his physical fitness and grace. This moment may also indicate his ability to manage the situation and maintain control even in the most difficult circumstances. His gaze, full of strength and determination, expresses unwavering will and self-confidence. It is the look of a person who knows his worth and has a clear purpose. He is experiencing an internal conflict, as an image of a certain person or situation constantly arises in his mind. This image seems inseparable from his thoughts and feelings. "I can't even breathe once without his image." This phrase reflects a deep inner connection that keeps him in a state of constant focus on this image. It speaks of the dominant influence of this person or memory on his life. Looking into the room, he feels something special. Perhaps it is a premonition or intuition that something important or invisible to others is present in this space. There really is someone else in the room. This presence may be unexpected or important for the further development of the scenario. This person may be a key figure in future events or reveal a new twist in the story. An unidentified person sits in the room and claims with unwavering confidence and tension in his voice that he is not guilty of murder. This statement sounds like a defense or an attempt to prove his innocence. He is holding a stone in his hand, which can serve both as a weapon and a symbol of his despair or determination. He seems ready to defend or attack to prove his point. Shouting, "I didn't kill," he suddenly rushes at the hero. This aggressive action can be caused by fear, despair, or misunderstanding. His emotional outburst emphasizes the intensity of the moment. This exclamation, "Is he crazy?" shows surprise and incomprehension on the part of the hero or another character. This may indicate the unexpectedness and illogicality of the attacker's actions. The hero stops the attacker with one hand, demonstrating his superiority in strength and control of the situation. This gesture can reflect his calmness, strength, and ability to calm or resolve a conflict without violence. The attacker, losing his balance, falls face first to the floor. This moment reflects his complete helplessness and fatigue, and also emphasizes the hero's superiority in this confrontation. Reflects as he watches this scene. Seeing the one who said he knew the way become like this, the situation of others becomes clear as day. These thoughts indicate his deep analysis of the situation and his ability to draw conclusions about the situation of others based on the behavior of one person. Conclusion: these lunatics are everywhere. This comment contains irony and a critical attitude toward those who have lost control of their minds or are trapped in their own illusions or fears, locked in the most painful part of their past. This observation speaks to the deep inner wounds and traumas that haunt the characters, keeping them captive to past experiences. The girl, expressing her thoughts, asks, "Like The Walking Dead?" How deeply psychological traumas and experiences affect people's behavior and choices, making them look like zombies who are unable to control their own actions. Despite the tense atmosphere and chaotic events, the hero still looks impressive. His appearance remains neat and attractive, which emphasizes his inner strength and ability to maintain self-control in the most difficult circumstances. The girl, surprised or interested, asks the hero, "Who are you?" This question may reflect her curiosity or misunderstanding about his identity and role in these events. In turn, asks the girl to tell him who she is. He tries to understand her place in the story and how it relates to current events. However, before she can respond, the girl loses consciousness. This sudden fainting may be caused by stress, fear, fatigue, or some internal problem. Faced with this unpredictable situation, he wonders what he should do next. He thinks about how best to act in this situation to help the girl and understand what is happening. At this point, the hero's personality fades into the background. His role and motives in this situation are less important compared to his current task and the goals he has to achieve. The hero follows a path that is the revenge of the Murim coalition. This goal seems to be crucial for him, guiding his actions and choice of direction. It shows his dedication and determination to achieve justice or retribution. He spent a lot of time searching for the girl, which emphasizes his dedication and the importance of this task to him. The hero just needs to get out of this place before the time runs out to find the exit and avoid any further dangers or obstacles. The man is holding a stone, which can be a symbol of his determination, readiness for action, or even a reflection of his inner state. The man is thinking deeply about the plan. His facial expressions and gaze reflect concentration and strategic thinking. Sitting by a large wall, he talks about himself and some coalition. These words can reveal his plans, connections, or motivation. He expresses the need for some kind of guarantee, which shows that he is cautious and wants to ensure the success of his actions. This emphasizes that he is not ready to leave things to chance, but seeks certainty in his decisions. The guarantee is that no matter what variables may arise, we will be able to move forward with confidence. These words reflect his faith in the stability and flexibility of the plan, as well as his confidence that even in unforeseen circumstances, he will be able to find a way to success. A man suddenly hears an unusual crashing sound behind a wall. This sound causes him tension and anxiety because he does not know what is happening on the other side. The wall begins to shake, indicating that the source of the noise and vibrations is quite powerful. This phenomenon adds to the tension of the situation, increasing the atmosphere of uncertainty and danger. His face is covered with shock. The unexpectedness and intensity of the events are reflected in his expression, which reflects surprise and fear of the unknown. The wall breaks into pieces with a loud crash. It's a moment of complete surprise and adrenaline rush. He barely dodges the debris flying in his direction. His quick reaction and physical agility allow him to avoid serious injury. After seeing what happened, he remains in shock. This reaction emphasizes the unexpectedness and magnitude of the events that have taken place before his eyes. Our hero emerges from the ruins with a girl in his arms. It turns out that he was the one who broke down the wall. This episode can be a decisive moment in the story, revealing new aspects of the hero and his ability to overcome obstacles. At the center of the intense discussion are voices discussing serious matters. The atmosphere is filled with the importance of the moment, when every word can change the course of events. A lively debate about the creation of Yeoncheongdan unfolds. The participants exchange opinions and arguments until they come to a unanimous conclusion. The goal seems unrealizable, like a mirage that is slipping away. Mystery shrouds the reasons why one of the interlocutors decided to raise this topic. His impenetrable gaze only reinforces the sense of mystery and uncertainty that is in the air. The other participant in the conversation, determined, tries to correct the words that have been spoken. His voice sounds confident, as if he is trying to get the conversation back on track. Finally, they say that the situation is not as hopeless as it seemed at first glance. Instead of impossible, the words sound like requires more careful discussion. This opens up new perspectives and hopes for discussion, dispelling the shadows of doubt. The question arises whether there have been any changes in the cases concerning Yeoncheongdan. Curiosity is piqued because the answer could change everything. But perhaps nothing has changed. This assumption puts a tinge of disappointment in the air, like the echo of a denied hope. There seems to be a connection to the internal inspection of the Murim coalition. This detail adds a new dimension and depth to the situation, arousing curiosity about ulterior motives. Serjugi wonders whether the inspection could pose a threat to the Murim coalition. His words are tense because they reveal the potential danger in the air. The power of the coalition grew after the Great Sectarian War. Thanks to its numerous connections and relationships with other forces, its influence only expanded. In the ongoing discussion, one of the participants emphasizes that the coalition has not yet conducted a full investigation into the activities of certain groups. He would like to respond in this way. Another voice in the discussion emphasizes the importance of connections for the growth of the coalition, arguing that without them, development would not be possible. He suggests that we should not try to do something that does not promise success, as it can only provoke antipathy to the coalition. He points out that investigating inaccessible areas can cause mistrust and antipathy, which can lead to splits within the group. He asks if the other person is willing to take responsibility for such actions. The answer is that the goal can be achieved with the help of Yeoncheongdan if the group dispassionately finds and solves the internal problems of the coalition. This opinion reflects a desire to solve problems without suffering losses in their own ranks. In the discussion, one of the participants speaks about a group of young practitioners who have just turned 20. He emphasizes their obedience and is impressed by the fact that they are so experienced and competent at such a young age. Most likely, they will be able to direct the development of this group in the right direction, making them better than others. When asked who will lead this group, they say that Du Wan is considered the most suitable candidate for the role of leader. It has been suggested that although he has experience in the coalition and was one of those who led the Qian So Dang together with their leader Li Gun Hyun, he is a bit strange. This remark adds a touch of intrigue and unpredictability to the discussion. As the discussion continues, one participant expresses surprise. Indeed, these young people are the most talented of all who have ever taken the exams. This issue is fascinating and interesting. Another participant confirms that the story of these talented individuals is known throughout the coalition. This statement adds weight and significance to the achievements of these young practitioners. The conversation turns to another aspect, the rumors that the Masons have gotten extra work. This change of subject brings a sense of the reality of everyday life into the conversation. The wall of the underground training catacombs was breached due to the negligence of one of the participants. This moment introduces an element of surprise and human error into the discussion, demonstrating that even in an organized structure such as the coalition, unforeseen situations are possible. A man stands under the shade of a mighty tree, leaning on its trunk. He is deep in thought, and his gaze is lost in the distance, as if looking for answers to unspeakable questions. The spirit of China is in the air, around the buildings. Everything around is filled with the characteristic attributes of this culture, from the architectural lines of the buildings to the smallest details that will transport you to this exotic country. The man's face is full of deep thought. Every feature of his face, every expression reflects an inner world full of thoughts and feelings. The person standing under the tree looks anxious, perhaps frustrated or dissatisfied with something. His attitude and facial expressions indicate inner conflict or dissatisfaction. There seems to be a possibility of an additional exam or test. This thought comes as a hint of an upcoming test or task. They want the group members to face special fighters. The idea is to gain experience that will allow everyone to think rationally and logically, regardless of individual talent. It's not so much an exam as a training exercise that prepares them for future challenges. They are trying to convey that even if a group is created, they will not officially support it. This is a strong statement that defines their position. The inability to support the group, even if you want to, is presented as a difficult choice. The launch of the Yongcheongdan investigation will be a point of contact between the coalition and other forces. This hints at the future conflict that will arise from this initiative. What happens if the coalition leader himself comes out in support of Yongcheongdan? This is a turning point in the situation that could radically change the course of events. They have already done everything in their power. It expresses a sense of accomplishment, perhaps signaling the end of their intervention or influence. If his achievements are impressive, they will be able to start their work without delay, moving from planning to action with incredible determination. Today's success was partly due to Da Wan, who can be considered the secret key to this victory, whose contribution played a quiet but significant role in this story. From the moment he declared his readiness to take up the sword, Sensei immediately noticed him. This is the moment when a new warrior is born, walking his own path with confidence and courage. It looked like it would take more time to make this decision, but reality often makes its own adjustments, forcing us to act faster than we expect. It is really intriguing to know what exactly prompted him to make this decision. It's like a riddle that needs to be solved, and every twist and turn in this story only adds color to this multifaceted image. At that moment he was about to giving up in acceptance of inevitable defeat, but something else was smoldering in the depths of his soul. However, at the very last moment, he thought about the endless possibilities that were unfolding before him as multifaceted paths, each promising a new destiny and adventure. Like a true hero, he carries the girl on his strong shoulders, protecting her from danger and demonstrating unbreakable strength of spirit. His gaze radiated strength and confidence, as if he was ready to face any challenge that came his way. His eyes reflected the ability to conquer the entire universe, as if he possessed a secret that could change the course of history. He did not need to look for reasons to avoid this action. He knew that he would act regardless of the circumstances, guided by his inner impulse and determination. Sensei listened to his story with pleasure, showing approval and interest. One could see a spark of pride in his eyes for his student. Li Geng suddenly appears, brimming with energy and an unquenchable desire to share the news. He runs, barely touching the ground, and is ready to tell his story. An incident has occurred in the underground library, the echoes of which are already reaching the corridors. This place, usually full of peace and quiet, has suddenly become the center of a mysterious event. The intrigue is heating up. What could have happened in the quiet world of books and ancient manuscripts? This question is causing a wave of curiosity and uncertainty among everyone who has heard about the incident. The girl is sitting on top of a mountain, wrapped in a veil of peace and solitude. The view is magnificent, and she seems to be absorbed in the beauty of the world around her. If she really just wanted to rest, she wouldn't have traveled all that way to the top. Her real goal seems to be deeper than just wanting to rest. In her heart, she had a desire to express gratitude to the guy who saved her. This feeling of gratitude was stronger than any difficulties on the way. "Fuck off. Unless you're going to tell me who you really are," the girl replies sharply, emphasizing her determination and intransigence. Despite her harsh words, she is still burning with curiosity to find out who he is. This mystery continues to keep her on her toes, adding another dimension to her internal struggle. She feels that she cannot go on living without knowing who he really is. This uncertainty drives her to search for answers, filling her thoughts and heart. She knows only the name of the swordsman Sun Volya, whom she heard in legends and stories that echoed among the people, echoing in her memory. This swordsman Sungwol sent her to him, giving her hope of finding the answers she so desperately seeks. "The man who uses the name Muen, this is the one who will give me the answer I'm looking for," the girl thinks, full of confidence and determination in her search for the truth. She watches the girl thoughtfully, as if unraveling the depth of her thoughts and feelings, trying to understand the unspoken that is hidden behind her words and gaze. The man's hand looks like a mighty hammer, each blow imbued with strength and confidence. His muscles tense under the skin, reflecting incredible strength. He recalls the moment when he smashed the wall, his movements precise and decisive, as if each blow was part of a long-honed choreography of destruction. The wall was shattered, unable to withstand the force of his blows. The destruction became a metaphor for his unbridled power and will. The fragments flew far away, scattering around as witnesses to his power. This act of destruction was a testament to his undeniable power. Watching this, the girl feels afraid that she will not be able to reach this level. This fear is mixed with admiration and desire to achieve the same strength and confidence. Despite all her doubts and fears, she is determined to become part of the coalition. Her will and desire to be included in something big and meaningful support her in this endeavor. However, there is an inner fear of expressing her desire, as if she is afraid that her words might destroy the dream she cherishes so much. Is not even sure if she really needs to have this conversation, torn between the desire to speak out and the fear of facing a reality that may not meet her expectations. The events are developing very interestingly. Each moment is filled with tension and intrigue, making you think about the next plot twist. Her words reflect her inner confidence, but what I know for sure is that if it were dangerous for me to know your identity, Sunwol, that old man would not allow us to meet. This statement shows her determination to find the truth and her faith in herself. He asks her, expressing his request simply and frankly, "Please, just tell me." His words sound sincere, reflecting the depth of his desire to know the answer. She asks him a question that sounds filled with expectation and hope. "Who are you really?" This question, which has been hovering in her mind for a long time, is now being released. Looks at her, his gaze piercing and focused, as if he is trying to understand the depth of her question and the importance of the moment. In turn, looks at him, her eyes reflecting hope and intense curiosity. She waits with bated breath for his answer. The boy answers only one thing: "Sun Iol is the only one who knows my path." These words sound mysterious and important, as if they hold the key to understanding his essence and purpose. The path he follows may turn out to be the key to the answers she is so carefully searching for. This path promises more than just a journey. It can open up new horizons of understanding and self-discovery. He gives her the opportunity to join his journey, but emphasizes that she must find the answers herself. This is an offer not only to accompany him, but also a path to personal development and discovery. However, the girl makes it clear that she is not interested in his path as such. She has her own reasons for participating in this journey, and they may differ from his motives. His only wish is that the girl does not become a burden for him. He wants their journey together to be mutually beneficial, without unnecessary difficulties for both of them. It is better for a girl to prepare for the journey ahead. This preparation is not only physical, but also emotional and mental, because she will face trials and discoveries that can change her life. He promises her that all the trials and tribulations she will have to endure will be of great significance. His words sound wise and confident, as if he is anticipating the important lessons she will learn along the way. En begins his journey, taking the first steps towards unknown horizons. His figure radiates determination and strength, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Her eyes show anxiety mixed with courage. This expression speaks of the internal struggles and doubts she feels on the verge of a major change in her life. Her stubbornness and perseverance are impressive. She has an unbreakable spirit that does not allow her to back down even in the face of uncertainty and possible challenges. I wonder where she got this ability to be so persistent from. Perhaps it is a trait inherited from someone in her family, or a consequence of her own life's vicissitudes that shaped her character. The young man began his long journey, feeling the wind whisper mysterious stories about this world to him. The burning torch looked like a lost star in the night sky, illuminating a mysterious path above the events. A crowd of men dressed in ancient garb stood around the astonished woman, who lay barely conscious. Under the crowns of centuries-old trees, a young girl lay bound with soft ropes that symbolized the mystery of her past. "Oh my God, it's Baek Wolmoon's daughter," Sensei discovered, and couldn't help but be surprised. "I wonder if it is hiding among the shelves of a huge library right now, or if it has already found itself in a powerful underground vault." That underground library was full of books on martial arts and poetry, and the very thought of entering it was considered a brave act. Soon they will have to interrogate this mysterious girl who was found in such an unusual place. And after a while, the girl began to be dragged deeper into the dungeon, with mysterious corridors where time and space seemed to be united in one mysterious labyrinth. However, if they want to keep this secret a top secret, they will have to make sure that the investigation is conducted in absolute secrecy so as not to reveal all these amazing details. Why did she become a key figure in this story? This is a question that haunts us and calls into question all the known facts. But adherence to the coalition's laws is extremely important, even if the interrogation of this girl could undermine relations with her father. It is necessary to find out what is behind this mysterious situation and uncover all the threads of intrigue. The story shifts to two men who discuss in depth what they have swallowed by taking this bait. "I received a report that Baek Wolmoon's daughter was just arrested," one of the men whispers to the other, looking excited as he begins a new chapter in this mysterious story. There is a tense atmosphere at the training grounds in Cheongseodan, as all the participants of the entrance exam gather at the site. One of the boys, Jan, looks worried, his eyes filled with excitement. Now he talks about the disappearance of his younger sister Minji, and says that he hasn't seen her since yesterday evening. It seems that no one has seen Minji since last night, but everyone knows that she always chooses solitude, as if she were grateful for it. However, this time the situation looks strange, and sadness is in the air. Even Minji's brother Yang does not know where his sister might be, and his face reflects his uncertainty. Another sister, Soyun, stands up for her brother Jan, emphasizing that he has always been a kind and caring older brother. But Minji seemed to be in the midst of a family conflict, and her disappearance was the result of this tension. Another guy, Sung-yun, talks about how distances and conflicts always lead to escalations, and this situation is no exception. Everyone present is listening intently and hoping to find a way out of this complex maze of family intrigue. "Please don't pay attention to him. Unlike me, Jang-hyun says whatever comes into his head," the young man says, apologizing for his friend. He looks a little upset and indignant that he has to justify Jang-hyun's ridiculous actions again. But the look on the girl's older brother's face is not very friendly. His eyes show doubt and distrust, and this creates a tense atmosphere around them. He is obviously not happy to meet these guys. The outlines of school buildings are visible on the horizon, waiting for their students. With the morning sun rising above them, a new day of learning and opportunity opens up. Two guards with mighty katanas stand at the entrance, adorned with impressive kimonos and masks. Their presence shows that security is taken seriously at this place, and their looks express reliability and confidence. They are very serious in their work to ensure the safety of everyone present. Their professionalism and dedication are impressive, and their presence creates an impression of power and reliability in this environment. It seems that no one notices what is happening there, except for one tentative young man who looks at the little things that others would just pass over. The young man felt that their actions were being watched as if they were intruders. He tried to share this feeling with others, but many thought he was exaggerating. "You must be puzzled if you are innocent," said the sensei who entered the main hall, emphasizing the importance of the situation. "But if not, then you should be very worried." Sensei continued, and his words created uncertainty, forcing the audience to think about the true meaning of these words. It's not clear what exactly the sensei meant, but his words left a big question in the air, fueling curiosity and uncertainty among the participants. In the heart of the bustling city, amid the street noise, a man's confident voice rang out. "My name is Duwan," he shouted, his voice echoing between the buildings, attracting the attention of passers-by. In the crowd, among the colorful street colors, stood a little girl with big eyes full of admiration. She was staring at Do-One, and in her imagination he was turning into a hero from legends. "So it is really him, the great Do-One, the Lord of the Blades," she thought, picturing his exploits in her mind. Do-One's physique exuded strength and power. He was not just a warrior, but one of the most respected lords of the blade, whose reputation preceded him. His eyes burned with determination, and his every move was deliberate and precise. The evening sun gilded his hair as he gathered his subjects and loyal soldiers around him and prepared to give a speech. He wanted to express his gratitude to everyone for their work and dedication, but before he could say the first words, this calm, touching scene was broken by an unpleasant event. Tension hung in the air, and night fell suddenly, plunging everything around them into a mystical twilight. Something unusual and disturbing crept up on the city, filling the air with a sense of upcoming trials. At midnight, when the moon rose high in the sky, one of the students secretly entered the underground library. By the light of a dim candle, he carefully rummaged through the ancient scrolls and yellowed pages that held the knowledge of ancient martial arts. The young man stood in the shadows and watched this mysterious figure. Suspicion arose in his heart. "Isn't this my sister, who is so interested in forbidden fighting techniques?" The next morning, when the sun shone on the assembly hall, the great master spoke. "The one who did this is not among us at this moment." His words sounded resolute but mysterious. The young man gloomily looked at the empty seat next to him. His heart was pounding with anxiety. "It's definitely her, my sister." And so, when night fell again, the mysterious figure was caught in the act. She tried to hide her face under a hood, but when she was captured, it turned out that she was indeed the young man's sister. Her eyes reflected fear and despair, but at the same time, unwavering determination. In the depths of the cozy interrogation room, in the light of a soft lamp, her words weaved between the walls, revealing a mystery. Her interrogation lasted for hours, and with each word that came out of her mouth, the story was formed into a complete picture. The schoolmaster, standing in front of the assembled students, announced, "Until this case is resolved, all exams will be postponed." His words caused whispers among the crowd, but no one dared to object. "All students must stay on the school grounds. No one is allowed to leave," he continued, his gaze sliding sternly over the faces of those present. A young man, the brother of the arrested woman, stood in the crowd, his eyes full of anxiety and concern. He, too, had to stay at school, waiting for the resolution of this mysterious story. When asked to speak, he was embarrassed but confident. "My sister couldn't have done it. She would never break the rules of the school." He sounded determined, but his eyes reflected fear for his sister's fate. "But she was caught in the act," one of the teachers exclaimed, his voice sounding defiant in the silence of the room. The young man, standing firmly on his feet, replied, "This is all a misunderstanding. My sister could not have done anything wrong." His voice trembled with emotion, but he did not back down. The sensei, old and wise, with wrinkles on his face that told of years of experience, said calmly, "We have to look into this matter. The truth must be established. This happened on coalition territory, so the coalition will deal with it." One of the senior members of the coalition said loudly, his words echoing with authority and determination, asking, "Please don't leave us in this uncertainty. Please help us sort this out now." His eyes pleaded for understanding and justice. Sensei stood in front of the assembly, gathering all his will and determination. His gaze was firm and unwavering, and he was ready to resolve this difficult situation. The guy, the brother of the arrested woman, could not hide his dissatisfaction. His face expressed mixed emotions: despair, indignation, uncertainty. "Do not make me repeat my decision," Sensei said decisively. His words sounded like a final verdict, leaving no room for doubt. Confusion reigned among students and teachers. No one seemed to understand the situation, and everyone was looking for answers in their own understanding of the events. "How could this happen?" someone in the crowd whispered. This question hung in the air, reminding us of the mystery and complexity of the circumstances. "This is absurd. Why would this innocent girl do such a thing?" One of the students exclaimed in disbelief at what was happening. His words reflected the general feeling of incomprehension and confusion. The other students could not understand it either. They exchanged looks of confusion and uncertainty. "I remember she looked very embarrassed, like she was in an awkward position," one of them said, trying to recreate the girl's image in his memory. "I also remember that she didn't look the same as usual, but—" another student added, his voice sounding uncertain as he tried to understand the incomprehensible. "She definitely didn't look like someone who was going to do anything bad," said another student. His words reflected his belief in the girl's innocence. The conversation between the brother and sister became increasingly tense. Their words echoed in the cramped room, each reflecting the growing tension between them. "Could you really have done it?" My brother suddenly spoke up, his eyes full of doubt. He tried to understand the situation, but his heart refused to believe it. "How can you say that? You are my brother," her sister exclaimed, her voice trembling with indignation and pain. She could not believe that her own brother would doubt her innocence. "Stop talking nonsense and just wait for the investigation to be completed," my brother replied decisively. He tried to remain calm, but his words reflected an inner conflict. "I can't wait that long. This will ruin my life," said the sister, her eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. She felt that time was working against her. "I just can't understand why you were there," my brother said, his eyes full of confusion and undisguised anxiety. He was trying to find answers to the questions that tormented him. "There's definitely something wrong here," one of his friends supported him, nodding his head. The hint of a conspiracy or some kind of secret was in the air. "We have to find out for ourselves. It's our business," the sister decided, her voice sounding confident despite the sense of hopelessness. "But how? You're in custody and we're here," my brother said anxiously, feeling powerless in the face of the circumstances. "For the sake of your family's honor, I would advise you to just wait for the results of the coalition's investigation," another young man said cautiously. His words were meant as advice, but they sounded almost like a sentence. "This is simply unacceptable," my brother exclaimed, his face changed with indignation. The words of the other young man seemed to him a challenge. He could not remain indifferent. "But we must put the interests of our family first," he said, emphasizing the importance of family ties and honor. He sounded determined. "Anything can happen, but we have to be together in this," added the sister, supporting her brother. She felt that their family cohesion was key in this situation. "This is only making things worse," my brother exclaimed, his words pouring out in a torrent of indignation. He could not bear the thought of justice being defeated. Time inexorably rushed forward, each moment bringing the solution to the mystery that enveloped the library closer. The search was in full swing in the library. Students and teachers combed every nook and cranny, looking for at least some trace or clue. Nothing could explain the intentions of the girl who was accused of the mysterious incident. All the evidence seemed mysterious and contradictory. Nothing was missing or damaged. The library had retained its pristine condition, which only added questions to the already existing mysteries. In addition to the disorder, no one present could believe that this girl could do something like that. She was always calm and polite, and her behavior did not match the accusations. "Maybe she was looking for some specific documents or a book," one of the students suggested, speculating. "This idea seems logical, but it still does not explain the girl's real intentions." Suddenly, Master Juge Yong entered the library with majesty and authority. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. He had the reputation of being a wise and fair mentor. "The head of our school is looking for answers," someone in the crowd whispered. The presence of Master Juge Yong indicated the seriousness of the situation and the importance of finding the truth. The young man, whose face expressed indignation and anger, felt the need to speak up and stood, preparing to tell his story. He wanted everyone to know who he was and the importance of his words. Before he could speak, however, he was interrupted by Master Juge Yun's voice, which loudly announced, "This is the eldest of the Baekwol Moon family." The master's words sounded heavy, emphasizing the boy's status and weight in society. "He is also the older brother of the girl who is now in prison," Master added, making the situation even more serious. The audience began to whisper among themselves as they discussed this new information. For the boy, this feeling that his sister was in prison was tantamount to defeat. He felt a burden of responsibility and powerlessness, wanting to find a way to help her. "If no one helps, I'll do it myself," the young man declared decisively. His words reflected his inner strength and willingness to take responsibility, despite the risks. "But is it possible? Is it right?" he thought to himself, going through various scenarios in his head. Doubt and uncertainty plagued his thoughts. "The prison is well guarded, so it will be impossible to get in," someone in the room warned him. These words were meant to stop him from taking an unnecessarily risky step. "Guards, if you can't avoid it, you'll have to fight," the boy said as he considered confronting the guards. He knew it could be dangerous, but his resolve remained unshakable. His gaze became even more firm and determined. He was prepared to face any challenge to achieve his goal of rescuing his sister. Hidden from view, the prison stands in the middle of the city, surrounded by walls that resemble unconquerable fortresses. These walls, high and impenetrable, give the impression of impregnability. Approximately 20 soldiers tirelessly guard every corner, allowing no chance of escape. In the shadows of these mighty walls, a group of elusive and determined individuals carefully plan their actions. Each of them ponders every step, building a strategy that could turn the tide of the entire operation. One of them, the leader, stands in front of the others, full of confidence. "With your abilities, I'm sure you can get in." His words radiate hope and faith in their mission. He continues, emphasizing the main point. "The most important thing is to ensure the safety of all participants, to avoid casualties on both sides." His words are a reminder of the responsibility that each of them bears. However, they recognize that circumstances can change unpredictably. "We will need to act on the situation so it is not absolutely necessary." Their plan needs to be flexible, adaptable to any eventuality. The city streets are bathed in bright daylight, but it's not the best time to act. The sun is high in the sky, the streets are full of people, and every movement can attract unwanted attention. As darkness falls, the city changes its face. The evening streets are immersed in soft twilight light, creating an atmosphere of mystery and invisibility. It's a time when you can act unnoticed. Guards stand at the entrance to the prison, motionless and vigilant. They keep a close eye on anyone who approaches, ready to act at any moment. Around the corner, almost imperceptibly, the boy watches the guards. He carefully studies their movements, analyzing every detail. His eyes shine with determination and cunning. The boy tries to assess the circumstances, taking into account every possibility. He understands that his every step must be thoughtful and precise, because the success of his plan depends on it. It looks like they just finished their shift. 4 guards are standing at the door. The scene opens with a description of the situation at the entrance to the prison, where the guards, tired after their shift, are still on guard. "This is your last chance to leave. It's none of your business anyway." Someone in the group warns the others and tries to dissuade them from the dangerous plan, emphasizing that they should not be involved. "I can't be responsible for all the consequences that will come out of this, so—" The hero expresses his fears and uncertainty, emphasizing the importance and possible risks of their mission. "They say food brings you closer together, and we have been eating from the same bowl for many days. Now it's about us." This refers to the cohesion and commonality of the group that emerged through shared meals and common experiences. "It seems like you're afraid we're going to make you answer for us." The last phrase reflects the distrust and fear of one of the participants, who fears that he will be made to take responsibility for the group's actions. "Even if I stay, it's the same thing, that I stop you or not. His decision matters a lot, no matter what choice he makes. Don't regret it. I warned you all." Here the hero tries to prepare his comrades for the possible consequences, emphasizing that he did everything possible to warn them. "There will be no pity. We will be the hope for Lady Peck." This statement reveals determination and optimism, showing that the characters are ready to fight for their goal despite the risks. A girl counts on her friend. It depicts the trust and dependence between the two characters, which reinforces their mutual support. "Again, I'm not doing this because I want to," the girl says. This phrase expresses the girl's inner conflict, as she feels that her actions are guided by necessity rather than her own desire. The evening surveillance at the guarded facility was already calm and peaceful when suddenly one of the guards heard a knock at the door. Moonlight illuminated the corridors, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The guard approached the door sneakily and asked cautiously, "Who is it?" His voice was tense because late at night any unusual sound could be dangerous. A woman's voice is heard outside the door asking to be allowed to use the restroom. The request seemed extremely important, and it was so convincing that the guard felt unsure of his response. The girl behind the door amplified her words, assuring me that it was indeed very urgent. Her voice was filled with indescribable tension, and it was incompatible with the peaceful course of events so far. The other guards, after discussing it together and realizing the seriousness of the situation, decided to open the door. They felt responsible for the safety and well-being of the people at the facility, and now they had to act responsibly, despite the nighttime and unusual situation. The guard silently lifts the door latch. There is a slight creak as the bolt clears the way. Two young men appear outside the door, looking at the guard with intense eyes. Their eyes reflect determination and anticipatory readiness. The guard is shocked when he realizes that the situation is out of control. He feels the adrenaline rush through his body, and he quickly thinks about what to do. One of the guys, reacting with lightning speed, swings and hits the guard hard in the cadaver. The defeat stuns the guard, and he falls to the floor, clutching his stomach. The second guy, straightening up, quickly runs through one of the other guards, instantly reducing the distance between them and his friend. The determination in their actions grows, and the situation becomes even more tense. 3 more guards stand in front of the charismatic leader, looking at him with unconquerable expressions, but their eyes are already inclined to recognize his distinction. One of the guys, the team's linguistic genius, performed an incredibly spectacular tackle, swinging his opponent by the neck, giving this act real sophistication. Another martial artist landed a punch so precise that it hit the carotid artery of the second guard. He instantly found himself in a world of darkness and nirvana. The third guy demonstrates his excellent technique by delivering a strong punch to the beard of the last guard, causing him to fall inevitably. In this incredible moment, all the guards are lying on the floor, and their helplessness looks especially dramatic in this artistic performance. Other students who witnessed this performance were absolutely delighted with the guy's skills and mastery. Now was the moment for further action, and everyone had to hurry, using this chance to achieve their goal or escape from this place. This young man had great ambition, and his stubbornness and determination led to this impressive performance. He was like a real ninja, and his movements were like a dance, thanks to which he easily defeated his opponents. The rest of his comrades were also impressive in their distinction, and together they formed a team similar to real ninjutsu masters. With hearts filled with faith in justice and liberation, the young men decided to give their strength and determination to free the girl who was held captive in prison. Sensei, the wise mentor and soul of this brave team, was approaching the school where the boys were. His steps were filled with determination and compassion. He did not expect to see something like this there. However, when the sensei approached the entrance, he noticed a strange lack of security, which caused him to become agitated. There was a noticeable absence of security guards, who would normally protect this place and ensure its safety. Sensei opened the door, which was barely covered, and this caused him a real shock. When he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. The guards lying on the floor resembled helpless children, instead of strong and professional defenders. He remained speechless in the face of such an unexpected visual effect. What struck him most, however, was the fact that there were numerous guards outside the prison who also looked powerless and defenseless. Completing this amazing picture, there was one guard who decided to sleep, and this could be a fatal mistake in this difficult situation. One of the guards, feeling tired, announces his desire to sleep. He sits down on a chair with a discolored face and sleepy eyes. As soon as he crossed over to the other side of the world, a guy appears in the room, looking calm and friendly. He approaches the guard and says, "Wait, friend, you need to rest." With devastating efficiency, The guy accidentally or instantly performs an action that incapacitates the guard. He falls to the floor, unconscious. The guards fall one by one, creating more chaos in the room. The ninja and his comrades react quickly and with dignity to this situation. The ninjas, moving with spectacular skill, beat the guards and tied them up, leaving them powerless and speechless. It was a real show of skill and strength. Ninjutsu masters demonstrate their highest skill, revealing their impeccable technique to spectators and enemies alike. One by one, they defeat the guards with quick and coordinated movements that seem almost supernatural. When they fight their enemies, they perform an incredible technique, strangling them, which leads to the guards' impotence. Of course, time is of the essence, and the ninjas decide to do it even faster, as the danger is still waiting for them. The girl, without giving up her contribution, knocks out another of the guards, proving that she also has impressive skills and strength. The young man had never expected the girl to follow his path, and his eyes expressed surprise and incomprehension. "You told me to follow your path," the girl answers him with determination in her eyes, emphasizing her determination and will to act on her own. On this sunny day, when the sky was clear and the air was filled with freshness, the weather seemed perfect for any event. Sensing the growing tension, the guards began to act decisively. "We need to close all the doors immediately," they were saying, as they realized that danger was approaching. At this time, the heroes of our story, who were considered to be among the greatest martial artists in all of history, were discussing a future plan of action. Their fame and skill were known far beyond the borders of their land. Not hide their anxiety. They were panicking, as they realized that facing the approaching threat would be a real test for all of them. The greatest surprise was caused by the students of these legendary masters. It turned out that they were much stronger than expected. Their strength and skills amazed not only their opponents but also their teachers. In deep reflection, one of the characters made a suggestion. Maybe they got something much more valuable, or maybe they never planned to join us. These words imposed an additional mystery on an already confusing situation. Meanwhile, Master Do 1 received some disturbing news. There was a fight in the prison. We're sure it was them. This news spurred them to action, as it almost sounded like confirmation of their suspicions. In the atmosphere of general tension, the name Baek A-in was suddenly heard from the lips of an angry character. "It's all his fault," they accused, emphasizing his key role in this mysterious story. The situation was gaining momentum. The spear flew very fast, cutting through the air. In this tense episode, the young man demonstrated his skill by skillfully dodging. You can't hit a young man with a spear. He dodges as best he can. His agility and ingenuity were impressive, showing how unpredictable and skillful he was in this dangerous game. At the culmination of the fight, the young man determinedly punched the guard right in the windpipe. This skillful and precise punch demonstrated his skills and coolness in combat. Despite the tension of the situation, the young man felt confident. His confidence radiated with steadfastness and readiness to face any challenges that were to come his way. But the guard he encountered was not alone either. He had the support of his colleagues, which made the situation more tense and unpredictable. The group of guards prepared to respond. But even in such a situation, it was not a problem for an ace like this young man to overcome the numerical superiority of the guards. His skill and ingenuity in combat allowed him to outmaneuver his opponents, regardless of their numbers and training. This sequence of events opened up a new level of skill for the protagonist, emphasizing his role as a key player in the story. In the midst of all this chaos and struggle, one girl was watching with special attention. She was absolutely fascinated by this young man who had so skillfully dealt with the guards. Her eyes shone with admiration and intrigue that grew in her heart. Perhaps deep down she felt something more than simple admiration for him. These feelings seemed new and incomprehensible to her, giving her appearance a distinct mystery. At a crucial moment, when an unnoticed guard was approaching the young man from behind, this girl suddenly intervened. Her quick and decisive actions saved the boy from an unexpected threat, demonstrating her agility and courage. The young man was surprised to see who had saved him. He did not expect to meet her here at such a moment. This added a new element to the difficult situation that was unfolding around them. With a slight smirk on his face, he looked at the girl. His gaze expressed gratitude, interest, and slight surprise. This exchange created a special bond between them that promised new developments in their relationship. Despite the seemingly successful development of events, something was wrong. There was a tension in the atmosphere, as if something important was getting out of hand. The girl who had just saved the young man had something else to show. It was like a reminder that her role in this story could be much more complex and multifaceted than it seemed at first glance. Although they took care to neutralize all the guards around them, one thing complicated the situation. There was something they might have missed or underestimated during their mission. It turned out that one of the soldiers managed to avoid detention and escape. This created a new threat, as he could pass on important information or even return with help. Among the young men on their team, one took responsibility for this unforeseen escape. "It was my fault," he admitted. His words reflected guilt and responsibility for what had happened, showing his strong character and willingness to take responsibility for his actions. The tension in the air was growing with each passing minute, as everyone realized that the guards could arrive at any moment. This reality forced the heroes to act quickly and efficiently to get ahead of the possible arrival of reinforcements. Their main task now was to focus solely on finding Lady Peck. This lens determined their next actions and strategy, pushing all other concerns to the background. One of the heroes took on the responsibility of guarding the entrance. His role was critical to ensure security and control of the situation to prevent unexpected surprises. With determination and force, he kicks down the door to provide quick access to the inside. This act demonstrated his courage and determination to achieve his goal. However, another group of guards was waiting for them outside the door. It was like a confirmation that their mission would not be easy. They faced a new challenge that required even more focus and courage. The heroes wasted no time and began to actively scatter the guards, demonstrating their skill and cohesion in battle. It was a real demonstration of their skills, as they effectively countered the enemy's superiority. However, during the clash, one of their team members was shot in the knee. This moment brought an element of reality and unpredictability to the struggle, emphasizing the risks they were taking. The young man assessed his injury and reassured the team. "It's nothing serious, but it's bleeding a lot." His words reflected courage and endurance despite the pain and risk. The strongest member of their group said he could guard the wounded young man alone. It was a show of true camaraderie and loyalty, as he was willing to take on an extra burden for the safety of his comrade. When one of the girls questioned his decision, he responded with an emotional outburst. "No, what a stupid thing to ask." His reaction reflected his deep concern and unwillingness to leave his wounded friend without proper protection. At one point, when the situation seemed almost resolved, one of the characters had a thought. In his eyes you could read the determination and the plan he seemed to be working out in his head. This moment increased the intrigue, hinting at a new turn of events. Suddenly he pushes off the ground, trying to fulfill his plan. At the same time, a noise is heard somewhere to the side. Someone is approaching them. This added to the tension, raising the stakes in this unpredictable story. "It's the ninja sensei," they suddenly realized when they heard the distinctive sounds of movement. The ninjas, who were part of the other team, started looking for them, creating a new threat and challenge. The elders, whose movements were incredibly fast despite their age, also began to move. Their brave appearance demonstrated that they were still able to influence the course of the battle. They quickly run up to the prison where they assumed important figures or information might be located. This choice of route emphasized the strategic and calculated nature of their actions. Each of these stages continued to unwind the plot, adding new challenges and changing the balance of power in this complex story. One of the key tasks for the heroes was to open the prison gate. This was necessary in order to move further in their mission and provide quick access to the desired location. When the gate was successfully opened, the elders stood there as if they had been waiting for this moment. Their presence was a reminder of the importance of this mission and that they were key figures in this story. They saw the guards lying on the ground, defeated in the battle. This testified to the enormous strength and skill of the heroes who were able to break through the defense and reach this point. The strongest of the young men who was part of the team noticed the presence of the elders. His reaction to this discovery was filled with an understanding of the significance of this moment. He realized that their arrival could change the course of events. One of the sensei who arrived at the scene looked surprised. He did not expect to find such a scene here, a battle whose results were clearly visible in the form of wounded and defeated guards. Immediately he gave an order to his subordinates, "Take care of the wounded and assess the situation." These words reflected his leadership and responsibility for the situation. A young man who was part of the group that broke in bitterly pointed out, "This is a place where the most disgusting people are locked up." His comment underscored the danger and moral complexity of the mission in which they were engaged. Then one of the elders said bitterly, "This was supposed to be the safest place in the coalition, and you did all this just for a friend." These words reflected his surprise and dissatisfaction with the state of affairs. "I don't know what prompted you to do this, but if you surrender now, your punishment will be just," said the sensei, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences for the heroes. The sensei continued his speech, escalating the situation. "If you don't surrender, then like criminals, you will pay for the damage with your lives." His words reflected an uncompromising approach to justice and law and order, but there was another desire in the hearts of the heroes. They wanted to find out the truth. This was their main motive that pushed them to take such decisive and dangerous actions. "We don't want to escalate the situation either, so please move away," one of the heroes said. His words reflected a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict, but at the same time to maintain his position. The old warriors who witnessed this situation were very irritated. Their anger reflected their deep dissatisfaction and disappointment with the way things were going. The young man who was part of this team remained completely focused on their victory. His determination and commitment to his goals were unwavering, emphasizing his willingness to fight to the end. The situation became more heated when one of the characters turned to the sensei. "Are you saying you doubt the coalition?" His words reflected his distrust of the existing system and concern about its motives. And so he turned to Master Do-One, asking a provocative question, "Do you Do-One believe?" This was an attempt to make him reflect on his own beliefs. "Do you believe that everything the coalition says is true and fair?" he continued, questioning commonly held beliefs and calling for an open dialogue about truth and justice. "We put everything on the line for the truth," another character replies, emphasizing his willingness to go all the way in his quest to uncover the truth. Then he addresses the audience, "Are you ready to put everything on the line for the truth of the coalition?" This question posed a choice for each. The battle between the ninjas and the guards is gaining momentum, sparks are flying in the air, and the tension is felt in every movement. "I wonder," Sensei thought, wondering if he should risk everything to build a coalition. Sensei is watching the events unfold, his eyes reflecting surprise and deep thought. Meanwhile, the elders feel anger and indignation at what is happening, their faces full of disappointment. "I will not allow you to be so insolent anymore," Sensei said in a loud voice, demonstrating his authority and determination. The sensei, gathering all his will, directs the attention of everyone present to the young man with a hand gesture, creating a tense atmosphere. Despite being the center of attention, the boy remains calm, his face radiating confidence. The guards, having received a signal from the sensei, move sharply toward the boy, their movements full of determination. But when they reach the goal, the guards are confused, losing their confidence in the face of the boy's unexpected coolness. In an instant, the sword appears near the guy's head, escalating the situation to the limit, and the whole scene holds its breath in anticipation of further events. The young man demonstrates his skill by skillfully dodging attacks, his movements resembling a dance in the midst of danger. The ninjas surrounding the boy seem no better than children in their clumsy attempts to hit him, their movements lacking coordination. The blades of the daggers slice through the air, flying very close to the boy's face, causing him to smile slightly. He suddenly strikes one of the ninjas in the face with his hand, showing his superiority in close combat. Then, quickly changing position, he kicks the other ninja, demonstrating his impressive flexibility and speed. As a result of the young man's deft movements, the ninjas fly around one by one, like leaves in the fall, swept away by the wind. Despite their despair, the desire of all those present to kill the boy becomes even more fierce, building up aggression and tension in the air. The young man skillfully deflects the blade flying in his direction with a light movement, as if he were shooing away an annoying insect. He also skillfully forces one of the ninjas to kneel in front of him, demonstrating his superiority and control over the situation. The fight turns into a real test of endurance and skill, covering more and more territory where every move can decide the fate. The young man, like a predator that has chosen its prey, deftly grabs one of the guards by the neck, demonstrating his superiority and strength. With ease, As if he were manipulating a puppet, he throws the guard right into the crowd of his comrades, creating chaos and discord among them. The guards, full of determination and anger, try to grab the young man, their movements expressing an unquenchable desire for revenge. They rush at him with their swords, creating an impressive picture. The swords are shiny and formidable, flying towards the deadly threat. But in the face of death, the young man maintains a relaxed confidence. His eyes shine with challenge and courage. He knows no fear of the inevitable clash. We are looking at a young man who radiates youthful enthusiasm. He is not just bouncing, he seems to be dancing with the wind. His every movement is filled with joy and free spirit. His punches are more than just movements. They are poetry in motion, where every curve of his arm becomes a metaphor for strength and grace, as if he were speaking to the world through the language of martial arts. He is an unsurpassed ace of his craft. His confidence and technique are impressive, as if he possesses the secret knowledge of ancient masters. The guards fall around him like dominoes. They are powerless before his lightning-like speed and savvy, which is on par with a predator on the prowl. Fly into the air, their bodies haphazardly hitting the walls, creating a picture of chaos and despair, where each of them becomes an unfortunate victim of our hero's incredible skill. The guards, like out-of-control dolls, fall to the ground one by one, unable to resist the invisible force that is pulling them down. The young ninja sparkles with ambition, his every move radiating determination and an unwavering will to win. In his eyes there is no fear or doubt, only deep confidence that glows like a light in the darkness, indicating his invincibility. Even the guards, caught off guard and confused, are surprised. Who is this guy? How can he do this? Trying to understand where he gets so much strength from. Like a storm, he destroys them all with one mighty blow that echoes in your ears like thunder, leaving only traces of victory and shock. As if pulled from the pages of ancient legends, he stands tireless and calm, without the slightest sign of shortness of breath, despite the vigorous fight. His stance goes beyond the usual. It is a combination of elegance and warlike readiness, as if he is preparing to dance with danger. The guards, gathered in a group, whisper, trying to come up with a plan that could defeat this invincible warrior. But for him, their strategies are nothing more than children's games, and he stands as steadfast as a rock in a storm, warns them, almost affectionately, that their intentions to attack are futile and that it does not bode well for them. With great determination, he demanded that innocent people be evacuated from the conflict zone, using his authority to ensure their safety. Sensei, observing the situation, asks the guards a question. "Why are you so afraid of this young man? What has he done to you?" With indignation in his voice, he sharply criticizes them. "Aren't you ashamed, as honorable soldiers of the coalition, to be subjected to such fear?" The sensei's words, like a spark, ignite a fire in the hearts of the guards, and they begin to act, uniting for a common goal. It seems that their personalities have been changed. They seem stronger, more determined, their movements more confident, as if they have regained their ancient warrior honor. The young man, feeling the tension of the situation, begins to worry. His gaze becomes more concentrated, and his breathing becomes more even. A spear suddenly appears under his foot, which he inadvertently steps on, causing a slight surprise in his eyes. He quickly grabs the spear, his hands confidently gripping the blade, feeling the weight and balance of the weapon. With all his strength, he throws the spear in the direction of the guards, his movements clear and decisive. The spear whistles past the heads of the guards, leaving a trail in the air and causing them to instinctively bow their heads. The spear suddenly stops in midair, right in front of the face of one of the chief elders, creating a moment of frozen time. With the skill of an experienced warrior, the elder gracefully deflects the spear with his sword, demonstrating his skill and coolness. The spear flies off from the sword strike, arcing in the air before sinking deep into the ground, leaving a trail of dust and tension behind. This dispute, already tense, is moving to a whole new level, where every move can be decisive. The young man, focused and confident in his intent, aimed specifically at the elder's head, seeking to deliver a decisive blow. This moment becomes a clear warning to everyone. The young man has the strength and ability to take a life, but his restraint is evidence of a different choice. He has no desire in his heart to see the victims of this confrontation. He wants to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but this desire for a peaceful resolution of the conflict seems to go unnoticed amidst the tense atmosphere, where everyone is ready to fight. The ninja resolutely addresses the crowd, demanding that they move away, pointing to the broken spearhead lying on the ground. "If you don't want to be crippled for the rest of your life," he warns loudly, his words echoing in the air, full of determination and warning. A spear is stuck in the ground like a dark guardian keeping watch over an unknown secret. The young man calls out to his tutors, urging them to retreat. His voice trembles with determination as he warns of a broken spearhead that could cause great damage. The mentors watch him thoughtfully, unable to understand the unexpected turn of events, their faces expressing surprise and incomprehension. One of the leaders of the group, a real authority, stands motionless with sorrow in his eyes, looking at the young man as if trying to understand his motives. The young man's friend is also deeply concerned. Tension begins to build among them, quickly escalating into anger and indignation like a volcano ready to erupt. The mentors can't help but laugh as they watch the young man's actions. They wonder in what part of the world he grew up in that he has such unusual views and manners. But suddenly the atmosphere changes, the laughter subsides, and it becomes clear to everyone that the situation is more serious than it first seemed. One of the sensei, watching the young man closely, pulls his sword out of its sheath. He prepares to attack, guided by his ninja instincts, with his shiny blade ready for battle. This veteran, with his vast experience, wants to teach the young man a lesson in modesty. He concentrates, gathers his thoughts, preparing for a decisive attack. But the young man does not appear to be what he seems at first glance. He also has his own plan, and he seems to be ready for any development of events, showing unexpected cunning and readiness for action. With a serious expression on his face, the young man urgently warns others to keep their distance. His words sound like the last warning before the storm. Sensei, having gathered the will and skill of years of training, instantly rushes in the direction of the ninja. His movements are full of confidence and fighting spirit. The attack begins quickly, like lightning. The tension in the air rises sharply, and you can feel the urgency and inevitability of the coming clash. However, the young man does not lose his head. He has carefully thought out his plan, which looks very sophisticated and intricate, and is ready to implement it. When the sensei's sword is aimed at him, the young man dodges with incredible ease and precision. He moves as if he anticipates the enemy's every move, demonstrating incredible flexibility and speed. The elder's honor and fame were truly deserved. His reputation as a martial arts master and warrior was confirmed by his every movement, which radiated strength and confidence. Not surprisingly, he is considered one of the Lords of the Blade in the Murim Coalition, an elite group of warriors. His skills and influence have commanded respect and admiration. Each of the sensei's attacks was executed with great skill, his sword slicing through the air, creating incredible patterns that testified to his high level of skill. However, the young man does not lose his balance. He uses the wall as a support, pushing off from it with his foot, finding a favorable position in this difficult situation. And then he strikes a kick to the sensei's head, exclaiming that he has opened his defense. This moment demonstrates not only his physical strength, but also his tactical intelligence, proving that he is a worthy opponent even for an experienced warrior. At the beginning of the battle, the sensei skillfully deflects the young man's attack with his foot, showing his exceptional skill in defense. His movements have a lightness and fluidity that make this deflected attack a true martial art masterpiece. The teacher kicks the young man in the stomach with incredible precision, sending him flying a surprising distance. This is impressive in its strength and coordination. With sword in hand, the antagonist crouches down on the young man, aiming his sword at him. The atmosphere is bewildering and tension is high, and at the most difficult moment, the young man's inner potential awakens, giving him incredible strength and confidence. Drawing his sword closer, the ninja performs an impressive acrobatic dodge that emphasizes his skills and reaction. Sensei is delighted and surprised by the young man's success. His expression is impressive. The second teacher reveals the secret of the young man's success. He hit him on purpose to provoke a reaction and help him evade the attack. A few steps away, another young ninja boy steadily approaches, ready to join the intriguing confrontation. With great determination, this young ninja boy is ready to deliver a strong fist punch to the teacher, filling the scene with strong hope and tension. The young man's unique strength is revealed when he instantly deflects the teacher's punch backwards. His movements clearly express his exceptional skills in defense, and this adds to the mystery of the scene. A strong fist strike on the sword from the young man leads to the mysterious appearance of smoke, which gives the impression of a magical event. The smoke becomes a curtain that hides what is happening from the viewer's eyes, making the scene even more mysterious. During this magical moment, everyone present is left with bewildered questions as they realize what is happening. What is this incredible power of the fist? They are surprised and amazed by the incredibility of what is happening, and at this moment, as if turning into another world, the young man instantly disappears, leaving everyone empty-handed and stunned by this mysterious disappearance. His ability to get out of the oriented reality leaves everyone speechless. With grace and ease, the young man deflects the sword attack, impressing everyone with his coordination and skill. Questions and indignation fade into the air as everyone tries to figure out who this unusual young man is. Who are you? The teacher recognizes the young man's incredible strength and expresses his impression that he is very impressed with his ability to maneuver like that. Despite the young man's incredible skills, his actions may be the instigators of the chaos. This situation further increases the tension. With unexpected courage, the young man throws a sharp spear at the teacher, seeking to punish the attacker and restore order. At that moment, however, something extraordinary cuts the list in mid-air as a phenomenon of incredible power and influence. The second mentor of the coalition cut the young man's list, indicating his determination and power over the situation. The ninja insistently reaffirms their motives, emphasizing that they were only looking for the truth, looking forward and doing their best to find it. Teachers express their disagreement and argue that this search is a waste of time, expressing doubts about the successful completion of the mission. However, the ninja emphasizes that their efforts will even benefit the coalition by helping to uncover truths that may even harm them, hinted that they would not be able to resist the coalition, and expressed their indignation at the worrying course of events. The young man responds with a different strategy, and they feel confident that they will be able to cope with the complexity of the situation. The teacher asks why it is so difficult for them to do something they cannot handle, but the young man's answer indicates that he has his own strategy and belief in success, demonstrates his ability to cope with two coalition leaders, giving his team an advantage. The face of one of the teachers expresses strong indignation, feeling defeated in this situation. The ninja realizes that he has chosen a difficult and dangerous path, but he is determined to follow it, ready to test his limits and determine the future. The young man frankly tells the sensei that he is on the right path, despite all the difficulties and disputes. The internal tension fills everyone present, and the situation becomes very tense, but everyone continues to follow their own path. The ninja reminds the sensei that he has already warned them, but this does not lead to a stop. Again, the sensei are ready to attack the ninja, only this time together increasing their numerical advantage. They are ready to launch an attack, coordinating their actions, planning to attack the ninja at the same time. However, the inexperienced do not care about this, and do not care about one atom of their confidence. Suddenly, a wind appears, flying fast and mysteriously with no clear source. It somehow makes everyone look up. The wind flow hits the back of the heads of both coalition mentors, rendering them helpless. Everyone remains bewildered and concerned, wondering what it could be and who is behind this mysterious, forceful action. All the action slows down for the second time when a mysterious word is spoken, adding even more mystique to the scene. An unfamiliar man appears, impressing with his strength and experience, showing that he is indeed very strong and skilled. The events unfold before us like a graceful dance, with each coalition mentor looking at the situation from his or her own unique perspective. The girl's brother, shocked and confused, cannot explain to himself what is happening around him, his expression reflecting an internal debate and search for answers. The girl decides to reveal the truth, noting that she broke into the library herself, did it without permission and broke the law. Her words sound like music, revealing her inner self and motivation. Now there are no more words she can say, and her brother is silent, trying to understand his sister and the events unfolding before him. All the young men in the room stand amazed and enthusiastic, their expressions reflecting the shock and interest that is bubbling up in their souls. One of the young men puts words to the situation, emphasizing that they are now all facing big trouble and possible consequences that are coming. The ninja is standing calmly, his iron gaze testifying to his determination and readiness for any challenge. They are faced with a mysterious door waiting to be opened and reveal their secrets. The door begins to gradually open. This episode is a graceful waterfall of events that reveal moments of truth and intrigue, ending one stage and opening another. releasing from the middle a group of students and a girl who has just returned from the library. They come out as if from another world, bringing with them an aura of mystery. The girl's brother is obviously very shocked by the unexpected turn of events, his face reflecting mixed feelings of surprise, incomprehension, and curiosity. There are an impressive number of guards around everyone, creating the impression of excessive protection and the importance of this moment. There are too many guards to escape or try to do anything. The entire high-level leadership of the coalition stands in the foreground, ready to listen to the important message. One of the leaders of the coalition approaches with a smile, expressing his joy that they are all together. His smile is cryptic and indicates that he has important information. The coalition leaders realize that they need to tell the whole truth and reveal the real state of affairs. One of the mentors asks the girl to tell everything as soon as possible, expressing concern and mutual tolerance for her condition. Even the mentors who came with the coalition do not understand what is going on here, and this adds to the mystery of the situation. The girl is obviously very tired and exhausted by these events. As long as she needs to show what is hidden under her clothes, this moment hangs in the air, creating tension and anticipation. The girl's brother is confused and unable to understand what exactly could be hiding under his sister's clothes, his eyes expressing surprise and anxiety. However, the main leader of the coalition decides to take the initiative and claims that this is the only possible action that will help prove the girl's innocence. He says they must prove their innocence at all costs, regardless of what decision is made. The ninja continues to watch, and his vision is full of understanding of what is happening, although he does not intervene at this point. The girl asks everyone to swear that nothing bad will happen, her voice trembling with anxiety. The head sensei, full of calm and determination, assures everyone that everything will be fine and her innocence will be proven. The girl can barely hold back her tears, her face reflecting a mixture of pride and anxiety. From under her jacket she pulls out a light oxide sheet, where secrets and proof of her innocence are hidden. She hands this letter to the main sensei, and everyone present asks how she received it and what secrets it hides. The unfolding events are marked by great mystery, and everyone present is trying to solve the puzzle that has been handed to them. The girl, hesitating a bit, begins to tell her story, explaining that she was resting after the exam when the wind brought this strange letter to her. The head of the coalition confirms her words, emphasizing that this story really happened, and he witnessed the letter appearing in front of the girl. The coalition chairman's mentors ask him to read the contents of this letter, hoping to reveal its true nature. The letter states that the 9 people who took part in the coalition could become an obstacle to some important task or goal. This information causes uncertainty and anxiety among the audience, and everyone wants to understand how it relates to the unfolding events and why this girl witnessed this letter. The details about the fact that they had to execute the students amazed the audience. This information caused fear and confusion among them. The letter mentions that details and information about who will perform this task and when it will happen can be found in the underground library, but the book was damaged, and it is impossible to read this part. The letter also states that if the plan failed or was not implemented, they would have to burn the coalition. The girl says that she did not want to let this happen and was ready to stop it at any cost. She didn't want to talk about it with anyone and tried to find this book in an underground library, hoping to reveal all the secrets and prevent negative consequences. The girl carefully looked through all the books in the underground library, not knowing which book she needed, hoping to find the information she needed. Her goal was to protect each and every member of the coalition, and she was willing to risk everything to do so. She wanted to save not only herself, but the entire coalition, and this determination was a strong motive. The chief sensei emphasizes that her actions were highly risky and contrary to the rules of the coalition. However, he emphasizes that her intentions were pure and for the good of all, and this makes her actions truly exceptional and extraordinary. All those present share their feelings about this extraordinary moment, and the general atmosphere is filled with gratitude and support. The chief sensei expresses his pride, noting that all these young men are fighting against an invincible enemy to save their comrade and seek the truth. Meanwhile, the teacher expresses curiosity about the book that was supposed to contain the details and asks what happened to it. The girl replies that she tried to find the book but could not find any trace of its existence. It turns out that this book, which was supposed to reveal the details of the plan, may never have existed, and this creates a new mystery that everyone is trying to solve. It turns out that these letters could be a simple manipulation or fabrication. All those present are trying to figure out how this could be a fabrication and who was behind these actions. Intrigue reigns in the air, and no one understands the true meaning of this mystery until the time comes. The uncertainty continues, and everyone is waiting for new discoveries that may reveal the truth. The main leader of the coalition, who proved to be understanding in many ways, resembles a conversation with a monk and asks if it is possible that these young people are breaking the law to save their comrades. When the coalition leader mentioned the need for a new test at the meeting, he was already planning this test in secret. This initiative was aimed at testing whether young men are able to detect deception and shortcomings in front of them, and whether they are ready to stand up to injustice. The purpose of the test was to open everyone's eyes and show that true strength lies in the fight for justice. As a result of this test, the young men proved to be stronger than it might seem at first glance, and managed to pass this difficult test, showing their dedication and determination. The fire scatters in the air like the glare of a ninja's will. The man holding the torch in his hand looks mysterious and is heading somewhere. The coalition guards are heading in the same direction. It looks like they are heading to prison. According to them, everything was over, and they were instructed to open the prison gates and return to their posts. The guards are interested in what happened and are trying to find out how this unusual event ended. Despite the news of the end, the guards are still heading to their destination. They have an important message to deliver to someone important. The guards seem to be hiding something or trying to keep it a secret. The moon shines very beautifully, creating a special atmosphere around them. The guards begin to report the information to a hooded man, who seems to play an important role in the whole story. The man stands in the shade of a large century-old tree. His figure and hood look extremely mysterious. The man stands in the shade of a large century-old tree. His figure and hood look extremely mysterious. One of them claims that Baekwol Moon's daughter was innocent and did not deserve to be punished. The other responds with a question, "What innocence?" At this point, Juge Yong intervenes, trying to smooth out the conflict and facilitate a peaceful resolution. The guards do not allow the heroes to enter the prison, and they cannot hear what was said there. After the tense events, the Juge clan soldiers begin to express their gratitude and praise to those who helped resolve the conflict and save the situation. There is an accusation against the coalition, which claims that the young men fearlessly opposed it to ensure justice. Before Yun and the Juge clan soldiers entered the prison, there were rumors that the leader of the coalition had met personally with Yun. The hooded man makes a remark, indicating that perhaps the leader of the coalition has personally intervened in this case to help create a group of dragons. He calls on the guard to be more thorough in investigating this situation. It turns out that the man in the hood looks very angry and determined in his actions. His reflections leave a vague trace of mystery in the air, as if he is solving a secret that is beyond the reach of others. The moon on this night is unusually huge, as if it itself exclaims the magic of the night, illuminating mysterious places. The buildings look like fairy tale structures in the night light, where each window section hides its own story. A girl is sleeping in a room in one of the houses, and her presence in this place creates an atmosphere of hope and kindness. The footsteps of someone trying to enter the girl's room sound almost imperceptible, and this moment can bring new secrets and unforeseen circumstances. This young man, her brother, stands on the threshold of the room where her unknown sister lies. He carries a heavy burden of care and concern, and his expression reflects an intricate mixture of hope and anxiety. The girl's attention has been fully deserved, so that she can now sleep peacefully, but she is already very tired of all the events that surrounded her. Her light and irregular breathing against the cold prison floor creates an atmosphere of oppression and helplessness. It's hard to imagine that this hopeless situation could end any other way, but the mysterious ninja feels that her fate is not yet written in stone. How exactly could the ninja have predicted this development when she claimed that she hadn't told anyone about the letter? This mystery confuses the situation even more and draws you deeper into the world of strangers. The ninja felt that he was completely unprepared for this discovery, and his face expresses real surprise. Lady Peck's brother looks at him with a questioning look, and the ninja's words take hold of his thoughts. "It would be better if you took the water and stayed by her side, like a normal older brother does." These words left the brother wondering if he was doing the right thing. The young man, having regained consciousness, realizes that his relationship with his sister may now change radically. These reflections fill the room with mysterious tension as the ninja and Lady Peck's brother prepare for a new stage in their journey together. A young man sits quietly on a rock, looking for the best. The ninja curiously asks him how he feels and how his wound is healed. It seems that the ointment that the ninja applied to the wound really helped the young man and eased his condition. It's great that the situation was resolved without any problems. Ninja expresses relief that everything turned out for the best. The young man has questions about what tomorrow might hold, and curiosity about future events fills the air with uncertainty. The ninja steps forward, leaving the young man behind, and his footsteps are lost in the darkness of the night. However, even as he leaves, he offers to share his thoughts with the young man, revealing his interest in his inner world. It seems that a ninja always hides his thoughts and feelings from others, preferring to keep them in the depths of his soul. There are so many stars scattered in the sky that each one twinkles like treasures, making the night atmosphere extraordinary and magical. The young man's hair is exposed to the wind, which blows it from all sides, creating a feeling of tenderness and calmness in this night silence, which is filled with mystery. Being carried away by his inner thoughts, the ninja calmly closes his eyes and descends into his inner world. His thoughts return again to the moment when they all stood together on the path of justice and tried to recognize the lies and injustice that was hiding in front of them, and that they were ready to stand up to it. In the heart of a ninja, the passion to fight against the coalition to uphold the principles of justice has always burned. Suddenly he hears footsteps coming from behind the bushes next to him. This sound causes the ninja to open his eyes, ready to engage the mysterious person approaching in this magical nighttime aura. The mysterious figure approaches step by step, sliding in the shadows until it is a long way from the ninja. The ninja stands on the very edge of a cliff, his outline appearing in front of the most powerful natural phenomenon. The feeling that someone else is nearby is inevitably felt by the ninja as a pulsating current of sensory perception. If his palm could speak, it would have been thrust forward, as if trying to stop the approach of a mysterious figure. Under the gentle, reassuring stroking, the ninja almost bumps into the boy, raising his head sharply and looking at him in confusion, ready to react to any mysterious intrigue of the night. In a quiet evening, the boy dodges the blow, his piercing gaze asks not to be hit, and his heart beats with fear. Unexpectedly for everyone, it turns out that his intense secret work is aimed at preparing the best surprise for someone special. At the end of this dramatic day, the boy meets his master for the first time, and their meeting takes place under the bright moonlight, and the joy on the young man's face simply shines. But despite all the joy, a question remains in the boy's heart to which he wants to find an answer. The master, smiling slightly, answers mysteriously, "As many years as many winters." At this moment, the young man realizes that the master's words carry wisdom, revealing to him the deep meaning and power of the passing time and his own life. On a dark night, when everyone was already asleep, the young man was surrounded by an aura of mystery. When asked about the reason for his long absence, he answered as follows: "It is forbidden to meet with candidates during the exams. If we are caught in such a meeting, we will be in serious trouble." A ninja appeared from a dark corner with a question. Why is he still here? Perhaps the young man wanted to know what had happened to Baekhyong. They usually determine which candidates are most likely to succeed and carefully plan for changes in the composition of the Cheonso Dang. And this dialogue leaves the intention of the mystery that they know more than they might appear to. In the middle of the dark night, a young man made an indignant remark, but this year there was no such thing. He was mentally rejoicing or worrying about this unexpected change. The ninja calmly concluded that he could not know the reason for this change in circumstances. His expression reflected curiosity and some uncertainty. The young man, exchanging glances with the ninja, generously asks to know more, wanting to know the details of this mysterious story. "I wonder why Chun So-dan is sending inspection missions." The young man's question expressed his curiosity and uncertainty about what was going on behind the curtain of the mysterious world. A mysterious is heard, making you want to unravel this intrigue further. The conversation is conducted in such a tone as if every word could hide the key to unlocking an important secret. I was surprised to find out that nothing of the sort had actually happened. It was all just a confluence of circumstances or a misunderstanding. It turns out that all these conversations have arisen because of plans to send them on inspection missions. This idea sounds like a challenge that they are ready to accept. Gradually, it becomes clear that the group leader was aware of these plans, and may have even participated in their formulation. The creation of a new team specialized in inspections is noted. This new team is tasked with actively studying and monitoring standards. Now they are doing their best to maintain high standards and ensure safety and discipline in their group. The whole process is reminiscent of the important mission and common goal they are striving to achieve. It seems that under the popular cover of inspections, they may be considering getting rid of those who oppose their interests. Even if such plans exist, they would certainly not immediately implement them, or would they? And here we remain waiting for events to happen, to see what will happen next, how this mysterious story will unfold. The young man decides to say hello to Lady Peck. Perhaps this will help to reveal further details. However, it is clear that the young man came here with a specific purpose, which apparently has not yet been fully revealed. This story remains tense and fascinating. He crossed paths with her only a few times, and each encounter was remembered as extremely important. The ninja decides to organize a meeting to discuss the events further and decide what to do next. Outside, the night is entering its last phase, cozy and mysterious. A new day begins, and with it comes time for new challenges and adventures. The girl is sleeping peacefully on a soft pillow, unaware of the events unfolding at this time. Her dream looks like a perfect contrast to the difficult situations that await the main characters. She opens her eyes, and their emerald rays shimmer in the dawn light like a fleece in the depths of a lake. Feelings of lightness and acceleration leave her after getting out of her comfortable bed. A subtle, sleepy smile plays on her face, as if she were still in the arms of sleep. On the wooden table next to her is a single rounded pill, and in the dining bowl, soup is steaming nobly, the vapor creating an aura of warmth. Exams are looming on the horizon, the Sunday challenge, where their skills will be tested by fire and fury. At this moment in time, she feels a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty before the start of this big day. The exams ended only yesterday, and the main stage of their studies is finally over. During the exams, everyone demonstrated their strength and skills, confirming their level of training. Even the teacher could not stop applauding, impressed by their achievements in the exams that took place yesterday. But now, the reality they are about to face promises to be far more rigorous and painful than any exams they have ever taken. The task ahead of them will require great endurance and determination. Now they are in the center of the action, fighting new enemies. This battle is a challenge they are ready to take on, celebrating the courage and cohesion they show in this dangerous adventure. These enemies are persuading them, disguised as friends, and this makes the situation extremely difficult. The enemies have no limits when they put their hands on everything this group has created and rebuilt. Everything these young warriors fought for looks like sand falling from their hands, and everything they worked for is stolen from them over time. Thanks to thorough internal investigations, they are ready to identify these enemies and put an end to their villainous actions. The teacher unites with his students, ready to influence this difficult situation and support them in the fight against the enemies who hide among them. Together they become the hope for victory and the restoration of what has been lost. However, the teacher does not try to force his students to perform this task. "If you would like to join me in the fight against these insidious enemies among us," the teacher says, expressing his request but not imposing it. "Write your names and put a seal on this contract," is a call from the teacher, who gives the students the opportunity to define their will and duty. "Reinvent yourselves as members of the internal inspection group of the Yongcheondan Coalition," is a promise to join the coalition that fights for honesty and justice. The students simultaneously raise the sleeves of their clothes, ready to take on this great task and distinguish themselves in this struggle for justice and dignity. They dip their fingers in the stamp and mark their names on paper as a sign of commitment and responsibility. They also put their handprint on the paper, symbolizing their willingness to fight for justice and fairness with their power unity. Everyone understands the importance of the step they have taken and the responsibility they have. The teacher shows satisfaction and pride in his students who have shown great courage and commitment. Suddenly, however, he abruptly looks away from one of the students, expressing excitement and questions about this particular student. The situation looks mysterious and incredibly interesting. The ninja sits in silence, not making a handprint, his face hiding from all the details of this situation. The ninja's face looks tense, and he is obviously hiding something or trying to protect it. The teacher curiously asks him why he didn't choose to put his handprint with the others, suddenly recalls the words of the commander-in-chief, "We have nothing on him, no motives, no past." These words make the situation even more mysterious. This young man is very difficult to control. He is like a double-edged sword that is difficult to control. His character and actions raise questions and unease, and he gives the story an incredible dimension where mystery and intrigue intertwine. If this mysterious figure can be overcome, he can turn into an ideal warrior who combines incredible potential, courage, and dedication. All the hopes and ambitions of the teacher and the students are placed on this young man. However, if they fail to solve his mystery, the mysterious intrigue surrounding this figure will remain unknown, and his true intentions will remain hidden. This raises many questions and keeps the story in complete uncertainty. The teacher begins to think about what possible consequences might arise if they fail to understand this ninja and solve his mystery. Even he, with his experience, feels that this is a very difficult situation. The ninja is sitting next to a letter that may hold the key to everything, and he is deeply considering whether to leave his handprint. All his inner conflict and uncertainty is reflected in his face. All these students, united around a mysterious person, are full of tension and curiosity. They realize that this situation could determine their fate, and each of them feels the importance of this moment. All participants of the important moment put their fingerprints on the paper, expressing their unquestioning participation and commitment. With this gesture, they reaffirm their courage and determination to fight for justice and fairness. But the ninja still can't decide what to do. He finds himself in a sea of his own thoughts, trying to unravel an important decision. Drowning in his thoughts, he hesitates and begins to correlate all his possible options. The good weather around creates a clear and calm environment that stands in contrast to the birdsong. This is truly a testament to the unification of Kyeondan Coalition. The students feel proud and honored to be part of this great community. Even now, the students cannot believe that they have been settled in such a wonderful city that impresses with its beauty and architecture. Their beautifully maintained forms show that they are ready for any challenges their new fate may bring. One of the students is closely watching two young men who seem to have a secret or a plan. I wonder what happened to make these two young men so happy, and how it will affect the overall fate of this group. The story is full of mysteries and inexplicable events that fascinate everyone involved. His sister replies with a confused expression, trying to understand her brother's motives for making such an unexpected decision. Carefully examining their new uniforms, the ninja can feel every detail with which they were created. The fabric is smooth to the touch, and the design features symbols and elements that indicate their affiliation with the coalition. The students in the pack look enchanted with their new looks, and they proudly carry themselves in their new looks, representing their group with dignity. However, in the midst of this general euphoria, the ninja cannot forget his previous uniform, which was not just a piece of clothing for him, but a symbol of his past and identity. The girl, who has also changed into a new uniform, seems pleased and excited about her appearance. On the table, among other shapes, there is another mysterious shape. Everyone has a question. Whose shape is it and how did it get here? It turns out that this is the form of the ninja himself, and he is standing over it, ready to put it on. However, his face expresses a strange combination of sadness and confusion. It is unclear why this important moment evokes such mixed feelings and reflections in the ninja. A young man rushes over to him and asks him why he hasn't changed yet, emphasizing that the commander has already arrived and it's time to go. This scene gives the story even more depth and mystery, and its characters begin to reveal their inner conflicts and conflicting feelings, which gives the story a huge intriguing potential. In the humble atmosphere of the first line, the young man obviously feels the mystery of the upcoming event, not knowing what awaits him. In the second line, the vice commander appears like a ghost on the horizon, enveloping himself in an aura of mystery. He adds a new dimension to the situation, and the questions become even more acute. A look of bewilderment is drawn on the faces of all those present, as if an invisible hand had touched their souls, and they do not know how to react to the unexpected situation. The mystery of the moment, raising questions about what struck everyone and what secrets may be revealed in the future. A huge wave of emotions flows as everyone present abandons their feelings of control and is delighted by the amazing appearance of the ninja. The warrior looks great. His posture and facial expressions testify to his greatness and skill. The girl blushed at him, surprised by his impressive presence. The words, "As the Marima story shows, justice without force cannot be realized in our world," are heard, adding an important philosophical note to the scene. So, even on days without formal training, you must fill your strength by training yourself, the teacher says, emphasizing the importance of self-discipline. The students unanimously say they understand, which shows that they are ready to accept the teacher's important instruction. The teacher decided to introduce his students to a mysterious mentor who promised to provide them with valuable knowledge. When everyone was waiting for the mentor, he did not appear in front of them, but suddenly appeared on the roof, standing in the wind like a character from a fairy tale. He announced his name, Do-1. Mentor Do-1 impressed everyone with his bold and energetic dive down, which was so high that it seemed like he was flying. Landing very loudly, he created a noise that vibrated the air and amazed everyone around him. Mentor Do-1 turned out to be very large. His height and massive figure impressed everyone with his power, causing the students to be in awe. An impressive picture unfolds before the students, and they remain amazed by his magical appearance. One of the students notes that the mentor shines with a strong aura that makes him exclaim this impression to everyone. He arrives at the meeting point with amazing speed, covering the distance in a flash. The warrior, looking at his mentor, seems to recognize him, and this makes him quite surprised. The mentor announces that he has been looking forward to this meeting, leaving it mysterious what he might have in mind. The mentor, before revealing his name, decided to approach this meeting with a specific task for the students. This indicates his practical approach and desire to measure their abilities. By conducting a short skill test, it guides learners to test their skills and determine their potential. After completing these practical tasks, the mentor moves on to the next stage by taking a fighting stance in front of his students. This action emphasizes his determination and willingness to teach. The mentor has a large scar on his face that hides many secrets and adventures. This makes us think that his past can be very impressive and complicated. Interacting with a mentor causes students to have a mixed state of emotions. They seem to be scared, but at the same time they feel a desire to rise to the top and overcome their own limitations. The teacher suddenly starts hitting his students, and each blow sends them flying off in different directions like enchanting comets in the sky. His actions seem mysterious and stubborn, like a breeze that changes direction, and this gives students the impression that he is not very kind. The mentor does not stop and beats another warrior. His blows are like explosions, where all the power of nature unites in one instant. The student, flying away from one of the blows, gathers all his willpower and hits the wall, creating a magical light explosion and remaining helpless in the fireplace. This scene conveys the impression of incredible power and tension in the conflict between the mentor and the students, and emphasizes the magical and fantastic nature of the events. Suddenly, the mentor's hand is tied with thin threads, as if nature itself had intervened at that moment, creating amazing magical images. He looks at his hand in surprise, not understanding what exactly is happening on his skin and how it is possible. The girls, saying to themselves, "This is our weapon," take out their thread magic, trying to hold his hands and control the situation, and do everything they can to keep the mentor from taking further action, and in doing so, they show mutual support and courage. This scene captures the magic and collaboration of the characters in an unusual setting and celebrates their ingenuity and determination in wielding the threaded weapon. However, the mentor says that they have a weak hold on him and laughs, considering their attempt to be too bold. He pulls hard on the strings, and the girls fly off in different directions like spider threads that break. Once again choosing the direction of the conflict, the mentor hits them hard in the stomach, suppressing them and causing pain. Another student watching this does not know what to do, hesitates to act in this difficult situation. The mentor is noted for his ruthlessness, knocking one of his students out of the world and leaving everyone else in shock and uncertainty. "It looks like I'll have to teach you, starting with the basics," the mentor says, slowing down his ninja flight. His voice sounds magical and mysterious, even in the wind. The warrior looks at his mentor when he is already in the air and feels his presence fill the surrounding space with energy and mystery. Instantly reacts by putting a block on the mentor's punch. At this point, time slows down and every movement becomes visible in detail. It's like a dance of lightning and fire, where every gesture is of great importance. The mentor tries to attack the warrior, but he is very strong, and even the first blow cannot hit him. The jolt and tension in the air is extremely palpable. The whole scene is filled with magic, energy, and mystery, which evokes the impression of events in an epic movie. The mentor is surprised by the warrior's courage and strength, and begins to wonder who this mysterious person is whom he is to teach. On this epic battlefield, a grandiose battle unfolds between a great mentor and a young warrior. The student is fascinated by what he sees. Every movement, every stroke seem to him to be amazing acts of skill and mastery. A teacher who is experienced and wise cannot stop marveling at his student's skills. His eyes express admiration and pride at how far his student has come. The audience is also impressed. The girl standing next to him can't stop marveling at this show of skill. It's the first time she's seen such a level of mastery. And the mentor's face shows a look of surprise. He did not expect his student to be so dedicated and accomplished in his skills. On the other hand, a warrior looks forward with confidence radiating from him. He is ready to go through any trials and challenges, unwavering in his stubbornness and belief in himself. The warrior has a flashed feeling that he has managed to restore his memory. At this moment, he seems to remember who this mysterious mentor is. And now the answer is revealed to him. It's a guang-am, an unholy fist. His eyes are a stormy mixture of impressions, noting the great importance of this discovery. The scar on his face becomes a symbol of his anger and determination. From that moment on, he feels obligated to live up to his name and destroy Guang-am. His arm starts to hurt, reminding him of every moment of his meeting with his mentor. This pain becomes a source of strength and determination for him. It seems that the mentor has hit something extremely strong. His skills and strength have impressed the warrior, and this makes him even more eager to defeat this unusual opponent. I had heard there was a hand-to-hand fighter in prison who crushed the coalition soldiers. The words of the mentor evoke an invincible fighting spirit in the warrior and trigger an important memory. The warrior rises to the height of the challenge, prepared for the next stage of the battle. His young but experienced soul is ready to show his skills. A villainous smile blooms on the warrior's face, and he decisively rushes at his mentor, wanting to hit him with a powerful blow to overcome the legend. The desperate reaction of the warrior's mentor, who is fighting with him, is no less fascinating. He dodges very skillfully, like a dancing cat, avoiding a deadly blow. The warrior decisively dares to kick, directing his kick toward his mentor, but the punches fly over the mentor's head, almost easily overcoming him. This agility and speed are surprising. The mentor, without losing his dignity, admits that the warrior turned out to be a very cunning opponent. His traces and techniques leave him amazed. A warrior grows convinced in his mind that he is invincible, and this makes him even more stubborn in his goal of victory. Meanwhile, the mentor decides to turn on his superpower in preparation for the extraordinary test that is about to come. The mentor, like a magician, watches with admiration what he has conceived. Amazed at the grandeur of his own plans, he recognizes that this battle is turning into something incredible. The warrior standing before the mentor decisively incorporates the fist style of the Spirit King. His movements become graceful and skillful, as if he embodies the spirits of past great warriors. He intends to kill the warrior, carrying his stubborn determination and deep belief in the correctness of his actions. The warrior's fist approaches the young man's face, and the mentor stands up in admiration, watching every movement with attention and expectation. Angrily sticking out his hand, the warrior is ready for the biggest challenge of his life. This moment is filled with anticipation of a great clash. The blow remains within the radius of the hand, not reaching its target. The moment when everything seems important, but at the same time unreal. How could this have happened? The warrior asks himself this question, his mind filled with a confusion of doubts, because he believed that this blow would lead to the outcome of the battle. The warrior was sure that this was how it was supposed to happen. His belief in this was unshakable, but now it is broken. He blocked the fist style of the Spirit King, Master Guang-am. The teacher says these words out of wonder and delight. His eyes express deep admiration for his opponent's skills. It seems that his mentor was right to conclude that he was a strong warrior. The events of the battle reveal Guang-am's true strength and skill, and the teacher rises to a new level of respect for him. Before my fist made contact with his hand, I felt the energy of my fist being offset by the aura of a corresponding force. This feeling inspires me and impresses me with its mystery. It uses a protective aura. How can a sugar butterfly be so capable? The warrior feels incredibly surprised at what he is experiencing in this battle. The teacher realizes that the battle on the brink is becoming too dangerous and stands between them, urging them to stop. He knows that the fate of many may be at stake. "Are you trying to scare everyone before we even start?" The strong man replies to his coach, expressing his unwavering desire to demonstrate his superiority. The mentor seems to be giving himself to the full torture of his job, being deeply involved in resolving this conflict. His strength, Insight and wisdom may prove decisive in resolving this tense situation. He decides to introduce himself by calling himself Guang Am, his nickname for the unholy fist. This open demonstration of his power and position creates a mysterious aura. He takes responsibility for their training, promising to teach them the best skills and secrets of the martial art. The students agree to his proposal, realizing that this could be an incredible opportunity for their development. He is a famous mentor, one of the best in this art. His name is known and his skills are impressive to everyone, but the warrior, despite all the advantages, is not satisfied for some reason. In his thoughts, there may be a mysterious reason for this dissatisfaction that will be revealed over time. The weather is beautiful outside, the sun is shining brightly and the sky is cloudless, creating a beautiful day. The scene they see has no logical explanation. The fist looks like it has been knocked down or broken. One of the teachers looks at his damaged fist in disbelief, trying to understand how it happened. A man approaches him from behind and asks, "What is Guang Am?" His question adds to the mystery of this strange situation. Guang Am turns around and bows to the respected leader. This respect and submission to the new character makes the situation even more unusual and interesting. People may say that he is indifferent to Yun Chong Dan, but in reality, he hopes for his success more than anyone else. His true feelings are deep and hidden. Sir cordially asks the mentor to coach them at a higher level. His desire to develop his own skills is genuine and unwavering. The head of the coalition is pleased with the mentor's decision and support for his training. He realizes the importance of this moment for the success of their team. He asks for attention to be paid to someone he really thinks is unthinkable, alluding to Cheong Dan. His trust in this fighter is the basis of his hopes. By telling them not to worry, he tries to relieve the tension and anxiety of his teammates, encouraging them to believe in their abilities and the team's victory. The mentor spends a lot of time with the warrior, trying to teach him the best techniques and improve his skills. This curiosity and concern shows his desire to help his students succeed. The beginning of the sunset outside creates an incredible atmosphere, awakening nature and giving new energy and hope. The students' barracks impresses with its beauty and organization, creating a comfortable and cozy place to study and live. The girl gracefully descends the steps, her movements expressing lightness and grace. The girl expresses her inner doubts and fears, feelings of awkwardness and uncertainty in the new environment and uniform. If they warm up before starting a workout, it will help them move more freely. This approach emphasizes the importance of preparation for physical education. Once inside, she was very surprised. An unexpected picture unfolded before her. There stood Muen, with a palpable, strong aura. He appears to be an impressive figure, striking in his strength and charisma. He was also training, and he had a strong aura about him that showed he was ready to train and wanted to get to a higher level. There was a white fire around him, which may symbolize his inner raw energy and focus on his goals. He needed to be highly concentrated, because it was a moment when any distraction could cost him the victory. Under the cover of night, where only the moon is a witness, Mushin stands silent among the shadows. His figure, deep in meditation, radiates calm and composure. He takes a deep breath, gathering the latent energy that sleeps in the depths of his soul. A mysterious light begins to burst from his body, weaving a shimmering cocoon around him. This moment is the embodiment of his strength and will. The energy that envelops Mushin reflects his indestructibility and inner strength. The night comes to life with a sudden gust of wind that ruthlessly sweeps away the autumn leaves. The leaves, like dancers in a whirlwind of autumnal melody, scatter in the darkness, covering everything around them. The leaves float easily in the air, flying over the roofs of the academy buildings. In the soft light of the street lamps, they create the impression of a magical stream, moving freely among the silence of the night. The last leaves gently land on the asphalt near Mushin's training ground, adding mystery and beauty to the scene. The admiring girl watches Mushin from a hidden place. Her eyes reflect delight and indescribable interest in the scene unfolding before her. She sees Mushin in a new light, a meditating, centered magician who skillfully controls the wind around him. This scene reveals to her a previously unknown depth of his character and abilities. Mushin, deeply focused during his meditation, tenses his face. An internal countdown begins in his mind. 1, 2. And suddenly we see the old mighty tree torn to pieces, reflecting an invisible but powerful force. 3. The huge clay stones begin to rise up, as if they are losing weight and becoming as light as a feather. 4. The earth begins to break apart at the seams, creating huge cracks and sinkholes. 5. A large-scale landslide occurs, covering the surrounding mountains, causing the impression of a catastrophe. Here Mushin speeds up the countdown. 6, 7, 8. Huge explosions cover the entire area, turning the environment into an arena of chaos. 9, 10, 11. We see huge stones turn into small pieces after the explosions, which fall to the ground like rain. Mushin returns to his memories, where he is the majestic god of war, standing on a stone controlling all these events with his will and power. Mushin returns to the past, to the time when he first felt the incredible power that was awakening in him. These were moments of great strength, but also of great struggle. In a battle where every blow was inevitable, Mushin struggled to cope with the uncontrollable force that flooded him. The struggle to control his own abilities seemed almost hopeless. When he reaches the count of 12, Mushin swings his leg decisively, trying to channel his power, but suddenly, an unknown force pulls him out of his meditation. This unexpected outburst causes him to lose his balance and he falls to his knees. Mushin falls to his knees with such force that the energy that enveloped him scatters in all directions, creating the impression of an energy explosion dissipating into the air. Mushin, exhausted to the limit, can barely breathe after what has just happened. He sits on the ground, feeling each breath as if it were an important victory over himself. Gathering his last strength, he whispered, 12. This word echoes in the silence like the last chord in a complex musical composition. In his meditation, he took 12 difficult steps, each of which was a battle with himself. It was a test of his strength, will, and spirit. Feeling tired from this ordeal, Mushin breathes deeply, trying to regain his strength. Each breath brings him a little more energy. Mushin recalls his memories, where he is a mighty god of war standing on a rock, lording over his achievements. He reflects, I have defeated death and gained a body that will serve me for many decades in a young form. Tired but determined, Mushin focuses on the last, most important step of his meditation. This step symbolizes the end of his spiritual journey. I knew that I would lose some of my power by awakening in this body, but, Mushin reflects, feeling a mixture of determination and acceptance of his fate. By taking a deep breath, he releases the tension that has accumulated during meditation and feels his strength and calm return. Suddenly his gaze is drawn to the girl who has been watching him from afar. She, unnoticed until now, stands in the semi-shadows. How much longer are you going to stand there? Asks Mushin, a slight ironic tone in his voice. The girl, amazed to be noticed, looks shocked and puzzled. The girl, gathering her will into a fist, says to Mushin, the people we have to meet will be just like you, right? Her voice sounds a little hesitant, but you can hear sincere curiosity and thoughtfulness about the future and the challenges it may bring. Are you afraid? Asks Mushin, looking at her penetratingly. The girl, slightly embarrassed, answers, should I be? Mushin's answer is profound and wise. Courage comes from fear. Courage without fear is not courage. These words made the girl think. Her face expresses alertness and at the same time a certain awareness, as if these words had opened up a new way of looking at the world. Mushin, with a casual smile, says, it looks like you're here to warm up before training. I'll leave you alone. The girl, unexpectedly for Mushin, pulls out her sword and points it in his direction. Her movements are confident and decisive, as if she is ready for a confrontation. Mushin abruptly turns his attention to her actions. His gaze becomes more focused, but in his eyes you can read not only readiness for action, but also a certain curiosity. The girl, looking him straight in the eye, repeats his words, it looks like you're here to warm up before your training. I'll leave you alone. Mushin smiles wider and answers, I will not fight. His voice sounds calm, but there is a slight tinge of defiance in it. The girl smiles in response to Mushin's words and says happily, great. Her enthusiasm is felt in every word. She is ready for a relaxed competition. An unexpected confrontation between Mushin and the girl emerges, full of lightness and fun. Their interaction creates an atmosphere of friendly competition. The moonlit night envelops their competition with its glow, adding magic and mystery to the moment. One of the Academy's teachers, who is also awake, learns the surprising news. Cooperation with Beyondan and Amyundan. I am sure that training within the coalition will be enough. I've already asked them for help. I am confident that there will be enough training within the coalition. I have already asked them for help. The academy director reflects, they are both very proud groups, so I'm sure they will be a great fit for training with Yan Qiandan. The director continues, they said they would contact us personally and go on the road as soon as they were ready. The master responds to these words, I've got it. His voice sounds confident and collected, as if he already has a plan of action. Biyundan and Amyundan specialize in foundations, he continues. His face expresses respect for the skills of these groups. They train day and night. I hear that each of them is a martial arts master. His words reflect admiration and a little concern at the same time. I wonder if Yan Chongdan will be able to stand up to them. The master reflects, thinking about the upcoming conflict and the possibilities of his group. The master, walking around the yard, suddenly notices some sounds in the yard that catch his attention. He opens the door and asks loudly, Who is here at this late hour? At this point, Mushin is in a fierce struggle with his girlfriend, both looking focused and motivated. The girl seriously attacks Mushin, using her sword with great skill and precision. Its blows do not cause any damage to Mushin, as it cannot be hit with primitive strikes. It moves with amazing speed and ease. Mushin's shot rushes towards the girl, but she dodges it with grace. She immediately counterattacks, sending a kick, but Mushin skillfully parries it. After pushing off each other, they both move away at a distance, preparing for the next round of combat, both in a fighting stance. Mushin says with a smile, Not bad for a girl. His words seem like a slight challenge. The girl, glad that Mushin liked her style, responds with a smile. For them, this fight is like a game. The master, watching them, is a little tense, but he is extremely interested in watching their confrontation. Chapter 26 begins with a daytime training session at the academy. Against a blue sky, a sword called the Dragon Sword flies upward, symbolizing the beginning of intense training. The director of the academy, a true master of his craft, sparred with the students. None of the students can stand up to him, which demonstrates his enormous superiority in skill and experience. The students, determined, attack the principal one by one, but each of them eventually falls under his tireless onslaught. These are fights that require maximum concentration and endurance. Anyone who loses attention for even a moment gets a harsh lesson from the fierce master. His quick and accurate strikes leave no one indifferent. The director spares no one in his tests, striving to bring training closer to real combat conditions. His methods require a high level of dedication and willpower from the students. The defeated men lie on the ground, and the director, standing over them, seriously declares, If this had been a real fight, you would both be dead. His words echo through the quiet courtyard. Next, attack, the principal commands, addressing the other students who are preparing to try their hand at it. One of the students unexpectedly attacks, but misses with the stick as the principal deftly dodges. His movements are quick and precise. Addressing the student, the director ironically remarks, Hit-and-run tactics, I won't give you a chance. His voice is challenging and slightly teasing. At the moment, the principal is about to grab the student. His arm is suddenly wrapped around a hard iron thread, which throws him off balance. Despite the unexpected challenge, the master looks intently at the girl who used the iron threads. His gaze radiates confidence and experience. He said, Not that cheap trick again. His words reflect a slight irritation at the repetitiveness of the student's tactics. The student's threads tie him up, capturing his body. They tighten, trying to restrict his movements. The students, perceiving the moment of the master's vulnerability as their chance, prepare for an attack, thinking that this is their opportunity to overcome him. One of the students attacks decisively, shouting, Ha! and preparing to deliver a powerful blow that could defeat even a master. The master, instead of showing signs of anxiety, just laughs, impressing everyone with his confidence and control over the situation. Suddenly, he delivers a precise and powerful kick aimed at the attacking student, demonstrating his impressive strength and speed. The student falls to the ground with great force from the impact, emphasizing the master's superiority even in cramped conditions. The master easily tears off the binding threads, showing that even such a cunning trap cannot stop him. He turns to the students. I thought I told you this wouldn't work. His words reflect the importance of experience and analysis of the situation in combat. The master grasped the threads that tied his hands. His movements reflect strength and confidence. Despite the girl's efforts to pull the threads and hold the master, he seems invulnerable to their attempts. The master is in full control of the situation, confidently holding the threads in his hands. His posture and facial expression indicate confidence in his actions. However, when his attention was focused on the threads, One of them suddenly hit him in the face. It was an unexpected and somewhat insidious move. This blow irritated the master, as he considered it a dirty trick. His face expresses anger and disappointment at this turn of events. One of the students, observing the situation, exclaims enthusiastically, "Finally, it's open. Now we attack or never." His words reflect a sense of urgency and readiness for action. The student's attack was carefully planned to hit the master at the most unexpected moment. His movements are quick and decisive, and he is completely focused on the goal. The master, with a lightning-fast reaction, grabs the daredevil by the arm. "It's not going to work," he shouts, using his experience and strength to stop the attack. With the words, "Don't be distracted," the director of the academy shoves the boy towards the girls holding the threads. This moment demonstrates his ability to control the situation. At the same time, he throws a wooden training sword in the direction of one of the attackers, using it as a means of teaching and testing the student's reactions. The sword flies straight towards the girl, creating a moment of tension and danger. At this critical moment, Lin Luo deflects the blow with impressive speed and accuracy, protecting her partner. Her actions demonstrate a high level of skill and dedication to teamwork. The sword suddenly flies back to the master. He freezes for a moment, surprised by this sudden turn. In a matter of seconds, he deflects the sword, demonstrating his incredible reaction and skill. The master ponders the situation and comes to a conclusion. He said, "If Ensoba's sword were real, your left hand would have been cut twice by now." The master closes his eyes and focuses his attention on Ensoba, preparing for the next step. He laughs as he addresses Yunsob. "You're fast." His laughter reflects not only his impression of her skill, but also his pleasure at the challenge. "Okay, in this case, one hand will be enough," says the master, demonstrating confidence and readiness to accept the challenge despite the limitations. Lin Soba, taking advantage of the moment of surprise, decisively attacks, directing his efforts to gain an advantage in the fight. The master deftly dodges the girl's sword blow, demonstrating his high skill and deep understanding of martial arts. He carefully assesses the situation, analyzing Lin Sob's every move, preparing for the next step in their duel. The master praised the girl for her speed, dodging her quick attacks. His ability to adapt to her movements was impressive. The girl attacks with such speed that her foot almost hits the master's face. This moment demonstrates her incredible skill. For a master, it is more like a game in which he is the leader. He calmly manages the situation without losing control of the fight. The girl sharply pierces the air near the master's face, creating moments of high tension. The master catches the girl's hand in a matter of seconds, demonstrating his exquisite technique and speed of reaction. He gently but firmly throws her to the ground, shouting, "That's enough!" His words and actions emphasize his skill and authority. The master, impressed, said, "That was an impressive attack. You are far from beating me, but it was very good," he adds, recognizing the girl's efforts and skills. At this point, the master delivers a powerful kick, but the girl manages to dodge it. As a result of the maneuver, they both fall near Mushin, creating a new twist in this dynamic scene. Mushin watches the scene with a stern expression on his face, showing his interest in the developments. The master, with a note of surprise and admiration in his voice, says, "What a bold girl, to look at your master with such a vile look." He turns his gaze to Mushin and says, "Next." His tone evokes tension and anticipation. The master looks Mushin straight in the eye and defiantly asks, "Are you afraid? Attack!" But suddenly the master feels movement behind him, which he did not expect at all. It's Mushin, who has unnoticed the master and has gone around him, showing his extraordinary speed and skill. "If this was a real fight, you would be dead by now," Mushin says, standing behind the master. The boy's cold breath passes over the master's back, which shocks him and makes him feel the unpredictability of the situation. Mushin turns to Master Guang'am and asks, "Isn't it true?" His words and manner evoke tension and intrigue. A cart with barrels of food stands on the cold ground. The academy's cooks have prepared lunch for the students, but they are nowhere to be seen. Since no one from the academy showed up for lunch, the cooks decided to bring food to one of the masters. The embarrassed cooks ask the master if the students might be eating something else. The master, also confused, answers, "No, it's not." The master thinks, "Is it possible that the morning training is not over yet?" The cooks say that they will leave all the food in the cafeteria and ask the students to come there if they get hungry. The master begins to suspect that something has happened because the morning training session has dragged on for too long. He asks himself a question. It's only the first day of their training, so why is it taking so long? The master, curious and anxious, looks at the training ground, feeling that something unusual is happening there. He sees that all the students have stopped and are watching something with intense attention. "What's going on here?" the master asks, sensing that the situation is unusual. Turning around, the master was shocked by what he saw. His face reflects surprise and concern. The director of the academy looks fiercely angry about Mushin's actions. His anger literally radiates from him. The principal's rage knows no bounds. He is eager to teach the boy to reason. His figure radiates authority and strength. The director turns to Mushin, shouting angrily, "How dare you!" His voice sounds like thunder, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. The director of the academy, outraged and furious, turns to Mushin. "How could you humiliate your mentor like that?" Mushin, calm and confident, replies, "I touched your vital point, and that decided the outcome of the battle. Is it humiliating to admit your own defeat?" The director, even more angry, throws up his hands. "Shut your mouth! I'll put you in your place," says the director, who is determined. The energy of the battle is heating up, and the director is not going to let the situation go unanswered. Mushin, showing no fear of the director, simply smiles, showing his steadfastness and confidence in his abilities. Enraged by Mushin's actions, the director shouts at him, "You brat!" His indignation reaches its peak. He rushes to attack Mushin, moving with impressive speed and aggression. The director swings for a mighty punch, but Mushin dodges it with incredible ease, as if he had anticipated the director's every move. The director's speed is extremely high, but Mushin seems even faster and more agile in this confrontation. The director's foot rushes straight to Mushin's head, trying to deliver the decisive blow, but the shot was parried with one hand by Mushin, who stopped this attacking movement with incredible accuracy and strength. One observer, surprised, notes, "He's not the same as yesterday." This remark indicates a dramatic change in Mushin's style and strength. The director's blows are getting stronger and stronger, gaining more power and energy each time, forcing Mushin to mobilize all his strength to defend himself. The director doesn't stop. He shouts and throws one punch after another, trying to overpower Mushin. Mushin, with incredible concentration, blocks every shot of the director, demonstrating his high skill and control over the situation. The director suddenly notices that Mushin is holding back his power. This discovery leads him to new thoughts about his opponent's intentions and abilities. The director thinks, "This guy is holding back his power so as not to offend me, but he doesn't know about my true abilities." The director's powerful punches are consistently blocked by Mushin with high technique and skill. The director is eager to see Mushin's full potential, his eyes radiating with a desire to see the boy's true abilities. Mushin responds with irony, "How can an unholy kulaknik be so weak?" His words were like a challenge to the director. These words struck the director, and a cold stream ran down his skin. He said, "You brother." His expression showed a mixture of surprise and anger. The director, who has already reached the peak of his anger, shouts, burning with internal energy, "I think you really want to die." He delivers a powerful punch to Mushin's stomach that has the power to destroy any opponent. Mushin, flying away from the impact, still managed to stay on his feet. His endurance and fortitude are impressive. Mushin's face changed, and the director felt that perhaps he had gone too far. There was a palpable concern in his eyes. "Oh shit," the director said, realizing the possible consequences of his actions. He clenches his burning fist and thinks to himself, "For a moment he lost control because of my provocation." Mushin, feeling the power of the blow, crouches down in pain. The director thinks, "Even if he neutralized part of my power with his aura, at least 20% of the power must have gotten through." The director turns to the boy. "It may not have been your vital point, but you're going to be bedridden for a few days. You have only yourself to blame. You brought all this on yourself," he adds with a note of approval and warning. Mushin, showing no signs of pain or confusion, calmly replies, "Of course." He perceives this blow as part of the game, showing his inner strength. The director notices how Mushin is still able to smile despite the powerful blow. This impresses the director and puts him in a state of shock. Mushin got to his feet, straightening his shoulders. He looks steadfast, as if he feels confident in his abilities. The professor, bewildered and surprised, cannot understand how an ordinary student could withstand such a powerful blow. How? How is this possible? He thinks. Mushin gets into a fighting stance, and his energy of balance can be felt around him. He is ready to continue the fight. Mushin's face radiates unbreakable strength and impregnability. His eyes are calm and confident. The professor notices an energy in Mushin that seems familiar to him. He begins to realize that he is not just a student, but someone much bigger. Mushin's stance and his expression in the director's eyes resemble the image of a god of war, which is very familiar to the director. It is an image of strength and power. The director catches himself thinking that this cannot be possible. His eyes show a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Mushin radiates an unwavering confidence that frightens and impresses everyone around him. He stands like an unyielding pillar in the face of his director. Mushin turns around when he hears the words "enough" spoken by another master of the academy, who stops the confrontation. This master turns to Mushin. "How dare you treat your mentor like that, Vice Commander?" His voice sounds stern and defiant. Moon, one of the students, walks in and asks, "Have you arrived yet?" His words bring a new element to the situation. Another master turns to the director. "Calm down, Master Guangam." His voice brings a touch of calm to the tense atmosphere. "He wasn't taught good manners, so please understand," this master adds, trying to ease the tension between Mushin and the director. The director's cold gaze slips past Mushin, feeling his steadfastness and confidence. Mushin stands motionless, looking the director straight in the eye. He is ready for any continuation of events, showing his inner strength and endurance. Mushin, known as one of the most powerful warriors of all time, has run into the legendary god of war. His name was heard in all corners of the world, and his fame was even accompanied by great fear. It is known that his mere presence on the battlefield was enough to make his enemies tremble with fear. However, Mushin's mysterious mentor is convinced that this invincible hero died half a century ago, leaving behind only legends and memories. Half a century has passed since the last time the hero appeared with such an extraordinary aura. It seems that he met another hero again who had an aura similar to his own. It could be a mistake or it could be a true event, but it remains a big mystery. In fact, at that moment, something unheard of and extraordinary happened here. Master Guan Am has killed multiple criminals over the years, the elder said during a conversation with Mushin. Mushin may not need additional training with this hero, but others will need it to overcome the danger. Now it's time to be very careful and cautious in Mushin's training process to avoid any new difficulties for his coach. Mushin states with great clarity that he had no intention of causing trouble. The teacher emphasizes that he has always had a certain complex idea in his head that he hopes to realize. Nevertheless, Mushin now has an important role as a member and vice commander of the coalition, which brings new responsibilities and requires him to take a very serious approach. Now he must approach everything with great care and dedication, because his decisions and actions affect the fate of many. Mushin makes his promise with a sense of inner determination, promising to try his best. His coach is amazed and believes in Mushin, sensing his genuine willingness to work hard. Mushin is in fact impressive in his determination and perseverance, but his thoughts and plans remain a deep secret to others. No one around him can imagine what he is thinking, and this mystery makes him an even more interesting character. The warrior tells his students that in the evening they will have the opportunity to train with each other, giving them the chance to improve their skills and try their hand at battle. They have a difficult path ahead of them that they will have to travel, must remain calm and continue to move forward despite all the difficulties ahead. The sun gracefully descends behind the clouds, creating a spectacular sunset. One of them holds a sword in his hand, ready to overcome any challenges that may come his way, the image of a common goal and the uncertainty of the future, and leaves the reader waiting for further adventures. Jean asks the young man where he is going on such a beautiful day. "Do you want to meet Mu Wu Yun Chong?" he asks enthusiastically. The dialogue continues, noting that this is their first meeting, and that the young man realized that Mu Wu Yan Chong Dan is not so simple. He became Yan Chong Dan's second in command, didn't he? "There's nothing you don't know," the young man replies, clearly implying that they are talking about something secret. "It is what it is. You asked me to tell you when the place for the martial arts training will be determined, didn't you? The decision has already been made." Mushin feels an unusual anxiety that is not at all like the usual state of affairs. This event is one of the most significant in the history of Cheonseodan, where influential representatives of other famous sects meet and even study the teachings of their masters, says the interlocutor. They usually try to build ties with other sects on their own in order to gain their consent and support. But this time it seems that the leader himself took the initiative to choose the sect and set the date. Mushin thinks deeply about this. What kind of sect are we going to? Mushin begins to wonder. "The Hebei Peng clan," replies the interlocutor with a well-known view of the future. This text tries to convey Mushin's emotions and inner state, describe the majesty of the event and the leader's decision, and create an image of the mysterious Hebei Peng clan sect. Mushin is uneasy about the fact that the Hebei Peng clan is simply standing still, not overcoming any obstacles. As the owners of the Hebei region, they undoubtedly had reports of the blood serpent's existence. If they don't take any action against them, even with their knowledge, it hints that there might be a secret between them. He muses with concern. "I heard Jan mention something similar," he adds, recalling his own memories. The dialogue between the two reminds Mushin that this situation is indeed unusual and strange. Is Yang So-gol aware that I am in favor of destroying the blood serpent sect? It is possible given his thorough knowledge, Mushin speculates. As for my personality, it's hard to imagine Yang So-gol finding out about this. Mushin brings his thoughts to the surface. The uncertainty and mystery of these events overwhelm his thoughts, and he wonders if he can really trust Yang. The peaks of the mountains are higher than the clouds, directing their majestic contours into the boundless sky. In the distance, like a mystery, a path winds, leading to an unknown traveler who has mysteriously set off to the world of mountains. For a traveler resistant to fatigue, making his way among rocks and forests, overcoming many more heights and putting the extreme point of his journey becomes a real test. And when he stands on the windy crest, out of breath from the effort, unforgettable memories and important moments of the past arise in his heart, references to the wisdom and importance of avoiding hard work, which sound more than ever before this moment like valuable advice from the life of nature itself. Before him is a huge mountain, which seems to be the most impassable barrier, and he doubts the wisdom of choosing the most difficult path that opens before him. His body is bent from repeated fatigue, and he cannot raise his face, trying to muster the strength for the next stage of his feat. His face is covered with a mask of lifelessness, and his eyes reveal only exhaustion and emptiness. Muon Prav are mysterious symbols that suggest doubts and mystery. An organization whose size remains unknown, which has no analogues, is secretly operating behind his back. What surrounds them remains incomprehensible and elusive, and they feel that unknown forces lie beyond their understanding. Yang recalls his inner memory of a conversation where he was called upon to know something important, and the entity's voice was filled with incredible confidence. Promising to reveal the whole truth later, he guarantees that he will not refuse this mysterious figure who speaks so boldly. As a master swordsman, Sun Woli orders Yan to help him in the most important tasks, which creates an extraordinary twist of mystery. The swordmaster is said to be the dream of Will himself, which creates an aura of mystery around the name. At the mention of this conversation, Ian has a very mysterious expression on his face, asking about the secrets behind the knowledge he has. Listening carefully, I hear messages about the swordmaster, son of the Will. It is noticeable how time and age leave their traces, reducing the former sharpness of his spirit and insight. But who will dare to ignore his commandments? Irony and tension, and the contradiction between Yan and the strangers is revealed. A faint smile appears on Yan's face as three strange men slowly approach him. They express their interest, asking what he was counting on when he embarked on such an important and dangerous mission, and point out that his extreme determination may prove futile, as they are not going to give up their place without a fight. With an admixture of irony, they add that in the conditions of this confrontation, Yan's gut can reveal his true essence, but they emphasize that he has no right to stay in their favorite place. In response to their threat, Yang only smiles, expressing his invulnerability. His words sound like a question. How are you going to choose the path of banditry when your understanding of people is so flawed? With dignity and elegance, Ian returns from this tense conversation, ready to retreat. However, the strangers do not back down. They are not ready to leave Yan alone. They are determined not just to stand still, but to carry out the capture of Ian. Yang draws his weapon with a gravitational grace, the blades glinting in the sunlight. With one light movement of the stick, he hits the criminals, and they scatter around like dry leaves from a gust of wind. After the fight is over, Yang puts his weapon back into place with neat precision, like it's an art he performs with impeccable precision. Criminals lie lifeless on the floor, as if by a magic capable of delaying time. In such moments, when actions decide fate, Ian always helps with one thing. Starting to reminisce in his head, Ian allows the memories to rise to the surface of consciousness. But then, Realizing that excessive reasoning can hinder his further activities, he resolutely decides to ignore the memories and move on. The student barracks amaze with its beauty. Its walls are decorated with exquisite details and ornaments. One of the senior students asks how the preparation for student life is progressing. The mentor replies with deep seriousness, "The venue has suddenly changed. Even though we only have a handful of people here, it took me a few days to prepare everything." When asked about the departure dates, he speaks with dignity. "The first group leaves tomorrow morning and the second in a week." Sensei absorbs all the seriousness of the situation and understands the importance of the mentor's words. The teacher inquires about the condition of his Yongcheongdan students and asks if Master Guangam still leaves them in doubt. Taking a light, gliding cup of tea, the sensei masters the art of storytelling and begins to express his thoughts. Master Guangam always brings unpredictability to his teaching, training his students according to his own unique method. Waiting for the next opponent, standing in a fighting stance, his look filled with calm and readiness. A student who has decided to test his own strength flies at him with a sword. With spectacular ease, the master repels the student's attack with one hand, demonstrating his high skill. Maintaining his unwavering self-confidence, the master charges his left sword for his next move. However, the student, desperately trying to dodge, does so at the last moment, losing his balance. Tries to convey the drama and effectiveness of the combat confrontation, creating a reflection of the skills and reactions of the characters. The mentor impresses with his skill, deflecting the blow of the sword with his hand, which only strengthens his authority. Many students gather around him, ready to join the training. With laughter and joy, the mentor emphasizes the successful progress of the student who learned yesterday's lesson well, pushing him to further growth. Now, slowing his movements, he summons the next apprentice to battle, ready to share his knowledge and experience. Inside the master is an incredible power that explodes with every movement, and this power makes him a master of impeccable craftsmanship. Great strength and skill of the master. He is always ready to overcome any obstacle and defeat any opponent, which is why he is recognized as a master of his kind. A quiet gasp of a young student who decided to try his hand at striking a sword blow at the master's most vulnerable moment will be heard from the depths. However, the master, who is incredibly sensitive to the environment, senses danger and, like lightning, responds. A kick, which stops the student in his intentions. The student instantly leans back, ready to land on one leg, demonstrating flexibility and coordination. The master, standing like a stone, begs all the students to attack him at the same time, opening up a huge opportunity for their growth. He chooses the role of the one to be beaten as a symbol of his faith in their abilities, ready to take their best blows. The master even offers to increase the difficulty of the training, taking their skills to a new level of challenge. Just when inspiration is lacking, a new student appears on the horizon, ready to join the training and send his own challenge. The weather is incredible today. We start the story by mentioning the great weather, which may be important in the future. Ninja students are growing very fast, an indication of the rapid progress of students in learning ninjutsu, which can be a key event. The mentor says that he can barely cope with them anymore. The mentor seems to be impressed with their achievements, but also feels pressure and responsibility for their education. But I wonder how they could have developed so much in such a short time. This raises an intrigue about the secret of students' success, emphasizes that the students' results are the result of their work and Master Giban M's skill. You can hear the sound of metal hitting stone. It's a sword hitting an invisible obstacle. The aura of the student's blade is unstable, shimmering around the blade, showing the inexperience of the wielder. It's impossible to get a normal aura given the condition of these swords, the student thinks, sighing in frustration. In a real battle, there will be no excuses. Every moment can decide fate. Mushan asks a profound question. Do you know what it means to achieve harmony with the sword? Is an invitation to reflect on the mysteries of mastery. It's just a huge amount of time spent swinging a sword. It's not just physical exercise, but endurance and dedication. But in harmony with the sword, you become one with the blade. You feel it as an extension of your hand and soul, as if you are free from restrictions. And you will no longer be bound to swords. This means transcending material limitations and achieving free will. You can achieve harmony with a sword, even with a blunt training sword like this one. Skill does not depend on the weapon. Even so, using a normal sword instead of something that can break at any time like a branch would be... The student reflects on the importance of the quality of the weapon in his or her journey. Mushin decisively pulls a branch out of the tree, as if he knows that it will become an important tool in his next actions. He cleans it of leaves, preparing the branch for a demonstration of his skills. He starts swinging it, performing the exercises with unexpected grace. Mushin undoubtedly wants to demonstrate something important, approaches the stone, preparing to demonstrate his technique or strength. All the students stare in disbelief, not believing that Mushin is actually preparing to demonstrate a serious technique with such a simple object as a branch. Mushin plunges into memories, focusing on the moment he has to demonstrate. Suddenly the stone breaks in half, indicating incredible skill. "I bet hook on a drink," he exclaims, revealing that this demonstration was part of a friendly competition. "Can you cut this stone in half using a stick?" Mushin challenges, showing that skill does not depend on weapons. "Who bet that I could do it? We both did." This reflects the spirit of competition and confidence in one's abilities. "How boring. Why bother with an insignificant bet? How about we bet you can't buy us a drink?" This is the offer that raises the stakes. Mushin returns from memories to reality, focusing his attention on the present moment. He waves a branch next to the stone, demonstrating his technique and skill. His movements were very fast, barely noticeable to the eye, causing admiration among the students. The stone, like a fragile crystal, cannot withstand the onslaught of Mushin's elusive power, and breaks into two equal parts with a loud crack, as if testifying to an invisible skill that surpasses natural laws. The students stand in awe, their faces illuminated with wonder and disbelief, experiencing a moment of profound inspiration, witnessing the true mastery that is revealed to them. The girls, overwhelmed by silent amazement, cannot find the words to express their feelings. Their eyes reflect genuine admiration, and they stand there as if mesmerized by this magical scene. Outside this place of power, the evening slowly fades into night, and the stars begin to twinkle in the sky, adding to the mysterious beauty and mystery of the moment. The girl, enveloped in the evening silence, goes to rest, walking along the paths that lead her from the noisy day to the tranquility of the night. Her steps are suddenly stopped by someone talking around the corner. The words about the upcoming trip tomorrow penetrate her ears, arousing curiosity and uncertainty. "If I find out anything, I'll contact you through Jan." The voice reflects the tension and importance of the situation. The fact that Jan from Gol accepted our request means that he also knows something. The words are full of hidden meanings and suspicions, revealing the importance of the information. There is definitely something suspicious going on there. Be careful out there. Don't worry. These words leave a sense of mystery and danger that may await them on this upcoming journey. "I am not that weak. You can't beat me that easily." The words are spoken with confidence and strength. They sound like a challenge that demonstrates unwavering determination. Mushin, standing still, looks at the young man with courage and calm, his gaze radiating the confidence and wisdom of a veteran. "I'm used to it, Han Seojin." His words reflect his experience and adaptation to constant challenges and competitions. Everyone is busy on the training ground. I think the aura of the blade used on the branch really fired them up, reflecting on the impact of the demonstration on others as a stimulus to their development and competitive spirit. It seems that Yun Chongdan will become even stronger, a prediction that reflects positive expectations and recognition of the young fighter's potential. Mushin addresses the girl with a question filled with curiosity and concern. "Why didn't you join their enthusiasm?" inquiring about the reason for her isolation from the others. "He's Unhyun from Cheon Seodan, right? The man you were just talking to." He tries to make a connection, revealing a possible reason for her pensiveness. "You're in his plans for the development of Yong Cheondan?" "Maybe." He hints at a secret agreement or strategy that might combine their interests. She looks at him with very serious eyes, as if this conversation is the key to her. "Don't you think it's rather rude that you're hiding this from me?" She speaks frankly, expressing her dissatisfaction and disappointment that her plans were kept secret from Mushin. "If we're going the same way, I should at least know what's going on." The girl says these words with a sense of the importance of the common goal and the need for awareness. "Do I have to report back to you on everything I do?" Mushin answers, trying to balance personal independence with mutual openness. "You don't trust me, do you?" They exchange questions that reflect the tension and need for mutual trust in their relationship. Do you really trust others so easily? It raises the question of trust and its importance in their communication and interaction. She finds herself in a stupor, not knowing how to answer, as these questions reveal deep reflections on trust, loyalty, and cooperation in their relationship. It seems that this question is not easy for her. She struggles with her feelings and thoughts, trying to find the answer in the depths of her heart. This conversation hits them both hard, creating a moment of sincerity and openness that is key to their relationship and future together. Unexpectedly, she exclaims that she trusts him, opening her heart despite her internal doubts and fear. Although this is not easy for her, her words radiate sincerity and courage, reflecting her genuine desire to trust and support. Her words touch Mushan deeply, and he feels the strength of her trust, which becomes an important moment in their relationship, strengthening their mutual respect and understanding. A beautiful scene unfolds outside, marking the beginning of a new chapter. A gentle breeze sways the leaves on the trees, and the soft light of the evening sun colors everything around in warm shades, creating an atmosphere of new beginnings. As you know, the Hebei Peng clan is the oldest clan in Hebei, and also the most powerful clan in the province, are words that resonate with pride and history, echoing centuries of skill and power. You will be taught a lot there, so make the most of your time during these months of martial arts training and come back safe and sound, is a call to development, mastery, and caution. The gates of the school slowly open, as if welcoming students to a new stage of their education, symbolizing the entrance to the world of new knowledge and challenges. The students walk out with their shoulders proudly back, their faces radiating determination and readiness for the challenges ahead. Each step is filled with confidence and hope that they will become stronger and wiser. At this point, one of the students turns his head, as if he feels he is leaving something important behind. His gaze expresses thoughtfulness and uncertainty, reflecting an inner conflict. Under the wall, a little to the side, stands Mushan. He is calmly and attentively watching his friends, with whom he has gone through many trials and achievements. He watches his friends walk away, their figures moving away, as if symbolizing a separation on the paths of fate. His gaze is full of deep thought and emotion. But they need this journey. It is part of their path to development and mastery. Mushan understands that sometimes you need to let go of friends so that they can grow and develop. They just went to the Hebei Peng clan. This is not just a physical separation, but also a step forward in their personal and martial journeys. It is a moment that will change their lives. Neither too late nor too early, just in time. The elder says these words as if to emphasize the perfection of the moment when everything happens in the best possible way, according to an invisible plan of fate. Excuse me for asking, but why the Hebei Peng clan? Another elder expresses curiosity, trying to understand the reasons for the important decision. Hubei and Honam, Sichuan and Qinghai, and even Manhua in Shanxi province. He lists the places that are known for their educational traditions and craftsmanship. All of these places were trained, but not in Hebei. The elder shares history and traditions, pointing out the importance of different regions in martial arts culture. So I told them that this time they should go to Hebei, the elder concludes, emphasizing his decision to provide his students with new experiences and knowledge that only this unique clan can offer. What if we had ignored? The elders continue the conversation, considering hypothetical scenarios and reflecting on the consequences of their decisions. It would be disrespectful to them, one of the elders says, emphasizing the importance of respecting and recognizing the achievements of others. Fog descends on the mountains, enveloping the landscape in a veil of mysticism and mystery, creating an atmosphere of reflection and foreboding. Given that he is strong enough to earn the rank of vice commander in Yunqiandan, the discussion continues with a focus on the individual's qualifications and merits. And that he is a hand-to-hand fighter who fits the description. They analyze the characteristics and skills that make this person ideal for training and development in the Hebei Peng clan. In the dark dungeon, a conversation is heard, tinged with mystery and tension. I believe the mysterious man from the coalition. This is the one responsible for what happened to the Blood Serpent sect. The voice expresses confidence and suspicion. His name, Mu Ye. The name is spoken, repeated with surprise by the other interlocutor, a large man drinking alcohol. His reaction expresses surprise and curiosity about this person. "Yes, yes, he is so interesting," he says, continuing the discussion. These words indicate a growing interest in this mysterious figure. And according to the latest report, Cheon Seo-dan was supposed to go to the Hebei Pan clan this morning to train martial artists. Information is added about the events that take place in parallel, strengthening the sense of connection between different storylines. The Hebei Pan clan. This was obviously a hasty decision on the orders of their leader. A voice in the dungeon suggests a sudden decision that could have been triggered by a command from a higher authority. "Huh, looks like the old man beat us to it," another voice says with a bit of sarcasm, recognizing that their plans were outmaneuvered. "Continue to monitor Yan Chongdan and Mu Yan and prepare to leave for Hebei." The order sounds decisive, indicating the importance of these actions to their plans. When the servant tries to apologize for something, he is immediately hit on the head with a bottle. "A mere shadow dares to dispute the words of Changdaon?" the big man asks, expressing his displeasure. The servant replies, a little confused by the unexpected blow. "I'll get to work on the preparations right away." This confirms his willingness to obey orders, regardless of the risks and dangers they entail. This man, burdened with bad intentions, pervades the dungeon with his sinister aura, giving orders that bode ill for the future. The scene shifts to the school, where the atmosphere is much calmer and lighter, contrasting with the dark conspiracies of the dungeon. Do 1. No training is scheduled for today. What brings you here? The teacher greets the visitors with surprise and curiosity, not understanding the reason for their unexpected visit. "I received a reply from Bi Yundan and Am Yundan." These words are spoken with a certain important hint, as if they carry significant information. The teacher looks very surprised by this news, his face reflecting surprise and intrigue. He quickly tries to figure out what events or changes this answer might imply. Mushan, personifying wisdom and dedication, continues to teach students. He demonstrates a variety of techniques, supporting their development and mastery, creating an atmosphere of confidence and improvement. The elder, expressing a desire to leave the familiar confines, approaches the gate, preparing to leave. His movements express determination and the uncertainty of the future that awaits outside the familiar environment. On the table is a map symbolizing planning, strategy, and possible routes. This map looks like a key to future events, an indicator of important decisions to be made. "Can you do it? If I don't want to, does that count as can't?" Mushan asks, reflecting the philosophy and psychology of challenges and choices, emphasizing the importance of personal will and motivation. The teacher's laughter cuts through the tense atmosphere, bringing lightness and humor to the situation. This demonstrates not only an understanding of Mushan's words, but also empathy and a deep understanding of his approach to learning and life. The students ask curiously, "Training with flags?" Their surprise and interest reflect a desire to learn more about this unusual teaching method. The map highlights mountains with special characteristics: the Flat-Top Mountain, Mount Debi, Mount Tiantai, and Mount Light. Each of them has its own uniqueness and obviously importance in the upcoming training. At the top of every mountain there is a flag guarded by many well-trained people. This explanation adds an element of challenge and danger to the task. The goal of the training is to get through these people, capture the flags, and return to the coalition. Is a more detailed instruction that defines the objectives and requirements of the task, emphasizing not only physical, but also tactical training. So all we have to do is return the flags, no matter how we do it. Sounds easy. The student expresses his or her understanding of the task, demonstrating a willingness to accept the challenge, although he or she seems to underestimate its complexity. One of the students, feeling the weight of the task, asks, "How much time do we have?" He is looking for clarification to better understand the constraints they will have to work with, to which Mushan replies, 10 days left. His words emphasize the short time frame for completing an extremely difficult task, adding to the urgency of the situation. "What? You're joking! 4 mountains in 10 days? The student cannot hide his surprise and fright, as the task seems almost unrealistic. "We'll need to split into 4 groups. Another student quickly suggests a strategy to accomplish the task efficiently, given the limited resources and time. "The light will be unattainable. Just the round trip at full speed will take 10 days alone." They realize the scale of the challenge especially given one of the most difficult mountains, which is a huge challenge in itself. They are tasked with getting through a thick crowd of people, and this is the key point. A group of opponents may choose to have a numerical advantage, but they are not able to block all the paths to the top. Even if they have taken precautions in case the opposing team captures the flags, most of them are located close to the target flag. So the path to the top should be easy and accessible, not an insurmountable obstacle. However, even as we approach the top, they will unite, ready to put on their armor to defend their flag. Our adversaries have one main goal, not to prevent us from reaching the top. However, their real goal is to keep our flag at the top, in their hands, like a trophy. This is the moment when I will use this chance to boldly seize the flags and return to our base. And in the remaining 10 days, our team must show all our ingenuity and courage to achieve this goal before our opponents. After these exciting events, everyone's hearts are filled with incredible curiosity and concern about what the future holds. What awaits us next in this intense adventure and how we will be able to cope with the new challenges remains a mystery that we have to solve. The weather is nice outside. The sun is shining brightly and the sky is cloudless and blue, creating ideal conditions for a walk. The leaves of the trees are making noise. A light breeze gently plays with the leaves, causing a pleasant rustle, as if singing a song of nature. The teacher is warming up for himself. Against the backdrop of green trees, the teacher is actively moving, preparing for a new day with an energizing exercise. He asks the janitor, "Good morning, are the others not awake yet?" The lively dialogue between the teacher and the janitor adds life to the quiet morning street. "They left 2 hours ago." The janitor's response reveals new details of the morning atmosphere, where everyone is already immersed in their daily routines. The teacher was very surprised. His face expresses surprise and intrigue, as if he had just heard something unexpected and exciting. There is a noise in the forest. Suddenly, a strange noise comes from the trees, as if something large is approaching, arousing curiosity and tension. A group of ninjas are running. A group of mysterious ninjas emerge from the dense foliage, their quick and agile movements demonstrating virtuosity and skill. They are confidently going on new adventures. Each step of the ninja radiates confidence and determination, as if they know exactly what lies ahead. They need to go to a mountain with a flat top. Their goal is a mountain that rises above the forest, its flat top visible as a distant but attainable destination. Everyone else agrees. The ninja's companions nod in agreement, supporting the plan of action, their unity and understanding felt in every gesture. Their movements are mastery. Each ninja movement expresses grace and high skill, the ability to move quickly and elegantly, as if they were dancing with the wind. The other part goes to Mount Debi. One group begins its journey to the mysterious Mount Debi, each step filled with determination and excitement for new discoveries. "Good luck," the other young men say. Those who stay behind shout out good luck wishes, demonstrating the camaraderie and support of their comrades. Their skillful jumps from branch to branch turn the forest into a kind of parkour ground, demonstrating their incredible adaptation to the natural environment. Another part goes to the Mount of Peace. Another group is heading to the Mountain of Light, each of them full of ambition and anticipation of the great events that await them there. The 4 students are confidently moving there. The students, with their youth and enthusiasm, walk confidently, demonstrating unity in their goal. The speed is incredible. Their pace is fast and decisive, almost as if they are flying above the ground. Their speed is impressive and exciting. Now it's time for the brother and sister to leave. The brother and sister, bound by strong family ties, prepare for their journey, their mutual support and understanding expressed in every gesture. The girl indicates that she will be in the front. Bold and decisive, she takes the lead by showing direction, her confidence and independence clearly expressed in her posture and appearance. She skillfully cuts forward. With agility and endurance, the girl quickly makes her way, her movements confident and graceful, as if she can easily overcome any obstacles. The brother stays behind. He chooses a more restrained pace, carefully observing the situation, demonstrating caution and prudence. Stones fly out under their feet. Each step on the slopes of the mountain causes a shower of stones to fall, emphasizing the difficult path they have chosen. Accelerating strongly, the brother overtakes her. The brother's sudden spurt demonstrates his physical strength and desire to be ahead. His movements are quick and decisive. You can see the anger on her face. The appearance of her brother in front of her triggers an immediate reaction of anger, her face expressing dissatisfaction and a struggle for leadership. She also speeds up and wants to overtake him. The girl increases her pace, her steps become faster and more decisive, and she wants to prove her leadership skills by trying to outrun her brother. He is sure that she will not succeed. Her brother meets her attempts with a slight smile, confident in his superiority. He does not slow down, maintaining his leadership. The mountains impress with their majesty. The surrounding landscape is striking in its majestic beauty, with massive rocks and high peaks creating a sense of the unknown and powerful. Many people have a dream to visit the mountains. For many people watching this trip, it is not just a challenge, but also a dream come true, an opportunity to see and feel the majesty of nature. A pigeon with a letter lands on someone's hand. Suddenly, a pigeon appears on this journey, bringing with it a mysterious message. The pigeon's letter is taken out. One of the young men gently pulls the letter from under the pigeon's wings, his expression showing curiosity and anxiety about the important message that could change their path. The ninjas read, "It seems they escaped 4 hours before the appointed time." The content of the email indicates an unexpected change of plans, creating tension and uncertainty about what to do next. It seems that the thieves are up to something. The news of the criminal's premature departure makes the ninja suspicious, as if there is more to it than just an escape. One of the criminals said, "Against us, Myong Dan." These words indicate a plot or plan against the group of ninjas. The criminals seem to be ready to meet them. They are preparing to meet the students. The criminals, in anticipation of a clash, are preparing to meet the ninjas, their expressions and preparations indicating the seriousness and danger of the upcoming encounter. The criminals have flags that they have to guard. At the top of the mountain, the criminals have set up several flags to symbolize their power and control over the territory. They keep a close eye on them, ready to defend them from any threat. Flags should never leave the top. These flags are important to the criminals. They symbolize their power and authority, so their loss is unacceptable and can have serious consequences. It's getting dark outside. The sunset brings darkness, darkening the streets and mountains, creating a mysterious and tense atmosphere. A fire can be seen burning in the distance between the mountains. The red glow of the distant fire can be seen through the mountain haze, as if it were a warning or a sign of something important happening in the mountains. A group of ninjas are warming themselves by the fire, preparing to spend the night. They gathered around the fire, warming their chilled bodies, thinking about their next steps and strategy for tomorrow, knowing that the night is going to be cold and hard. They are talking to each other. "We have to arrive at the Hebei Peng clan by tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, around noon." This conversation reflects the planning and importance of their mission, emphasizing their loyalty and duty to the clan. A surprised look appears on one of the students' faces, as if he has seen someone. His expression suddenly changes. He becomes tense and attentive, indicating an unexpected appearance or a sense of danger. A man in black stood behind the tree. The mysterious figure hiding behind the tree arouses intrigue and suspicion, and its presence may mean a new twist in their adventure. He goes there to see who it is. The young man gathers up the courage to investigate who this mysterious figure is, his steps confident but cautious. The young man seems to be very brave. He demonstrates great courage in facing the unknown, ready to face a potential threat or challenge. Yana asks, "Jan, how did it go?" This phrase reflects their acquaintance and Jan's perceived importance in future events, emphasizing his role in certain plans or missions. The man in black gives the light to Jan. The exchange of an object between them indicates the transmission of important information or a task, enhancing the intrigue and mystery of their relationship. This is a flare used by the Wanderers faction. Point it up into the sky and pull the string. These instructions point to a special communication and signaling device that could play a key role in the future actions of Yan and his allies. When you enter the Hebei Peng clan and fire it, members of the Wanderer faction in the area will see it and report it to the coalition. This detail emphasizes the strategic plan and the importance of coordinating with other coalition members. The young man said, "You must be onto something." His reaction indicates that he recognizes the intricacies of the plan and is ready to perform the task, feeling the weight and significance of his role in these events. Wandering traders and trade wagons carrying goods to the clan stopped when the Blood Serpent sect fell, but continued again after a while. Describes events related to trade routes and their dependence on political or power changes in the region. But there is a cart that travels only at night. They don't use torches, and they are accompanied by soldiers. This information points to the mystery and potential danger surrounding this nighttime convoy, raising suspicions about its true purpose. So I was looking for a chance, and I checked it out without them noticing. This statement reflects the young man's cleverness and caution, his ability to act covertly and cleverly to learn more about the wagon. I couldn't look inside the boxes because the lids were carefully nailed shut, but there was a repulsive smell and cold air coming from inside. The details he reveals indicate something mysterious and potentially dangerous lurking in these boxes. The young man asks in surprise, "A repulsive smell and cold air?" This question emphasizes his surprise and anxiety at the description, feeling that something might be wrong. I can guess what is inside the boxes, but we will need to confirm it. This phrase indicates speculation and suspicion about the contents of the boxes, but also emphasizes the need to verify these guesses to ensure the accuracy of the information. They must be somewhere in the Hebei Peng clan, so I want you to find them and check the contents. This instruction defines a specific task for the young man, giving him responsibility and a mission within the clan. It will depend on the contents of the box whether to fire the flare or not. This explains that opening the boxes will be a key factor in deciding what to do next, emphasizing the importance of this task. "What needs to be there to fire?" the student asks. This question reflects his desire to understand the criteria and conditions that will determine the need to use a flare. The old man just looked at him thoughtfully. This reaction may indicate the complexity of the answer or a secret that the old man does not want or cannot fully reveal, adding an element of mystery and uncertainty to the situation. The mountains are amazing, massive and powerful. They tower over the landscape, inspiring all who look at them with their beauty and majesty. A whole group of students is standing on the slope. They gathered together, full of excitement and anticipation, looking at something grand that was unfolding before them. Finally we see him. Tennen-en-tu is the greatest clan of Hebei province. These words express admiration and respect for the clan, recognizing its greatness and importance in their hearts and conditions. Hebei Peng clan. This exclamation emphasizes the pride and admiration they feel for this famous and respected clan. It impresses young men. Meeting the clan for the first time fills them with admiration and interest, feeling a deep respect for its history and culture. This is the beginning of a new chapter. A new page of their adventure unfolds before the young men, promising new challenges, discoveries, and meetings that will change their destinies. Two ninjas are standing near a tree. They carefully observe the surrounding landscape, planning their next steps, their posture expressing readiness and determination. In front of them is a mountain with a flat top. This natural monument stands as a symbol of purpose and challenge that requires strength, endurance, and courage from them. It is also called Suravi Gorod. This name gives the mountain mystery and importance, indicating that it has a special significance in the local culture. They must reach the top at any cost. This emphasizes the high stakes of their mission and their willingness to face the unknown dangers and difficulties that may await them on this journey. Vidjanjit's a completely open mountain, and it's also the closest, so there might be more people guarding it than we anticipated. DJKJ. This comment indicates the strategic importance of the mountain and the potential risks associated with visiting it, given the possible presence of enemy forces. For a mountain with a flat top, we need people who can break through from the front. This highlights the need for strong and brave warriors who can handle the challenges and dangers that lie ahead. Maoshin then told them, "Li Bum and Baek Gong, since you both have excellent skills, this mountain is yours." This instruction emphasizes the belief in their abilities and the responsibility placed on these particular warriors. Now they will find out whether they were right then or not. This emphasizes the importance of the moment of the probable test or encounter that will show whether their plans and predictions were correct. They decide it's time to head for the top. The decision to take on the challenge demonstrates their determination and willingness to act, despite the possible risks and unknown obstacles in their way. The road will be long. This indicates that the road to the top of the mountain will not be easy or short, requiring the warriors to have endurance and determination every step of the way. There are many trees on the way. The dense forest on the way to the top creates additional obstacles, making their journey more difficult and unpredictable. But a very steep climb. The steepness of the mountain slope is another challenge that requires considerable physical effort and the ability to overcome difficulties. Some sounds are heard somewhere in the distance. These uncertain sounds may indicate the presence of other people or possible dangers, adding an element of uncertainty and tension to their journey. Thieves in ninja suits await them at the top. This opens up the prospect of a clash or conflict at the top, with thieves who may have their own agendas or interests in meeting the group of warriors. Pushing off the trees, the young men fly to the top. Using the trees as points of support, they move upward with incredible agility and speed, their actions expressing skill and skill. Thieves confirm the movement to the top. They watch the advance of the warriors, testifying to their attentiveness and readiness for a possible encounter or conflict. At this time, students are rapidly moving up. Their movements are fast and decisive. They do not lose pace, despite the difficulties and possible dangers on their way. South target confirmed, approaching the top. Words of thieves. This indicates that they have detected the presence of the young men and are preparing for their arrival, perhaps planning an ambush or a prepared meeting. They spot the youths. Southern target confirmed. Looks like a member of Yongcheongdan. This indicates their recognition or knowledge of the group to which the youths belong, which can increase the tension and importance of the upcoming encounter. Confirmed target in the east. Looks like he's also a member of Yongcheongdan. The thieves discover another member of the group of youths, expanding their understanding of the enemy and their possible plans. We heard there were 9 of them, but it looks like there are only 2 of them. Enemies have overestimated the number of opponents, which indicates a possible underestimation of their capabilities and resources. Do they really think they can take the flag from us with just the 2 of them? This comment reflects surprise and perhaps contempt for the warriors, seeing their chances of success as slim. Insolence, declares the enemy ninja, shows their indignation or astonishment at the boldness and bravery of the adversaries who dared to challenge them. The young man's face is already a little tired from such a journey. The journey proved to be exhausting, and it shows in the young man's appearance, his weary features testifying to the physical and emotional trials he endured along the way. They move forward very confidently. Despite the fatigue, the young men continue to move with great determination and confidence, their actions expressing dedication to the goal and readiness to meet any challenge. Jumping from the trees to the ground, from the ground to the trees, their mode of locomotion displays extreme lightness and agility, using natural elements to enhance mobility and speed. They are barely noticeable. The youth's speed and maneuverability make them almost invisible to the eye, and their ability to become invisible is key to their tactics. The legs seem to be connected to the mountain surface. This describes their ability to maintain balance and stability, even on uneven mountain surfaces, indicating their skill in mountain locomotion. Smoke seems to remain behind them. This figurative expression emphasizes the speed of their movement, giving the impression that they are moving so fast that they leave behind a smoke-like plume. Thieves lose sight of them for a while. The speed and dexterity of the young men allows them to temporarily leave the field of view of their pursuers, creating an opportunity for a maneuver or an ambush. The thief has a plan. The fastest way to find a frog hiding in the grass is to poke sticks in the intended place. This indicates the thieves' approach to finding young men, to use aggressive and direct methods to discover their location. Send 3 for each one. Yes, Sergeant. The order emphasizes the seriousness of the thieves' intentions and their willingness to use numerical superiority to detain or neutralize the youths. Ninjas go after the boys. They react quickly, showing their discipline and skill in tracking and chasing, gaining insane speed. The pursuers pick up the pace in an attempt to make up for lost time and locate the youths, using their high mobility and experience to move quickly over rough terrain. They are also very skilled. The ninjas who pursue the youths show great skill in their actions, demonstrating the ability to move easily even in difficult conditions. Also very fast. Their speed is impressive, allowing them to pursue effectively, closing the distance between them and the youths. Also unsurpassed. This indicates their high skill which make them formidable and difficult opponents in any encounter. They run very fast. The ninjas use their agility and speed to move efficiently and quickly as they try to catch up with the boys. The student seems to notice the ninja. One of the youths may discover the presence of their pursuers, which may change the course of their journey and their strategy in light of a new threat. Standing at the top of a tree, he sees a ninja run by from below. From a high vantage point in the tree, the young man has a strategic advantage, allowing him to see the enemy's actions without being spotted. The ninjas are looking, but can't spot them. Despite their skill and agility, the enemy ninja are unable to discover the youth's whereabouts, proving the effectiveness of their concealment. The young man watches them from behind the leaves. Using natural cover, he closely follows his pursuers, analyzing their movements and determining next steps. The young man recalls saying, "When you're almost at the top, get out of their sight." This is a reminder of the instructions given earlier, which become key in this situation, helping the young men avoid the collision. Then they will go looking for you like frogs in the grass. These words reflect the tactics of deception and the use of psychological advantage, forcing enemies to waste time and effort in fruitless searches. Then their strategy begins. The young men activate their plan, which is probably designed to distract the enemy and use the element of surprise. They need to run to the top while being chased. This tactic involves engaging the thieves in pursuit, allowing the youths to use the situation to their advantage. This is how criminals think they are evading them. The young men create the illusion that they are trying to escape, which makes opponents believe that they have the upper hand in the situation. And they will try desperately to prevent you from reaching the top. This emphasizes that thieves will perceive their movement as a challenge and try to prevent the achievement of the goal. The ninjas are surprised to see the boys running to the top. The reaction of the thieves suggests their surprise or lack of understanding of the strategy of the young men, who seem to be moving toward potential danger instead of avoiding it. From the height of the peak, we observe a fascinating landscape between tall trees. The scene that unfolds before us resembles a mysterious picture, where our brave foresters claim to be the pursuers, but the dense forest makes it difficult to recognize who is who. At this fast pace, if they manage to reach the top, we might lose the ability to predict where the danger might come from. Young ninjas are faced with the task of cleverly limiting their view, relying on their own skill and judgment. The behavior of the ninja responds to the challenge and becomes cautious, as if slowing down the events around. Young ninjas show impressive skill using their wooden blades in the fight against criminals. Their main goal is the flag, which is always on top, and they spend all their efforts to achieve this goal.